You were way ahead of the game. So how did you discover Ron Paul, and what did you do when you heard about him?
Yeah, I discovered Dr. Paul back when he ran for president for the first time in 1988. When I was in middle school, I was starting to read some of my dad's books by Ayn Rand. That got me interested in libertarian ideas. And then I found out about the Libertarian Party, heard the county chairman, Diane Pilcher, talking on the radio, and thought, hey, that's an interesting way to apply libertarian ideas and get involved and meet other people who share my concerns. And it was in 1988 when Dr. Paul was running for president, and he came to San Antonio, near where I lived, and spoke just a small place, you know. And it wasn't like the later campaigns in 2008 and 2012. He spoke just at the community room of a apartment or condo building to probably 45, 50 people. And that's where I was first met him, first heard him speak, and it helped spur me to become more involved in activities in advancing liberty and peace ever since.
So you were in middle school then when you went to this meeting?
Yeah, it would have been a summer between middle school and my freshman year of high school.
Wow, that's young. So how did your dad influence? Did you just sort of sneak and find his books in secret? I mean, a lot of kids do that, but they usually aren't Ayn Rand books.
No, he just had them up on his shelf. And my dad, I think it was before I was born, he was mayor of my town for a while, and but he was interested in politics, but that was his only time he was ever really involved in politics. So we would talk about political and philosophical ideas, him and my mom and my siblings at home, but it wasn't something that was much stressed in my growing up.
Do you remember what Dr. Paul said in that meeting at the condo townhouse?
Yeah, probably. You know, probably the thing I remembered the most, because it was something that I had learned very little about at the time, was talking about the Federal Reserve, and something that was a big theme in later campaigns and during his congressional time as well, ending the Federal Reserve and the importance of having sound money, and that's something that I hadn't looked into too much, and it led me to do a lot more research on that.
What's interesting is, you know, last year when we went to Tucker Carlson, and it was on the interview, but we were talking about it after the show too, and he said, you know, when I first heard of you, I liked some of the stuff you were saying, but I couldn't figure out why you kept talking about the Fed. I thought, frankly, it was a little kooky, is basically what Tucker said. And they said, then I started reading more about it, I started getting into it, I started thinking about it more, and I came to realize that really is the center of everything that's wrong with everything else. You know, and for me, coming from a foreign policy background, I also didn't quite get it at first. It sounded like a bad group, it sounded like an evil organization, but it wasn't until I found out and I discovered and understood that it's the Federal Reserve that enables the warfare state. They are the grease in the wheels of the warfare state. They print the money for the warfare state, and if we didn't have a Federal Reserve, we wouldn't be able to spend $1.5 billion fighting the Houthis like we did a couple of months ago, because it just wouldn't be there. So it does seem critical to everything to have. So for me, I was, and I've told the story before, but I was living in Budapest in the 90s, and I escaped the country when Clinton was elected. I thought it couldn't get worse. I was wrong. But I had been down in the Balkans. I'd spent some time down in the Balkans as well, in Albania and Serbia, and I knew the war was coming. It was '99. I knew the war was coming, and I knew it was going to be terrible. I knew it was a terrible idea. And guess what, kids? The internet was brand new back then. There was this really cool thing where you didn't have to get a newspaper. You could click online, and that's when I discovered antiwar.com and Lou Rockwell, as you know. And I was reading anti-war every day, and every week there was a new column out from this guy called Ron Paul, MD, Republican from Texas, about how terrible and stupid the war would be if the U.S. decided to bomb Yugoslavia. And I just couldn't believe it, because everyone else was just talking blah, blah, blah. They were just talking the talking points, stupid things they were saying about it. We got to defend people and do all kinds of good things. And Ron Paul was saying, no, this is dumb. Don't do this, don't do this. And I thought it was just tremendous to hear someone like that. It's such an extraordinary person. That was late on, Adam. I was not a middle schooler, I have to admit. I was in my late 20s, maybe even early 30s, actually, at that time. And it was remarkable to see. Up until that point, was not really political at all, wasn't interested in politics. I'm still not, but interested in politics. But that was really, it motivated me to the point when I got back home, when I returned after 7 years living overseas and moved to DC, the first thing I wanted to do, I felt compelled, I've got to get to Capitol Hill, and I just have to tell this individual, this person, how much he inspired me with his writing, encouraged me, opened my eyes to the fact that you can be anti-war and not a leftist, you know, and all of these things were amazing. So I did do that, and I wasn't able to meet him, which is not unusual, obviously, because he's a member of Congress and I'm just some guy off the street, and he's busy. He probably wasn't even in the office that day. But I did meet his Deputy Chief of Staff, Joe Becker, is a good friend of ours. And Joe was doing his foreign policy, and I told Joe at the time how much it meant to me. And we talked for a while, and Joe's a great guy. In fact, he's here for the barbecue. And it was just very fulfilling for me to explain how important it was that they stood up. So let's move on quickly, and I took a lot of time with that, but talking about how you came to work for Ron Paul. So you're obviously not, as a middle schooler, getting on board. How did it happen? And it's a pretty wild story.
Yeah, I'd been a lawyer for a while in New York and Connecticut, and I left that and went over to Wisconsin to co-manage a governor's campaign for Ed Thompson. He was the Libertarian nominee, and he ended up doing quite well. He got 10.5% of the vote, which is good for a third-party candidate, second best that party had done in history up to that point. And I ended up on the elections board as a result of that result. So I was on the board of the state government that oversaw elections in Wisconsin. But I was interested in coming back to Texas, so I sent over information to Dr. Paul's office, hoping to be able to work in one of the local offices doing constituent service. You know, because each representative has people who help people deal with the U.S. government on whatever matters, making sure that they get their treatment at the veterans hospitals or receive their Social Security checks, so forth. But apparently, you know, whoever in the back rooms decided that I was a better fit to work in the D.C. office.
Wow. Doing
legislative stuff. So that's why that's where I ended up being contacted back from. And that's how I ended up working with you. You'd already been there, I guess, a couple of years.
Yeah, what year was it that you started?
2003.
Uh-huh. So we were always always suspicious when someone new came in the office. How are they going to work out? Are they going to be okay? Are they going to be bad? All the bad ones left before we came. I'm just kidding. Yeah, for me it was even stranger because, well, I guess it wasn't. It was, you know, I met Joe Becker, and then right after I met him, I was fired. I was working in a very ill-fitting neocon think tank in D.C. I'd been away for a long time, and they called me in for my yearly review and said, "Your yearly review is sayonara." So I was out of work, and I was stressing out because I had my first baby was born, and I'm just like living in Arlington, by the Pentagon, and I'm thinking, what's going to happen? And all of a sudden, the phone rings. "Hey, Daniel, this is Joe Becker from Ron Paul's office. You wouldn't happen to be looking for a job, would you?" I'm like, praise the Lord. I'm trying to keep cool. And I said, yeah. And he said, "I can't tell you anymore. I'll call you later." And then I'm thinking, wow, this sounds mysterious. So he did call me later, and it turns out that he had been working for Dr. Paul for 5 years. He enjoyed it, but he wanted to move on. He was an attorney as well, and he wanted to move on, back into the private sector. And so he just wanted to make sure before he told Dr. Paul that he wanted to go, that he had someone who could fill at least some of his shoes, the foreign policy and defense and military and intelligence aspect of it. And so that's how it came, and we were right at the end, and then I'm sitting there in the morning reading the newspaper in my condo in Arlington with a skylight, and something very large and very loud goes overhead, and then we both feel this compression, and it's basically the plane hitting the Pentagon or whatever it was, right? Hitting the Pentagon, and I, of course, obviously thought of all the tragedy. But then after I calmed down a little bit, a couple of days, I thought, oh no, I'm not going to get my job because Becker's not going to want to leave. It's going to be exciting and all this. So I was very stressed out. But it turns out that he did want to leave. And so I happened to come into the office in one of the most stressful times because, A, I hadn't worked in a legislative office. I didn't find out until later that Ron Paul would not hire anyone with prior Hill experience. That was his rule, because he didn't want people who were just hopping for their careers. And so so I didn't know what to do. I said, "Is there a job manual? What am I supposed to do?" And Becker said, "Just relax. You'll pick it up, man." And which you can, because we knew the principles. I was learning the principles more and more, and it was just an amazing coincidence to get on board, So, well, I was going to ask a couple of questions, maybe about, or just have it open the discussion about what it was like, because many people don't know what it was like. A lot of people know the campaigns. They were exciting. There were bells. There were whistles. Huge crowds, and it was incredible. But for us, we were like in a back cubicle with Norman, our colleague, snoring half the day, and I actually, trying to do all the legislative stuff was the opposite of the excitement and the sexiness of the campaign. So what were your impressions at that time?
Yeah, it was a great place to work. Dr. Paul had 1/3 of the office on the left, and then in the middle, where people would come in, was the front office and the chief of staff. But then most of the legislative group was on the right side in the other third of the office, and we each had our own section walled off by bookshelves from each other. But we were interacting the whole time. We were yelling back and forth, playing loud music, having a good time. But all the while getting our work done and keeping track of C-SPAN playing the proceedings on the floor. So it was a fabulous work environment to be with people with the same goal and dedication, but at the same time everybody wanting to have a good time each day.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the thing about it, that there were times where there was downtime and there was a lot of jokes, but there were times you could feel it in the air, the tension. This was go time. And for me, it was like when the Secretary of State came to testify before the committee. When something big was happening like that, or something in your area, you could just tell, and you could feel the tension in the air. Everyone got very serious, worked very hard. Tempers would flare in the office too, because we were all dedicated to the work, and it was a challenge. For me, it was a challenge learning about all the procedures, just watching C-SPAN and learning all of these little things, these little maneuvers that they did, but we all got along. We only had a couple of rebellions. One of those, and I think this says a lot more about the nature of the staff than anything else, is when, I won't mention any names, but our office manager came up with a brilliant idea to bring in modern furniture and because we had stuff from the 60s. It was all junky and crazy and terrible. And she said, "Hey guys, we're now approved for this wonderful upgrade." And it was this totally sterile office space kind of thing, and we just freaked out. And I think on the day they were going to start doing it, our colleague Norman Singleton completely freaked out. And we don't want this change. And we won, actually, in the end. We were not modernized.
Yeah. Talking about the procedures, and one of the things that impressed me that Dr. Paul did in my first year there was if a lot of times legislation in the House of Representatives would be supported by the leadership of both the Republican and the Democratic Party, and what you'd end up with is the Republican leader of the debate and the Democratic leader of the debate just bringing in a stream of speakers all saying how great the bill is. But they had this bill. It wasn't a huge deal. I don't think it spent money. It was just to commemorate the Drug Enforcement Administration and its agents. And Dr. Paul was solidly and strongly against the drug wars from the beginning, from when he was in that 1988 campaign even. And he went down to the floor. I told him this vote was coming up, and he looked at it, and he went down to the floor, and he did something that hardly ever is done. He took the time. Yeah. He said, "Well, if the Republican and the Democrat are both in favor of this bill, I take my prerogative to take the time," and he stood down there on the floor and was making the arguments against successive speakers on the other side for why we should not be honoring the drug war, why the drug war is actually causing great harm and should be ended. And that was an incredibly gutsy thing to do, something even people who feel strongly on an issue would hardly ever do, because you're really going against the way the system works there. And he was willing to do it because he had such strong principles, And he saw his mission there to educate the other members of Congress and to educate his constituents and the people across America that that there's a different way to view things, that there's a way that goes back to the Founding Fathers, the development of the American Constitution that stresses liberty and that stresses peace. And that was his motivation for being there, and that was just probably the single example that stands out as to me of him and his super powerful dedication to that mission.
And it's also an answer to people who say, well, how many bills did Ron Paul pass? Mm-hmm. He was very ineffective in the House. That's the most effective thing he can do, and you're right, and it shocked them. The R's and the D's were both for it. It was going to be a great show. They're all going to shake their hands, and we really got this one passed. And here comes Ron Paul walking down saying, is the Republican gentleman opposed? No, I'm for it. The Democrat opposed? No, I'm for it. Well, then I claimed time in opposition. So he claimed, say the rule said there were 30 minutes, he could claim 15 of those minutes, and anyone who agreed with him could come down. But as you say, he could just refute speaker after speaker. And that's an absolutely powerful thing. I remember he did that a few times. He didn't like doing that because it's fairly confrontational. But there were several bills where he felt it was so important that he would go down and take time in opposition. And later on, especially on the war issue, if you remember, he would get together with Dennis Kucinich and Walter Jones in a bipartisan anti-war coalition that we sort of put together, and they would together claim the time. And so finally, the R's and D, the leadership, the official guys are over here, rah, rah, war. And here's this growing group, saying we're against war. And that was powerful. I mean, that's how, from 2003, when the Iraq War started, slowly but surely, the opinion started to change against it. And none better than Walter Jones himself, who was enthusiastically in favor of the war, but came to realize that he was duped. Jimmy Duncan, both of them were on, sadly, Mr. Jones is dead, but Jimmy Duncan in the same way. He was duped. They brought him in for a dog and pony show. Here's the intel. This is why I cringe when I hear them say, well, I went to a classified briefing and I know this is true. Representative Duncan said, they lie through their teeth at these briefings. That's what they do, and that's what they did to me, and I'm mad about it. So I think that's a great story, and it's very important about what he did. What would you say the most stressful thing about the office was?
Oh, the most stressful?
I mean, what was the thing that you're like, crunch time?
I guess the most stressful it would be like you're saying, the crunch time is that in the House we couldn't control the schedule. The schedule was controlled by leadership, and that meant that we had to help Dr. Paul to understand the legislation and craft his arguments regarding it, and to produce the product of that research and that work in a quick turnaround.
Yeah.
Often the same day you find out about something, you have to have Dr. Paul ready to speak on it and Dr. Paul ready to vote on it, and a lot of the offices that part was easy.
Yeah.
Because the leadership and the special interests, they all provide you with talking points. They'd even provide representatives with columns that they could put in their local newspapers, everything they wanted. And most of the representatives on almost everything would be happy with using those boilerplate, provided press releases and columns and speeches. But in Dr. Paul's office, it was different. He was unique.
Yeah.
That stuff was largely useless. Maybe you could find a little information in it, but largely useless, and you had to start from scratch. And having to do that every time, that could be stressful.
Yeah, it's like best book. We used it to make fun of how dumb they were. But that's why when people see members of Congress going down and saying the same thing over and over, well, that's why. It was produced, like you say, leadership and special interests. That's how it came about. Well, in the little bit of time we have left, let's jump ahead a little bit, because we worked there. I worked there for, 11 years or so, 12 years, something like that. You were about the same, a little bit less. So then here comes the campaigns that were crazy and wild and exciting. For us from a distance, we had nothing to do with them. It was sort of weird. I always say it was sort of like Dr. Paul got a mistress, a very exciting mistress. And we're sitting here in our office with our old junky furniture, feeling like we've been left behind. And that was all exciting and everything. But then it came time he decided that he wanted to retire. He'd gone through 2 heavy campaigns. He built his house here in Lake Jackson. He was tired of being away from his wife and family during the week, the 5 days of the week, every week for years and years, which is understandable. And so he said he was going to retire. And for us, our hearts sort of sank because we liked what we were doing and everything. But then we got the idea, well, we have to keep going. We have to keep going. And that's when I was talking to Lou Rockwell all the time, and I asked him what he thought about maybe starting an institute to, especially on our legislative side, to keep Ron Paul's intellectual ideas moving ahead and expanding, and it was difficult but exciting at the same time to start the Ron Paul Institute.
Yeah, and a couple of people you mentioned just a few minutes ago, Representative Dennis Kucinich and Representative Jimmy Duncan, they were from the beginning on the board of the Ron Paul Institute, and they show the breadth of what the Ron Paul Institute is about, in that, Dr. Paul's a libertarian constitutionalist. Jimmy Duncan is more of an old style conservative, mm-hmm. and Dennis Kucinich is a progressive, and what the Institute is largely about is working in the interface of their 3 perspectives. If it's something that Jimmy Duncan, Dr. Paul, and Dennis Kucinich would all agree on, the same types of things that they were working on together in coalition in the House of Representatives, those are key focuses of the Ron Paul Institute as well.
I think a lot of people may not realize that we're not a libertarian institute. We're not a libertarian think tank. We represent that coalition that Ron Paul worked so hard when he was in the House to put together. And we remember when he went down and spoke about the war to people on the progressive side, conservative side, and it was good fodder for the newspapers. Oh my gosh, Ron Paul and Dennis Kucinich agree on something? Well, of course they do. And that really is our focus, and so we've done it for 10 years. And in fact, I counted them. Next week, we have our 9th conference in Washington, D.C. It will be our 19th total conference that we've been able to put together. Thousands of people have attended and heard great speakers. We hope we have a great turnout next time. But we're both looking forward, I think, to the future and to keeping what Ron Paul has done that's excited all of us, keeping it going, moving it ahead, and make sure the next generation understands and learns about peace, prosperity, liberty, freedom.
Well, and part of that next generation is involved in the conference we're doing next week. Successively over the last few conferences we've had, in addition to the main conference before it, we've had a event for college students, upper division and graduate school students, and they learn about the ideas of liberty and the ideas of non-intervention in foreign policy. And they have an intensive class with great lecturers the day before the main conference, and then they're able to attend the conference as well. So this year we have 15 students who are participating in that. And we get a lot of applications, and we get some of the best. And those are people who in the future, in various different capacities that are own choosing, will be advancing the legacy of Dr. Paul.
And this will be our 6th. And we've looked back and we've seen what some of these young people have done. They've done great things already, and so we're excited about the future. Well, I think it's about time for us to tune out. I want to mention that our friend Gary Franchi is going to be up next, and we want to thank all of you for tuning in to the Liberty Report. Please come back soon.
And we are live at the Ron Paul birthday party, 90 years old. A historic milestone for the former congressman, a man who impacted my life. I wouldn't be doing what I am doing today if it wasn't for Congressman Ron Paul and his message of freedom and liberty that literally lit a fire under me, and I have not stopped since. I'm Gary Franchi, and you are watching the Ron Paul live stream, and I'm honored to be here. Now, if you're not familiar with me, I run the Next News Network. We have a YouTube channel with over 2.25 million followers. We're on X, we're on Rumble, we're on all the things. And we're also now White House credentialed news outlet. So we go to the White House, we cover the press briefings. And if you'd asked me this 10 years ago, would I be here today at the White House presenting news and confronting in the halls of power? I would have told you, no, not a chance. But that is how we are challenging authority today, right there on the grounds of the White House. So I've got some breaking news. If you don't know what we do, we cover news and political events all across the world. And right now, we've just got some big news. I don't know if you've seen this yet, but we now have learned that Project Veritas has just come forward. A whistleblower has come forward. Now, we've been tracking the Russiagate, the Obamagate story, everything that has happened since the 2016 election, President Trump getting elected. Now, with Obamagate and how that has unfolded, and with Tulsi Gabbard coming forward, she's actually going to be here this evening, the Director of National Intelligence. So she came forward with documents, and they found evidence in burn bags. Kash Patel at the FBI, they find all this evidence. Well, now whistleblowers come forward with handwritten notes that implicate the former Attorney General Bill Barr in the attacks against President Trump. Now, President Trump, of course, with the impeachments and the Russia hoax, it's been layer after layer of attack. But what is interesting is that what you remember what happened with Letitia James up in New York. Well, now we're finding out that there's that Pam Bondi has subpoenaed her, bringing forth a grand jury. But also down in Georgia, the other tract, you have the indictments and the RICO charges. Now, of course, we all knew that this was a hoax. President Trump called it a hoax from day one. These were all politically motivated attacks designed to hamstring him and his presidential campaign. So they did not want him to get elected by any means. They would put up every single roadblock, and of course, all the way up to Butler when they tried to kill him. So what we're finding out now is that Project Veritas has just released a whistleblower report, and you can see here, I mean, this whistleblower, it says in here, you took my documents and phones, you never returned them. Let me be clear, time is running out. This whistleblower has come forward with all the evidence that they need to go after Bill Barr as one of the architects of what happened with Fani Willis. The text messages from, she was a secretary. The text messages actually say, I should have killed you. I mean, think about that for a second. You have a secretary who's sitting in meetings with Bill Barr and Armstrong Williams, and they're plotting against President Trump to use RICO charges. That is what we're talking about here. And the handwritten notes are terrifying. Like here, you can see right here on the screen. Here are some of the here's some of the handwritten notes that have now been released by this whistleblower. And she's now come forward to Project Veritas to present this information. Now I'm going to go ahead and play you here's some more of the handwritten notes you can see right here on your screen. I mean, this is damning information, play by play, on how they would go after Michael Flynn, Steve Bannon, Rudy Giuliani, Jeffrey Clark, the Proud Boys, some of these names, Scott Perry, Jim Jordan, Mo Brooks, Stop the Steal. I mean, the name goes on and on. Alex Jones and more. So when you have a secretary who is an eyewitness to these crimes taking notes, they don't want this information ever getting out. And apparently she had to flee the country because her life was being threatened. Now, well, let's go to the clip here of her. This is Bill Barr. It says, Bill Barr held secret meetings to plot prosecutions of Trump and block his political comeback. Bill Barr was like, we should bring RICO charges because it's a very difficult type of charge to defend. Her name is Patricia Leylis. Pray for her. Listen.
It's very easy to know why I am being prosecuted and no one else. It's being charged or prosecuted. It's very easy. I called the FBI to report Bill Barr and Armstrong Williams. I have notes of every single meeting. One meeting can be about visa for someone, or another meeting can be about January 6th or RICO case. I have a quote here that was like, Barr believes the FBI will go to Trump House soon. And one thing that I heard a lot is like how they go to prevent America to have Trump again. One thing that I learned very fast and very in the beginning is like Bill Barr is someone extremely important. And I remember the biggest conversation they had at that point, it is like, what kind of charge that we can bring against Trump? And that's when Bill Barr, and I will never forget that, Bill Barr was like, we should bring RICO because it's a very difficult type of charge to defend.
Okay, so I'm gonna play a little bit more of this in just a moment, but you're watching the Ron Paul Money Bomb live stream. You're watching it on the Ron Paul channels. You're watching it on the Next News Network, and if you haven't chipped in yet, make sure you do. The website is ronpaulmoneybomb.com. So we're breaking some news here for you on this live stream. Project Veritas has just come forward with a whistleblower who implicates Bill Barr in the Fannie Willis Georgia RICO case against President Trump. You all remember that famous mugshot of President Trump. Well, now we know how that entire event was orchestrated. We're going to play some more of the whistleblower right now.
Willis, at that point, the RICO charge is one of the most hard to defend in court because under the American law, the RICO charge can be anything. Like, it's not very specific. So people who is charged with RICO case, they have a very hard time to defend themselves. We had this meeting with Fannie Willis. At that point, I didn't have idea about her, what she worked with. I just don't know her. And she presented herself as like someone who's close to Armstrong, someone who's attorney. And all the time I was like, okay, it's just like one more meeting that we had. And then in these meetings, that's when I started to take notes and like try to keep everything that to prove that what's going on. One thing that I understood very well is like Bill Barr and Armstrong and all the politicians too, they're very focused like in how they go to stop Trump. And one thing that I heard a lot is like how they go to prevent America to have Trump again. So in my views of politics, what I think it is, they probably realized very soon that if Trump runs again, he probably will win the election, as he did. So in that point, they just want to like prevent that. One of these meetings, for example, was launched in March 15 of 2022. And this meeting was at Sinclair Broadcast. And in this meeting was when I like started to learn more about Fannie Willis and about some guy called Jack Smith and about investigation involving January 6th. I have a quote here that was like, Barr believes the FBI will raise, and I put it in parentheses, go to Trump House soon. That's when was like, I start to learn and to be sure about what they're doing. Was like they're planning and they create crimes and situations to go after everyone. In that meeting, we also spoke about the meeting that we had with Facebook, and the person in Facebook was helping us and giving us direction to create content against Trump and against the January 6th was called Daniele.
So what you're seeing here is a bombshell revelation. We all knew, we all felt it. You felt it, right? When the social media companies are coming out and assisting with content creation or content removal about these cases, we have crossed the Rubicon. And that is one of the reasons why I do what I do. I'm here to correct narratives that are being pushed out by the fake stream media. I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't woken up by Congressman Ron Paul in the movie America, Freedom to Fascism. When I saw him on the silver screen, it changed my life and put me on a trajectory to challenge authority. And now, here we are learning from Project Veritas how the social media companies, how the former Attorney General colluded to take down a president who would soon take office once again. Let's continue.
That was like one of the first meetings that I had about this plan they had to go after everyone who works or supports Trump. And that was back in September 13 of 2021. So in this meeting was me, Armstrong, Shermichael, and Bill Barr by phone. And they spoke about January 6th committee. They authorized the committee to investigate the events about January 6th. We started like with some names. They also gave a lot of names here. We have like Michael Flynn, Steve Bannon, Rudy Giuliani, Jeffrey Clark, Oath Keepers, Proud Boy People, Proud Boy Group.
You remember those pictures? Remember those mugshots? I will never forget reporting on the RICO case. I mean, I even interviewed the Patriot pastor who was from my state of Illinois. He came to my studio and talked. He was indicted alongside President Trump. So now the fact that we have a whistleblower who is in on the meetings to set this whole thing up is going to change the entire dynamic of all of these new attacks, all these attacks, I guess, on the deep state, if you will. Now, taking it back to the burn bags, right? When they found that Hillary Clinton and her aide, Julia Smith, whispered in her ear, okay, this is what we got to do. We're going to make up this Trump-Russia hoax. I mean, all this stuff goes way back to that meeting with Barack Obama in the Oval Office. Everything. They had to stop Trump at all costs. And now we have another name we can add to the list for this bombshell investigation. I mean, it's really time for accountability. It's time for perp walks. If we want to keep our republic, as Benjamin Franklin instructed us to do, it is our responsibility to demand full accountability. So now you can add Bill Barr's name to the list. You can add Armstrong Williams' name to the list. Thanks to this bold whistleblower who stepped forward with Project Veritas. When I see these mugshots, if you can bring up those mugshots on the screen here, when I see these mugshots and I look at the faces of these individuals, these people were victimized by the deep state. And this is just a small portion of these people, of those victimized. My own personal YouTube channel, victimized, suppressed. Your Facebook posts, your X posts, all being suppressed in order to preserve the establishment agenda, to keep the status quo. Because when you speak truth, it's dangerous. They can't handle the truth, and that's a fact. And that's something that Congressman Ron Paul has been doing for his entire career. And if you haven't donated yet to the Ron Paul Money Bomb, I want you to do so. I want you to open up your wallet. I want you to find your credit card, and I want you to give Ron Paul some fiat. I know, it's fiat money. It comes from the Federal Reserve. We're still working on that, all right? But make sure you give. Right now, looks like we've got $149,151 already donated. The goal, $250,000. I have a feeling we're going to blow way past that. This stream is going to run all the way until 8 o'clock tonight. I have the list of all the people who are going to be presenting. It is amazing. I'll be giving a toast from the main stage about 3:15, so I don't want you to miss that. But, you know, when I see these mugshots on the screen, and it makes me so angry, because those mugshots should be Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, James Clapper, Comey, all of them. And now you can add, like I said, Bill Barr, you can add them to the list. Now, we could keep playing this. There's more information that has just come out, and I want to jump to what John Solomon just posted with Steve Bannon just a couple hours ago. That Barack Obama apparently gave an interview to NPR and accidentally gave the conclusion of the CIA intelligence report, saying Russia helped Donald Trump win the election before the CIA even started the report. It was all Barack Obama, literal treason. Wall Street Apes reporting this, and this is Real America's Voice, John Solomon.
Tries to walk it back. And
Obama may have given us a smoking gun, sir.
he did, yeah. He's either the first clairvoyant president in American history, because he seemed to know on December 19th, before the CIA had redone the Intelligence Committee assessment, what its outcome was, or more likely, he knew the fix was in. This is an interview he gives NPR, and I guess he forgot that they hadn't done the work yet. So he tells NPR expects the CIA to reverse itself and conclude that Vladimir Putin tried to help Donald Trump. The problem is the CIA hasn't really even started the work. It just got going. And he's so embarrassed, he comes back later and tries to walk it back a little bit. Oh, things are still going on. We'll have to see where it goes. It is the sort of proof that John Durham should have found in his investigation, but didn't. But for this point going forward, when you try to prove, let's just say, long 10-year conspiracy, this is a really, really significant piece of evidence. And I'll walk people back to Watergate, because you mentioned it for a second. The moment Republicans bolted on Richard Nixon, the epic event that caused them to do it, was when they got the tapes and they realized that Nixon had asked the CIA to try to stop the FBI from investigating the burglary. By the way, the CIA didn't do it, but the mere fact that a president would consider asking the CIA to do something political, it was enough for an entire party to bolt on their president. Here, Obama asked the CIA to come up with a concocted thing, and he seems to know the outcome before the work's even done. You've got the FBI pressuring the CIA to put a bogus Christopher Steele document in the intelligence assessment. And of course, you got the FBI helping Hillary Clinton carry out the whole dirty trick. It is epically, just on the standards of Watergate, it is epically worse than anything we saw in Watergate. And the Democratic Party just yawns at it in our face every day. That's why consequences matter. If we don't punish this behavior, we're going to go from the greatest constitutional republic the world has known to a perennial banana republic.
Obama.
And John Solomon is right on point. If we do not hold these people accountable, we will descend into a banana republic. The crimes are too great against the American people to sit back. And if you're watching this right now, you're pretty much awake. I mean, you wouldn't be watching the Ron Paul Money Bomb live stream if you didn't already have these seeds planted so long ago, like me. So I know you are feeling exactly as I'm feeling, that it's time for full accountability. Well, we may have some. Listen to this. This just coming in. Tish James, in the crosshairs. The empire is striking back. And this time it is aimed at New York Attorney General Letitia James. Big Tish! Multiple sources confirm the DOJ, under the watch of Pam Bondi, has launched a full-blown grand jury investigation. Oh, and Ron Paul Forums liked my post. And they reposted our post. Okay, has launched a full-blown grand jury investigation into her office for deprivation of rights. legal speak for abusing state power to violate an American's constitutional freedoms, and that American is Donald J. Trump. The DOJ believes James weaponized her office to go after Trump because she didn't like him, openly campaigning on getting Trump, and in doing so shredded his First Amendment rights. Now, we all remember that moment. Let's listen to this quick Fox News hit.
Against the with the probe tell Fox News that New York Attorney General Letitia James and her office is under investigation by the DOJ here in Washington. We're told that Attorney General Pam Bondi signed off on the probe. Subpoenas were sent to James's office, and there is a grand jury investigation underway in the New York State capital of Albany. The specific investigation, my colleague Jake Gibson, Ashley Oliver, and myself are being told involves deprivation of rights, which in plain language means someone in a position of legal authority violating someone else's constitutional or legal rights. Those sources tell Fox News the DOJ is going after James because she took then former President Donald Trump to court, quote, simply because she didn't like him and campaigned on getting him. DOJ, led by Bondi, believes she violated his First Amendment rights dealing with free speech. James has said before she believed Trump inflated his net worth to get good deals on loans from lenders and other financial benefits. Ms. James won in a court judgment of over $450 million against the Trump organization. Trump is appealing, and it's pending. The entire scope of the grand jury probe in Albany, Dana, is unclear. Grand juries are secretive, but we've learned from these well-placed sources it stems from a recent strike force set up inside the Justice Department to investigate an alleged plot to tie Trump to Russia in 2016. Sources say that strike force has expanded to other topics. Now, to recap, the Justice Department has initiated grand jury proceedings in Albany, New York, against the Empire State Attorney General Letitia James. But remember, this is important. A grand jury simply decides if there's enough evidence to indict. To be clear, we are told this is very early in the process, and no one, as I speak to you right now, is facing any charges at this time. Fox News reached out to Attorney General.
Nobody is facing charges at this time. The grand jury is now seated, and they're going to be investigating. Well, it's time for charges. Okay, can we just all agree on that? Now, I want to jump to Mike Davis here, who had this to say with respect to Letitia James. If you have some children in the room, maybe earmuffs.
Let me just say this to Big Tish James, the New York Attorney General. I dare you to try to continue your lawfare against President Trump and his second term, because listen here, sweetheart, we're not messing around this time, and we will put your fat ass in prison for conspiracy against rights, and I promise you that. So think long and hard before you want to violate President Trump's constitutional rights or any other American's constitutional rights. It's not going to happen again.
And now it's happening. Now, Pam Bondi, say what you will. I understand. I know. Listen, I know. She dropped the ball with the, that DOJ memo and the Epstein thing that never happened. There's no evidence. But, of course, there's another grand jury. They're trying to unseal those documents. So just give it all some time. But the fact that we now have action being taken against Letitia James. And it's not just what she did to Donald Trump. Now, if you recall, she's also under investigation for mortgage fraud, having multiple properties and listing what her father as her husband, changing the number of actual dwellings inside of a building to get a better rate. I mean, and then she goes after Donald Trump. Like, these people are acting criminals in the highest offices, and then they go after Donald Trump. Why? Why do they want to go after him so bad? It's because he's challenging the status quo. I mean, look, they're even freaking out over Donald Trump expanding the White House to add a big, beautiful ballroom. I mean, if you've ever been to the White House, it's kind of cramped there. It's a beautiful place, but it's kind of cramped. And I can see, you know what? Let her rip. Turn that place into the even more beautiful than it's ever been. And I can only imagine, when they put the Donald Trump ballroom title over that ballroom and the entrance, how many people are going to be triggered having to walk through that as the years go on, especially the Democrats who've been working tirelessly, and the deep state, to undermine everything he's ever done. So this is all really huge, big breaking news, and I want to get back into some of this other stuff here because we could take a closer look. And now here we have, I think this is I want to find the message that she actually says, I'll come for you myself. Give me back my phones and notes. I will come for you myself. Now, what I'm speaking about at this moment is this whistleblower that just came forward and has blown the cover on Bill Barr's complicity, alleged complicity in going after Donald Trump using Fani Willis. So you've got this stuff going on in New York. You've got this stuff going on in Georgia. And now that we have President Trump back in the Oval Office, he has put key players in place who are going after all these people who created all these fake charges against him. Just like ripping back the curtain on the deep state actors and taking them down one by one. But again, we still haven't seen the perp walks. I mean, how many of you out there, raise your hand right now if you want to see Hillary Clinton in prison? You want to see her? You do, right? Of course you do. I want to see her in an orange jumpsuit. Now, the other day I reported some other profound news. That Bill Clinton is now Bill Clinton, Hillary, and a whole host of other members of the Obama administration, Biden administration, have all been subpoenaed to go before James Comer's Oversight Committee to find out exactly what happened on Epstein Island. Now, like I said before, Pam Bondi, they dropped the ball. Whoever issued that memo on that Sunday about nothing happening with Epstein, no evidence to speak of, they should be fired because of the backlash. But at least now people are demanding more and more visibility because we have to get to the bottom of who was on that island, who was doing what to who, because there are victims that still need to have justice. And if you do any amount of searching, you will be able to find victims who are still crying out. So we need to demand justice for those people. So the fact that you have Bill Clinton, what do you think's going to happen? Do you think that Bill Clinton is actually going to show up or something? Oh, maybe he'll end up on his own list. Right? You know the list I'm talking about. But I kid. But I don't. All right? So what happens? Bill Clinton going to walk into Congress? Is he going to plead the fifth? I never went to Epstein's Island. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We have the flight manifests right here. You were there 26 times. But what about other flight manifests? What about other witnesses? We don't know what's going to happen, but I'm looking forward to it. And I know that Ghislaine Maxwell, she is supposed to be testifying under deposition with Comer's committee on Monday, as a matter of fact. Now, she was just transferred to another prison right here in Texas. I'm in Texas right now. I just drove down from Illinois, and as luck would have it, right before we left, Texas Democrats fled up to Illinois. And they literally went to a location that was about 5 minutes from my studio. And I got a call. The Texas Democrats that fled so they couldn't vote and they would disrupt the quorum, they went up to Illinois, and we caught them. We caught them. As a matter of fact, my associate Chad went to the location the night before, investigated, found that this place was lit up like a Christmas tree. It's called the Q Center. So I went the next morning with my press credentials because we knew that Jasmine Crockett was there, Al Green, all these other Democrats, because they don't want to redistrict Texas. Well, I decided to show up, show my press credentials, and ask to interview Jasmine Crockett. I'm here for an interview with Jasmine Crockett. They pull out a list. The security guard comes to my car, and he's holding the manifest of all the people who are who are staying in the facility. And I take one look at it, and I can see the spreadsheet of every single name of every Democrat who's there. And right before their name, it says representative, representative, representative. I mean, that's just right before we came down to Texas. So we were able to disclose the location of where they were hiding out. We're in that facility. It's called the Q Center. It's a Pritzker property. It's a Hilton property. So and it really is the perfect location because you can lock it down. It has security access, and that's where they were all hanging out. And apparently, they've all been moved. There were some bomb threats that turned out to be, anonymous emails with, no validity. But of course, they get a threat, which was probably a false flag to begin with, just so they could play victim. And then they evacuated the building. All 400 people had to be evacuated. They swept the building, and there was no threat. But that's where I just came from, like just the other day. We filmed the report right outside, and as I was filming the report, a huge white bus of all the Democrats leaving the facility. So, it's disgusting when you see how legislative officials just skirt their own responsibility. And then they call it, preserving democracy. Well, if you want to preserve democracy, go into your state house and cast your vote, because that's what the people elected you to do. And we're here at the Ron Paul Money Bomb live stream, and that's what Ron Paul has done. His whole life is upheld our republic, upheld the values of our Constitution, planting seeds of liberty everywhere. And his son, Rand Paul, carrying the torch. I would not be here, again, without Ron Paul's message of liberty and freedom that I saw on the silver screen with Aaron Russo and Freedom to Fascism. I would not be able to walk the grounds of the White House and ask the Treasury Secretary about the illegal application of the income tax. I wouldn't be able to talk to Stephen Miller and ask him about my own governor declaring that Republicans should know no rest, no sleep. They should be. And then when Pritzker said that, my governor said that, shortly thereafter, you're seeing violence in the streets. It was almost as like he was in New Hampshire when he said it, Pritzker, giving the green light to the radical left to just start disruption all over the country. And then shortly thereafter, you had 2 Israeli students gunned down in Washington, D.C. Blood on the streets. These are things that are happening because of the violent rhetoric that comes out of people like J.B. Pritzker. But then my ability to ask Stephen Miller on the grounds of the White House, what is your position on that moment, is all, I draw a direct line back to Congressman Paul and his message of liberty that started me on this journey. Working with Aaron Russo, working with the film America, Freedom to Fascism, all the volunteers. I don't know if you guys know this. I started the first Ron Paul Super PAC back in 2012. And if it wasn't for that Super PAC, I wouldn't have parlayed the energy and the media understanding into the Next News Network. So everything is connected, and you are part of that connective tissue. And if you want to see more seeds of liberty planted, there's one thing I need you to do right now, is I want you to open up your wallet, find your credit card, and I want you to donate to the Ron Paul Money Bomb, ronpaulmoneybomb.com. If we can get a number, we can see where we're at on screen. I'd like to see what we're at right now. But the goal is $250,000. There we are, $150,668. Now I don't know where we were last time we checked in, but we're $100,000 away. And if you remember years ago when we would have money bombs, Ron Paul was one of the first politicians, and his grassroots the first to pioneer such a thing. 4 million, 5 million in a day. It became an action, an event that you could celebrate, and everyone focused. It became a media event. The media covered all these things when Ron Paul was doing it. Now all the politicians are doing it. So it's because Ron Paul's been right all along, from his campaigns, from his speeches, even to campaign strategies. And of course, Donald Trump wouldn't be in the White House if it wasn't for Ron Paul as well. And I firmly believe that, because Ron Paul started a massive populist movement that has grown and grown, because the message of freedom and liberty is pure and it's true. And when you really understand it, it does flow into where we are today. Now, Donald Trump may not be perfect, but when I was in New York, and I heard at the MAGA Madison Square Garden rally, and I heard them talking about ending the IRS, ending the Fed, challenging these things. It made my heart sing, because those are the words that we have been echoing since the 2008 Ron Paul campaign. To see it come full circle into such a massive event at Madison Square Garden, I never thought in my life that I would hear those words. The External Revenue Service? It's genius. Now, of course, we haven't heard much about it lately. And of course, I know how everyone feels about tariffs, all right? I get the libertarian angle on that. However, if we can just figure this thing out, and I can go back, I can ask the questions. In fact, those are the questions I want to ask. I was able to ask the Treasury Secretary about the income tax, but we do need to figure out how they're going to get this External Revenue Service. We need to fire Jerome Powell. We need to hire Ron Paul. We need to audit the Fed and the Fed. I mean, what, they've got a $3.1 billion cost overrun on a facility? Are you kidding me? I mean, when Donald Trump went into the Federal Reserve building, and he's there with Chairman Powell, they're wearing hard hats. You saw it. I know you did. It was epic. And when Chairman Powell said about the overrun, Trump asked him specifically, and Powell goes, "Don't worry, we have a reserve for that." My mind was blown. Like, these are the guys that print the frickin' money, and they don't care. That's why they can go with this massive cost overrun. So with respect to the Treasury Secretary and all the other members of the administration, they've already declared that Donald Trump has cause to fire Chairman Powell. He does. So why wait? Why wait 8 months until his chairmanship's up? All right, we need to turn the American economy back on. We need to get the interest rates down. We need to get the housing market on fire. That's really the last piece of the puzzle. And Chairman Powell, he's a Biden holdover. He cooked the books for Biden and for Kamala. But at this point, it's time to fire Powell, hire Ron Paul, and make sure you donate to the Ron Paul Money Bomb. I want to thank you for joining me. I'm Gary Franchi. You've been watching the Ron Paul live stream Money Bomb. You're watching it on the Ron Paul channel. You're also watching it on the Next News Network. You can follow me on X at Next News Network. You can also become a subscriber at YouTube at no cost at Next News Network as well. And I'll be back later, and I'll see you soon.
Liberty in our lifetimes in a free state of our own. That's the vision. That's the dream. We are building it in New Hampshire. I'm Eric Brakey, your host and renegade statesman for the Porcupine Report. Welcome to your source for porcupine news and free-range conversation on matters of liberty.
Hey there, all you porcupines, you. This is your host, your renegade statesman, your executive director of the New Hampshire Free State Project. I am Eric Brakey, and thank you so much for joining us today for a very special episode and a very special broadcast of the Porcupine Report. We are broadcasting to you from Ron Paul's 90th birthday celebration in Lake Jackson, Texas. I'll tell you, I'm so glad to be down here. Fun fact, my birthday, I just turned 37 yesterday. Ron Paul's overshadowing me a little bit, but you know what? I think he's earned that. And it's actually a real honor to be here in Lake Jackson with so many friends from the Ron Paul Revolution, those who fought hard for those presidential campaigns in 2008 and 2012, which really planted the seeds for the liberty movement as we know it and understand it today. And of course, in New Hampshire with the Free State Project, we lead the way by having a place to concentrate libertarians. Libertarians from across the country and the world have been moving to New Hampshire for over 20 years now and building libertarian community and having a big impact on the culture and the politics of the state. We're now a quarter of the state legislature are Ron Paul-style libertarians, probably more than any other state you could point to in the country, and we're leading the way on issues ranging from abolishing the income taxes to universal school choice to constitutional carry for gun rights and so much more. But of course, so much of the energy and momentum of both our movement and the liberty movement at large really began with the seeds that Dr. Ron Paul planted in 2008 and 2012. And myself personally, I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the good doctor. He, of course, so many of us were kind of drinking the Kool-Aid of cable news and regurgitating the things that Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity told us back in the day. Certainly that's where I was until this humble country doctor ran for president and was fearless and stoic in his ability to tell the truth against very powerful institutions from the military-industrial complex to the central bankers. And that inspired so many to take the torch and continue carrying it forward, even after he retired from Congress and said, the revolution is yours now to carry on. Well, the revolution lives in New Hampshire. I'm and I certainly want to invite anyone who might be not a regular viewer of the show, because I know we're broadcasting live right now through Young Americans for Liberty. I certainly would like to invite everyone to come and visit sometime in New Hampshire. We have regular events that are well known around the libertarian world, including the annual Porcupine Freedom Festival, also known as PorcFest, every summer, and the New Hampshire Liberty Forum, which will be coming up again this early March. You can learn more about the Free State Project and sign up for our weekly newsletter, which I personally write every week, I promise you. It's a great newsletter. You're not going to think it's like more junk mail. You're going to love getting this newsletter every single week with news about what's happening with the tip of the spear for the liberty movement in New Hampshire. So you can learn more and sign up for the newsletter at fsp.org. Now, for our conversation today, I'm so glad to be joined by a great friend of mine who I've gotten to know over the last decade, I suppose. She's been a regular attendee at the Porcupine Freedom Festival, advocating for the freedom for her son, and now advocating for freedom for so many who have been unjustly incarcerated with cruel sentencing. Her name, I'm sure you know her because she's a hero to so many. Her name is Lynn Albrich, and she has started the new organization Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, or MACS. And let's welcome her to the show, and I'm looking forward to talking with her. Hi, Lynn.
Hi.
It's good to see you in person again.
You too.
I guess first of all, let me ask, how was your experience at PorcFest this year?
Well, it was great. It was so exciting to have Ross there.
Yeah.
And walking the Silk Road, that path that was built, I guess, a few years ago, created through the grounds.
Yeah.
It's a great shortcut, too.
Great
But-
shortcut through all the campsites, and of
Yeah.
course, a lot of, in the spirit of the Silk Road, a lot of people, vendors set
Yeah.
up and sell their wares around on the Silk Road. And I know it was, I think it was a real culmination of obviously, I mean, you've worked more tirelessly than anyone on this, but I think so many people, over the last 10 years have pitched in and helped out where they could. And I know PorcFest was one of the first communities to really be that first kernel of support. And I know it was a great fulfillment of all that work for Ross to come and visit, and also to have you back as well, Lynn. We always love having you.
Yeah, it's always fun. I highly recommend it. It's really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so if you could tell me a little bit more about Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing. So you achieved this great goal for yourself and your son and your family, and you decided not to just say, well, my family's good, we're going to forget everyone else. You decided, no, there's more work to be done. Could you tell me about your thought process there and what led you to found this new organization?
Sure. Actually, I had the idea a few years ago.
Yeah.
When I got a message from a mom who's just talking about her son, and he got 16 years in prison for a fairly minor drug offense. He was young, and I just thought, God, somebody's got to do something about this. And this voice said, well, maybe you can. And I thought, I'm too busy, I got to get Ross out, But I never forgot that. And I thought about it, and then I just thought, no, I can't take on another thing right now. But now Ross is out, thank God, thanks to President Trump and so many others, so many people in the liberty movement, and so grateful that here he is. And so I cannot forget these people I met over the years and the sentences they had, and it's just wrong.
Yeah.
And so starting a new organization, very, very nascent. It's just getting started, but I want to call attention to these sentences and what's going on, because as Ross said in a speech he gave at Freedom Fest, easily over half the people in prison do not belong in there.
Yeah.
And are not any kind of threat to anyone, and they have these sentences that are just unheard of since really the drug war started in the 1980s. That's when things really ratcheted up, and it's just un-American, flat out. And it's actually, it's in violation of the Bill of Rights, because in the 8th Amendment, it prohibits cruel and unusual punishment. And it's definitely unusual, because before the 80s, nobody got sentences like these kind of offenses. And it's extremely cruel. Yeah. And it's just against our values. And there's also something called the sentencing, oh gosh, now I'm going to go blank on it, Reform Act that was passed by Congress. And one of the things it says is that a sentence should be sufficient but no longer than necessary. And it contains something called the parsimony clause, which is basically saying if you're going to err on the side of a shorter sentence, less punishment, not more. And they're doing the opposite, in violation of Congress and the Bill of Rights of the United States Constitution. So I feel like, it's a big part of why we have such horrible mass incarceration, because people are staying in for ridiculous amounts, decades and decades longer, even lifetimes, as like Ross is the poster boy for crazy sentences.
Yeah.
And, double life plus 40 years for nonviolent offenses. Hello?
Yeah,
no chance for restitution or, reform.
Yeah, yeah. You hear people who commit murders and people who commit rapes who don't get sentences like that.
Oh, yeah,
and people
lots.
Facing charged with non-violent crimes. It's the disproportionality is certainly seems crazy to me. Now, when Ross says, as you just kind of reiterated, that from his experience, like 50% of the people that he knew shouldn't be there, is that just based on assessment that these are people who are not a threat to anyone else? Maybe they did what they were charged with doing, but just the length of the sentence is disproportionate to the crime?
I'd say generally that's right. He said, look, there's people that need to be in here. They're dangerous people. They're dangerous to us out here. But over 50%, he said, easily, and he's pretty good at assessing numbers and things like that, don't belong in here. They're not a threat. If you were walking down a dark alley, you would not be afraid to have them walk by you.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. It's like they've never been violent.
Yeah.
And they're living out these horrible sentences, and it's hurting their families, it's hurting, of course, them and their communities. It's just overkill, way overkill.
Well, I imagine something that's often underestimated too is, you know, I mean, obviously the primary thing we're concerned about here is the fairness for the individual who's rotting away and maybe has a lot to contribute to society, just like Ross has much to contribute, and we're really glad that he's out. But there's also I imagine there's also the effect of how much money is this costing the taxpayers to put people in a cage for years and years on end when they aren't a threat to society. I mean, I remember seeing statistics when I was working on these issues in the Maine Senate that you know, it costs more to house an inmate for a single year than it costs to put someone through like 4 years of an Ivy League education.
Oh, really? I didn't know that one. I've got all these different statistics in my mind. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a waste. And so many of them, okay, if you want to restrain them or have them do community service or payback or whatever, house arrest is a good idea. Put an ankle bracelet on them.
Yeah.
It's very expensive to run that whole thing. Very expensive.
Now, why do you think we are in this situation? Obviously, you mentioned the war on drugs, and kind of there's been certainly a tendency among politicians for the last 50 years or so to want to show that they're tough on crime, they're tough on drugs, including you hear horror stories about people just for possession offenses or getting very, very harsh sentences. But I imagine there's probably a lot of money involved too, that if there's a lot of money being spent, there are special interest groups. Maybe it's I hear talk about the prison guard unions sometimes, lobbying for these kinds of...
They're very big lobbyists in DC.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So are the private prisons.
Yeah.
So are the police unions. That's about marijuana specifically.
Yeah.
And not, hey, don't decriminalize it. It's,
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
It's always seemed to me...
It is a big industry.
I feel like I remember a friend of mine, Andrew Heaton, who has a show talking about, if we were going to have private prisons, we should at least maybe give them bonuses for people not, when people get out, for not reoffending, for the success stories and actually helping people get out and become productive again, rather than just paying them to warehouse people. And the longer you warehouse them, the more money they make.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
And the more of them you have. I read an article one time, hey, the prisons put out word into their town because most people worked for them.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got a lot of empty beds in here. We need to fill it up. You're going to be out of a job if you don't get, it's a business.
Yeah.
And people are the inventory. But it's not that different in my mind, than a publicly run prison.
Yeah.
The whole thing seems to me that there's a lot of money involved. It's an industry.
Yeah. Bad incentives all around.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as MACS, Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, what are some of the strategies you're looking to do to help some of these individuals?
Yeah. And by the way, you don't have to be a mother to be involved. It's a good brand, and I'm a mother, so, we went back and forth. But I think a lot of times it is the mothers who will stick by their loved ones, and not always at all. But so that's what we came up with. But, it's, like I said, very new. I wouldn't have even launched it quite so soon, but all these summer conferences came up, and it was such a great way to launch it and talk about it. And I want to learn a whole lot more about what's the most, effective thing to do. One of our visions is to have different inmates, loved ones, like mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, do a little video and talk about their loved one and what they did and what their sentence is. Because when you hear these sentences, it shocks you. And I know a lot of people were shocked at Ross's sentence. I would talk about him, and then I'd tell them, and they go, what? But I felt like that over and over again, meeting people in the prisons.
So what are some of the sentences we're talking about here?
Well, a lot of the most horrific are a result of the third strike law that was a result of the Clinton
in California
crime bill. No, it's a federal.
Oh, federal.
Yeah. Okay. That was instituted in 1994, and basically it's, I may go wrong on this. This is part of what I need to do, is really get solid on a lot of these things. But it's basically, because I know people who are there as victims of this. And what it is, and Ross knows them, of course. It's third strike. So this is part of Clinton and Biden, 1994 crime bill. They were involved in this, where if you do 2 offenses and you get out, you say serve your time or whatever, but then you do a third, you automatically get a life sentence, no matter what it is. So, for instance, Ross knows a guy, and I've met him in the visiting room, but also I know his sister, and he'll be one of the people we will feature. He had, his third strike was user amount of meth in his pocket. He was an addict.
Yeah.
He's serving life sentence in a maximum security prison. He's not violent. Ross is a good guy.
Wow.
That's one. Another one, Jose, who I also met his sister. Because people come and visit, we get to know each other, that kind of thing. He had residue on a $1 bill, and he got caught, and he's serving life now because of it's a third strike.
Was it confirmed that, like, you think about how much money passes hands?
Oh,
They say it's one of the dirtiest things.
Yeah, exactly.
for so many reasons.
Yeah.
That seems crazy to me.
Yeah.
Unless they could, I wonder if they could even prove that it was him who was using the $1 bill for that purpose.
Well, and I brought it up to a guard because I was so upset about it, and the guard was, now not all guard, there's whole guards like anybody else. There's different ones, obviously.
Yeah.
But his was, well, he shouldn't have been around that. That's all. It's like he defended it, and I'm like, okay, but like you say, I could have that in my pocket.
Yeah.
So he's but another person that has come to our attention is a woman named Tanika, and I never can grasp her last name. She's actually the Libertarian Party of Mississippi has become aware of her as well. She had 2 crimes. She served her time, and then she got apprehended for a bag of marijuana in her car, which, okay, that's not really smart to do that, but it's a bag of marijuana. And she's serving life, and she's got 4 children, and then it's come out that she recently got cancer. This poor woman.
Yeah.
It's too much, It's just too much. And then how do you, if I don't know, it's like you serve your time and you make a mistake.
Yeah.
Life?
Yeah.
It's way outdated. But with the First Step Act, that was, my understanding is that it was reduced to 25 years, third strike, which is still a long sentence. And that was under Trump. And but what I hope I'm right about this, but what happened at the time was, oh, great, we've got 25 years and I've done 18. I can get out in, 7 years or whatever. And then it turned out that they weren't making, if you already were in there for that, you still had to serve life. It wasn't retroactive.
Just looking forward, not looking backwards.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, well, slavery's bad, so we'll eradicate slavery, but oh, so sorry, you were a slave before, so you have to stay a slave.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially that's what it is, and that makes no sense.
Yeah.
So this kind of crazy stuff, I mean, it seems like it just is hurting so many people and children and communities. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the hardest things to think about is kids whose parents are taken away from them. And I certainly understand it if that parent is a violent person who's a danger to themselves or to their family or to others. But you better have a pretty good reason for snatching a parent away from their kids, because that's going to have an impact on that kid's life.
Oh,
I mean,
totally.
And probably don't be surprised when that kid ends up in the system 20 years later without good parental figures to guide them.
Statistically, they will.
Yeah.
And when I would see these kids, you know, I would see them coming to visit their dads. In my case, because I was in men's prison, and they were so excited to see their father, and you know, I love my daddy, and T-shirt, and crawl all over him, and it's so happy, and it was such a wonderful thing to see them get this time, you know, and then this happened to be in New York, and so we rode an elevator back down, and this kid had to be pried away from his father, and you know, was shattered, crying. It was just awful. And this one mom I talked to, she's like, you know, before he got arrested, her husband, it was like the kids were doing great, straight A's, all of this. And she was really a good, hardworking mom, keeping their kids on track. Just everything's fallen apart now. And, you know, it's crazy. And of course, the sentences are so outrageous that they're gone for so long. They miss their whole. I know several people personally who didn't have a dad in their lives because of these crazy sentences. Nonviolent crimes.
Yeah.
Often drugs.
Yeah. You know, it's and I know so many in the liberty movement, including Dr. Ron Paul, have been talking about this for a long time, that it's not to condone abuse of these drugs, and certainly recognize that these drugs can ruin someone's life. But what absolutely ruins someone's life is taking them and locking them in a cage for decades on end. And if someone has a drug abuse problem, then you know, maybe we should be looking at that more as a health and a medical issue, and not necessarily a criminal justice issue.
Right. And it's not like they can't do drugs in prison. There's plenty of drugs in the prison. The drug war does not work.
Yeah.
I can't even work in the prison.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
If you can't keep drugs out of the prisons, which are like literally a police state.
Yeah, literally.
Then where can you then how will drug prohibition ever work?
Right. Exactly.
You know, I've talked to so many people who they say, oh, you wanna be, you know, more lenient on this or that. It's like, don't you know how bad these drugs are? It's like, well, look at where things are right now. Have these policies worked out? Like the heroin, we're not even dealing with heroin anymore. We're dealing with fentanyl. Things have just gotten worse and worse, and that's been under a prohibitionist regime.
Exactly.
So obviously this has not worked out. And I think, you know, Ron Paul has always pointed out that the war on drugs is really, it's a war on the people. It's a war on the citizens. It's a way that kind of this militaristic police state kind of turns inward on the people. And a lot of people who never threats to anyone else have clearly gotten swept up in all of this.
Yeah, and their families. And Ross actually talked about this at Charlie Kirk's TPUSA event recently.
Yeah.
And how, you know, he really got to see the effect of hard drugs on people really for the first time in his life, being in prison. And, you know, it really hit him, you know, look, he helped people get off drugs before they were leaving prison and that kind of thing while he was in there. But he also says, the drug war doesn't work.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
And, you know, and he's had a pretty up close and personal view.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not going to happen with the drug war.
Yeah. Well, it's always seemed to me, and maybe this is, you know, speculating a little bit, but it's always seemed to me that, you know, folks who get caught up in abuse of these hard substances, it often seems like it's a coping with some kind of underlying problem that's unaddressed, or a lack of sense of purpose in life, or you know. And anyway, it always seems to me that the solution there is to try to help people find, you know, address that underlying issue, help them find their purpose, help them find a sense of, you know, why do you get up in the morning? Do you have a family to live for? Do you have a job that gives you meaning? I know that there's a, you know, chemical aspect of it, but it's certainly we're not helping people by putting them in a cage.
No.
So, what if for those who would like to get involved with Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, even if they're not a mom?
No, you don't have to be a mom.
I'd like to get involved, and I'm not a mom. What would you recommend people do to find out more or get involved?
Sure, thanks. Well, we have a website. It hasn't really developed how it will. Like I say, it's pretty new. mothersagainstcruelsentencing.org. It's kind of a mouthful, but just go there, and it kind of at least lays out our goals. And you had asked me before about that. I want to, make a noise about it, like talking to people like you. Let's look at this. I think a lot of people are just not aware of these sentences and how outrageous they are. And then I'm going to consult with different people in the criminal justice world who have been in this world and are already interested in talking about it with me. Like, what is the best way? I have an appointment next week with someone. It's like, what is the best thing and most realistic thing that we can do to mitigate this situation? Changing the law is hard.
Yeah.
As you know.
Yeah.
And so I don't, but also they do respond to pressure.
Yeah. And it is, I imagine changing the law is hard. I was proud my last year in the Maine Senate, we got some laws changed for people with past cannabis convictions where they could get their records sealed and kind of move forward with their life. So it is possible to change some of these laws, but certainly for folks who are already in the system, changing the law isn't necessarily going to create, I guess it depends on how the law is changed, but it isn't necessarily going to create an immediate impact for them. So I imagine for these folks, it's working the appeals process.
Yeah,
or
raising money for have lawyers. A lot of them don't have the means.
Yeah.
Very expensive.
Yeah.
To fight for your freedom in this country.
Yeah, especially when you're locked in a cage and you can't work a job.
Yeah, I mean, in this, Ross was fortunate. He was high profile, and we had a lot of support, but couldn't have done it without it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was breaking us personally.
Yeah, and imagine it's as a last resort. People can always kind of hold out for a governor's or presidential pardon, but those are rare and hard to come by.
I'd like to see more.
Yeah.
And in fact, we're working on Steve Stockman's idea, which is Forgiveness Fridays, which is every Friday the president gave someone some kind of clemency. And I think it'd be great.
Yeah.
I think it'd be such a positive thing.
Yeah.
Reunite them with their families.
Yeah.
And, obviously good candidates.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be great.
Well, it sounds like there are plenty of good candidates out there.
There are thousands.
From what Ross says.
Yes.
So, it would be a wonderful idea. I would love to see President Trump and governors across the country really consider that.
I know. I really would too.
Yeah.
And it'd be so easy. The research would be done. There are, I think, I'm going to get the number wrong, terrible numbers. I can say thousands of names just languishing at the pardon attorney's files. You submit a clemency petition, it is probably likely to go into a black hole.
Now, I imagine for a lot of governors, and maybe this isn't the case for Donald Trump because he's not, he's term limited, but imagine for a lot of governors, they probably just see the risk of what if I grant a pardon or grant clemency to someone, and what if they go out and commit a crime?
And it has happened.
Yeah, and it has happened, and certainly you've seen it in political ads against folks campaigning for re-election. They gave someone a pardon, and then this person went out and raped someone, which I'm sure those are rare instances, but it does happen. And of course, politicians are by nature very risk averse.
Right.
How do you work to overcome kind of that risk aversion of politicians who don't want to do anything that could ever come back against them?
Right. And in our case, it was high profile. We had so much support, but we got a lot of people backing it.
Yeah.
Backing, different Congress people and even former Department of Justice people, and we had some backing.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty outrageous sentence. It's like double life plus 40 years, no parole.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. Well, we can go on and on about criminal justice, but there's no parole in the federal system. They took that away with the drug war. So there's no hope. It's death in prison. That's what it is if you get a life sentence.
Wow.
Or it's such a long sentence. This is another thing. It's such a long sentence that you will die in there.
Yeah, effectively.
Yeah, effectively.
Yeah.
So, but I think, it's tough. I think it has to look more advantageous to take that risk. And also you research, there's plenty of people who've never committed a violent crime that are sitting in cages.
Yeah.
Lots.
Yeah.
I think there's around 100, and I could be wrong. I've tried to nail this down. At least 100 people serving life for weed, marijuana, who are nonviolent.
It's just
life sentence.
It's just so amazing to think that that is still going on after we have like so many states. I know the federal government is still dragging its heels on this, but so many states have legalized cannabis and nullified the federal government policies on this, and to just think that there are still people, you know, facing life in a cage for
serving
for cannabis.
They're in it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I wonder what they must be thinking as they're sitting there hearing about people who are opening legal cannabis businesses.
Yeah. Well, a guy that Ross knew in Florence, Colorado, where he was in prison, was in there for marijuana. I think it was fairly large quantities. Don't know exactly.
Yeah.
But he's serving life in the prison, and down the road is a dispensary. Luckily, he's pardoned by President Trump.
Well, good.
Or commuted.
Well, and I bet he's
Very
got
lucky.
some relevant industry experience for this emerging industry. He'll be a good contributing member of society. Well, I guess we have a few minutes left. Is there anything else you'd like to share, Lynn, or any final thoughts you want to make sure people walk away with?
Well, just as a personal note, I'm just so grateful to everyone who supported and not only mine, Ross's wife, our family. So many people worked so hard and I'm so grateful. And it's like to see him free and recovering and healing, and you know, it's just and it's a tough thing to go through a maximum security prison for years, and for saving him. And I'm just so grateful. And to you and so many people, you know, all these organizations. I don't dare start mentioning people, you know, but I'll forget somebody.
Well,
but I know so many, and I couldn't have done it.
Yeah.
We couldn't have done it, you know.
Well, Lynn, you gave people an opportunity to help by asking, right? People, you know, people want to help.
Never shutting up. Never shut up. That is.
And I will say, I was really touched by what Ross said at PorcFest this year. You know, I think we were talking about this before we were recording, but, you know, what he talked about in terms of finding that his own personal happiness was within his control, that if this is where he was to be, if he was going to be locked in a cage, he could fight it, he could resist it, he could be angry about it, but all that didn't help anything.
No.
That just made him miserable. And, you know, I know for myself, as I've been, obviously, I'm very grateful I've never been in the situation that Ross has been in, but those principles of, you know, I think Ross was quoting Epictetus, one of the great Stoic philosophers. I think a lot about how those are principles that we could all learn from.
Oh, absolutely.
And certainly those principles helped me in the state legislature dealing with all of these politicians who would never vote to do the right thing. And I have to imagine when I think of like people who embody stoicism, of course I think about the man who we're celebrating his 90th birthday, who for 30 years was in Congress voting no and being the lone no, and at the end of the day just accepting, I can't control what these other hundreds of politicians do. All I can do is be accountable to myself, my vote, to my constituents. And, you know, we may not be able to control everything around us or the circumstances that we're in, but we can do the best that we can with our perceptions, our attitudes, and the decisions that we make. And I think Ross, in his remarks at PorcFest, which I certainly would encourage anyone who hasn't seen Ross's remarks at PorcFest, they are available on the Free State Project YouTube page. If you look through our PorcFest videos, it's very touching. We had a Jordan Page sang the Free Ross anthem.
That's awesome.
And live, and Ross gave very touching remarks. For those who haven't seen it, I mean, I know he spoke at multiple events, but maybe I'm biased. I thought his PorcFest remarks were my favorite, we were really. It was really a joy to have you and Ross and Caroline at PorcFest this year.
Oh yeah, it was fantastic.
So
yeah, So thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I look forward to welcoming you back. You know, I hope that you will continue to join us
Gotta
at Pork
keep
Fest for years to come. Lynn, you're always
Too many friends. I have to go see my friends.
a lot of friends made along the way.
Absolutely. So, that was the silver lining of this whole ordeal.
Yeah.
Was all the great people
Yeah.
I met.
Well, adversity brings out the best in people, or it can. Or it can bring out the worst too. I guess it depends on your attitude.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right. Well, Lynn, thank you so much for joining me.
Absolutely.
And to everyone who's watching, continue watching. We're really looking forward to celebrating Ron Paul's 90th birthday. Wishing the good doctor well. He has really changed the lives of so many people, including myself. And thank you so much for tuning in for this special broadcast. And Lynn, any final last word?
No, just thanks to everyone.
All right.
It's helped. Yeah.
Well, then my last word is, furthermore, my opinion is the Federal Reserve should be destroyed.
Amen.
Get ready to take a flamethrower to the official narrative and learn what the elites don't want you to know. You're listening to The Tom Woods Show.
Hey everybody, Tom Woods here. I don't know what episode number this is. I usually announce it at about this time, but I'm completely disoriented being down here in Texas for the Ron Paul 90th birthday barbecue. And I'm joined today by our old friend Buck Johnson, who is making what I believe to be his first appearance on the Tom Woods Show.
It is my first appearance. Yes.
That is an absolute injustice, man. I'm glad we're able to rectify that here in Texas. Buck is the host of the Counterflow podcast and talks about the kinds of things that I think people who listen to me would find interesting. In a way, do you know Steve Patterson?
I do not.
Oh, okay. Well, you and I have to talk about Steve Patterson.
Okay.
Because he has a mind exactly like yours.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
let's talk instead about...
Sorry, Steve.
He's such an awesome guy. Because he's the kind of guy who he'll propose an idea, and the first time you hear it, you think, Steve, you've gone way too far.
Yes.
This is not in your wheelhouse. You have no right to make a sweeping statement like that. And then 6 months later, you say, oh my gosh, old Patterson. Right. So anyway, let's talk about, I have a few items on my mind. Obviously, we're at a Ron Paul event.
Yes.
So Ron Paul's going to come up. But I've been looking at your feed, because I follow you on so-called X.
Yes.
That's the closest I can come to calling it by the new name.
It's so-called.
So-called and with scare quotes. But,
Yes.
you know, I've talked quite a bit about the Middle East over the years on the Tom Woods Show, but it's not my main focus. I have other topics that are interesting to me that I know more about, and I tend to focus on things I know more about, so that even when I have a guest on, I want to know enough about the subject that I can have an interesting conversation. You know, if he comes on and knows something that is completely outside my realm of competency, then it's not an interesting interview in general.
Right.
So I don't focus that much on the Middle East, because I know some things, but I ain't no Scott Horton. But geez, Buck, lately, the issue of Israel, you just can't get around it. I mean, it's got to the point where it is so preposterously over the top how much the U.S. government is kowtowing to it. With now they withdrew that thing where the Trump administration was saying that they would withhold disaster relief from states that boycotted Israeli companies. They withdrew that because that was too unpopular even with their own base. But it's one thing after another. I just posted on my feed a photograph of dozens and dozens of U.S. congressmen sitting in Israel with Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, that's, like, even if I were a vociferous supporter of Israel, I would find that weird. I would find that weird. Now, you know, I would find it weird if dozens and dozens of congressmen went to the Vatican.
Right.
And spent several days posing with the Pope. I would find that odd. I think Americans should find that odd. So, and yet the funny thing is, I started off this whole thing back around like 1990. I started off as a very committed Zionist because I didn't know any better, because I thought that was the default position, because I was right of center, and so everybody takes that position. And I wouldn't say that, you know, I'm 100% on the other side now either. My view is this has nothing to do with me,
right?
And I don't want to be implicated in any way. Where has your thinking on this gone over the years?
So, for those that don't know about the Counterflow podcast, at one point I was a hardcore ANCAP libertarian and an atheist, oddly enough. And now I've transitioned through, because of my own life journey, if we can call it, to an Orthodox Christian. And having been in this Orthodox world, we're sort of seeing some overlap between Middle East foreign policy and maybe incorrect theology. And when I was a teenager, I went to the biggest Zionist preacher church probably in the country, John Hagee. That was my pastor.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
He's well known for this stuff.
Yes. And I remember even when McCain ran and Hagee endorsed him, it was sort of like, ooh, he's got this crazy pastor endorsing him. And I thought, he's not crazy. I don't like McCain, but I went to that church. Now looking back, it's like, oh my goodness, Why?
Crazy pastor did endorse him.
Yes, the crazy pastor did endorse McCain, and now it makes sense why, right? Because Zionists are obviously pro-war. The neocon establishment is very Zionist, and a lot of that, if you take out the stuff that just Scott talks about, where it's just foreign policy, war policy, some of it, as we saw Ted Cruz say recently, is rooted in very bad theology. And so I have been doing a lot of focusing on my show, like, why is this all happening? Why did I learn these things that were so incorrect and bad? I want theologically correct Orthodox priests on my show to explain, and just theologians in general, they're not all priests. Please explain to me where I went wrong, where this goes wrong, and boy, it goes very wrong. And it leads to, one of my episodes was titled, Bad Theology Leads to Bad Actions. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. And I think that you can't separate the foreign policy aspect of it, even if they try to say, no, this isn't about the Bible. This is just, I don't want Islam controlling that region. We've got to have a friend in that region. It's not just because of that. It is because of bad theology. Very often that's what it's rooted in. So I've been focusing a lot on that and trying to correct the record. And a little bit, there's a bit of angst within me, like, why did I believe that stuff? Why did I go to that church? Why did I listen to that preaching and think that that was correct? And so now I'm repenting, as we like to call it.
Well, it's not that we have this. Everything we say on this will be misrepresented. It's not that we have bad will toward anyone.
Right.
It's that I want to understand my own tradition correctly. Mm-hmm. And secondly, in this particular case, it is, I feel like my countrymen are being manipulated and taken advantage of.
Right.
Like their good nature, their if I say simple faith, people will think I'm being disrespectful, but I mean that in the sense that it's innocent and authentic.
Yes.
And I think they're being led by the nose down a path they shouldn't be led down.
Right.
And they're being led to endorse things they should not endorse, and that under any other circumstances they would know they should not endorse. So I've done an episode on the theology, the dispensationalism stuff, but I plan to do another one later this year with somebody who's an incredible expert on it. And it just has no... The idea that a Christian is obligated to lend support to the Israeli regime as it exists today, that's a biblical command, that is just not something that would have been recognized by anybody in Christendom. That's not what's meant by any of these verses. And that's not what anyone took them to mean.
Right.
And if you try to insinuate that there's an Israel of God, there's an Israel of faith, you will be that finds its culmination in the church.
Yes.
You will be accused of engaging in so-called replacement theology,
right?
By which they mean traditional theology of the last 2,000 years.
Yes.
But so it couldn't be of greater importance. It doesn't matter if you're an atheist or not an atheist. The way people look at the Bible, Israel, the church, all these sorts of issues and how they're intertwined affects the lives of many people around the world, whether you find it interesting or not. And it's important for us to get it and to get this stuff right. So as I'm watching it now, I mean, I find it very odd that you go to the House of Representatives, you walk down the halls, and there are Israeli flags outside people's offices. This would disturb me if it was any country.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It would disturb, but it isn't.
Right.
That's the thing. It isn't any country.
Right.
It's not Scotland.
Yeah.
That's for sure. It's not any. It's not Japan. It's all this, and then the way, in lockstep, everybody speaks the same way. All these representatives on Twitter, they all say the same things, repeat the same slogans. Their knowledge of the subject is a mile wide and an inch deep. I'm not even sure it's a mile wide. There's something wrong with this, and it seems because there's this theological block that a lot of people have that makes them think I need to support this. It's hard to convey to them what would otherwise be easy to convey to them, that this is abnormal. Mm-hmm. Other countries aren't like this. Other countries don't have foreign flags everywhere you turn. Like, there's something odd about that.
Mm-hmm. Part of I think, looking back on my past and when I talk to people that still have this misunderstanding, is the name Israel of a state is very confusing to people. So you read Israel in the Bible, and it's like, well, Ted Cruz thinks that they're talking about this state concocted in 1948, I believe, and it's using a name that in the New Testament is meant for the church and Christians. And so they're saying replacement theology because they think that we are replacing something that existed with something new. We're not. It's all through the New Testament. That's not the case at all. It's the olive tree is what they use in one of the texts in the Bible. The unfaithful branches have been broken off. The faithful branches have been grafted on. That's not replacing the tree. The tree, the root, Israel is still there. That is the church. And it just leads to more confusion when someone associates a country, a state of Israel, with something that's in the Bible. And that has caused me confusion for many years.
I don't mean to put you on the spot because this is a hard question. I asked this of Sheldon Richman. I probably asked it of Scott. And, you know, we both have some knowledge of this area, but neither one of us has to carry the burden of being known as an expert. So
Yes.
it's okay for us to occasionally be wrong. And it's not a huge international scandal. So having said that, suppose you lived in Israel right now, partly because of what your government has done, you are in an almost impossible situation in that you have a seething hatred for you among a lot of people who live close by. And if you were to say at this point, well, we're simply going to discontinue all operations and we're going to try to reconcile, you may have reached a point where through some of your own actions, you've made reconciliation impossible. Maybe it is not possible to live in peace side by side with the people you have vanquished, in effect. So a lot of times you get asked, what do you want Israel to do in this situation? And a lot of activists say, well, you know, call everything off against Gaza and all that. But I've had some people admit, I don't really know what the answer is because it seems like no matter what they do, the public in Israel might still nevertheless be in danger. So now they've gotten to a point where all they can think to do is violence.
Yes.
Because maybe there is no other way out. So, I mean, this is a bad situation.
It is, yeah. And I feel love for those people because they're in a predicament that outside negative forces have put them in. I don't know what they should do either. Now, we were in a different situation because we're our own entity over here, sort of apart from everything in America. But when George Bush was doing the stuff he did, a lot of people hated us. And if we were bordering them, I don't know. I mean, it's sad, but because of incorrect theology and bad leadership, we're putting, not we, but these leaders are putting people that don't have much say-so in a bad spot. So I don't know what they're to do either at this point.
Yeah.
I find one of the things you said, if it was any other nation, it's interesting because just to get, so people understand, Israel is not a Christian nation. So that should worry people. Why are there flags outside of the halls of Congress and people's office? Imagine if it was Russia. Russia's at least a Christian nation, but boy, could you imagine the backlash they'd get if you started putting Russian flags outside of your office. So
Yeah. So, you know, given the circumstances of our being together today, it might be worth noting that we're here to honor a man who takes a very hard-line, non-interventionist position with regard to the United States. And now we've started to see something like that position gaining a little bit of traction within a certain wing of the Republican Party. But that traction can pick up only so much because then you hit the wall of Israel.
Yes, no pun intended.
Yeah, no pun intended, right.
Yes.
I mean, because that is like a wall. Because, yes, of course, we want to stay out of foreign wars, but there's always that but in this particular case. But for Dr. Paul, there wasn't a but.
Right.
It was that, and we can make many sorts of arguments, but number one, it seems like the U.S. in its foreign policy is like a bull in a china shop, and everything it does, not only does it make the situation worse for the people on the ground, it makes the situation worse for the U.S. itself. You know, like the Middle East is not better from the U.S.'s point of view now than it was 20 years ago. Is it better from Israel's point of view? I'm not even sure of that. Even that's arguable. So maybe it's best for us to have some humility instead of assuming that we can just remake the world like it's a set of Tinker Toys, and step back, not to mention the expense involved, the loss of life, the radicalization of the population. And, you know, I'm going to be talking tonight about, very briefly, contrasting Bill Kristol's predictions for the war in Iraq in 2003 with Dr. Paul's predictions. And Bill Kristol, his predictions are exactly every caricature you've ever heard of the Iraq war. He believed in every one of them. Like, he believed that we'd be welcomed as liberators. We're not making that up. He did believe that. He thought it would be over in about 2 months, that it would be at minimal expense, and that it would culminate in the remaking of the Middle East in the image of the U.S. Now, these are not things I made up. These are absolutely his verifiable positions. We listen to that today, that's absolutely laughable. Dr. Paul predicted the opposite of all those things, and the opposite of all those things came true. So, but yet, his position is still the minority position. And I asked Grok about it, and Grok said, it's interesting that Bill Kristol, despite his dramatically failed predictions, suffered no professional repercussions. He continued to be a respected commentator on cable news shows, whereas relentlessly anti-war people like Dr. Paul were not getting positions on those shows. So the guy has been vindicated a million times over. He's right again and again and again. And what does he have to show for that? Being called names. He's this, he's that. Okay, call me all the names you want, but if I'm right and I'm a patriot and the things I say, if they had been listened to, would have prevented all these catastrophes, call me all the names you want.
It's funny too, as you're saying that, I'm thinking, it sounds like a topic you were very good on in the last 5 years.
Oh, what would that be?
That topic, and you've done this, all of those predictions, what happened to that? And no one, it's frustrating, and as an Orthodox Christian, I try to fight the urge to hold in anger about some of these things, but it's tough. But for people that are so wrong and never repent, and there's no consequences for it. Yeah. The consequences come for the people that were right. And it's frustrating. Again, Bill Kristol had at least a large amount of power. Dr. Fauci, same thing.
Yeah.
Yet everything they said was going to happen was the opposite. Everything people like yourself, Dr. Paul, you guys are always right. And it's frustrating to not see, like, why isn't Tom Woods on all of these news shows, you know? But they still go back. I do think people like Tucker Carlson are helping, let's say.
He definitely is, yeah.
Red pill a lot of people,
yeah,
if you will,
is.
on all of these topics that we're talking about.
You know, Red Lobster used to have that endless shrimp promotion?
Yes.
And it crushed them financially. Like, it was devastating to them. So not only did they withdraw that, but I believe they went into bankruptcy, and they attributed it to that stupid endless shrimp thing. Now, not stupid from the consumer's point of view. You could eat a lot of shrimp, but I think they underestimated how much shrimp we could eat.
Yes.
So that was the problem. Now, I am pretty sure, I could be wrong about this, Buck, but I'm pretty sure heads rolled over that. You know, I mean, like that particular offering to the public was financially devastating to the company. And I believe heads rolled over it. Now, heads rolled over endless blankety-blank shrimp.
Yes.
And no heads rolled over shutting society down for no reason and lying to us and propagandizing us 24 hours a day and compromising people's health and all these other things. No heads rolled, and no heads rolled over, I mean, the estimates are hard to know which one to decide on, but maybe 1 million people died in Iraq. Nothing, I mean, endless shrimp has more accountability for it than a humanitarian catastrophe. That's all you need to know about the state. And I know that there are times when I'm tempted to say, oh, you know, ANCAPism is just pie in the sky. But then I'm reminded, I mean, there's no other institution in society that would have tolerated that kind of atrocity,
right,
and not having any accountability for it at all. I mean, if endless shrimp gets you fired, I would think these things should get you fired too.
Yeah, endless war and endless death should
right.
get you fired. And It's interesting because when you come from, let's say, the side that we come from often, which might be considered the skeptic side, or Ron Paul's side, the skeptic side, you are put under a microscope, and just the littlest phrase you make that's slightly off, oh, see, he's full of crap, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But you could, again, put Bill Kristol's record out there, and he was wrong, well, but he knows a lot, he's been studying. We couldn't foresee some of these things,
Yeah,
right? The science,
Who's we?
Yeah.
Some people did.
Yeah, the science had to change. You don't get how science works. It changed as we got new information. Yeah, okay, right. Well, how come Tom Woods knew it from the get-go? So it's yeah.
So, your Counterflow podcast.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, sometimes people ask me, what's your favorite movie? And I can't answer because I have trouble narrowing things down to just one. Like, what's your favorite song? I would never be able to do that.
Okay.
Maybe I have 12 favorites, but I could never narrow it down to one. Do you have, since I can't do that, I'm not going to ask that of you, what's your best episode? But especially for people who've never listened to Counterflow before and don't know what they're in for, what would you say are maybe the 2 or 3 that you really felt like your mind was blown by?
I think, well, you might understand the paradox I'm in here. My biggest episode that I ever had on Counterflow was one that I messed up as I was recording it, and so it came out visually strange. Yet, it's got the most views of any, and I think the message is important because it's on some of this. It's actually a Protestant preacher came after Orthodoxy and made a video online saying why we're goofy and why we're wrong. Well, I had a priest and a cradle Orthodox guy, Jim Jatras actually is who it was.
Oh,
who's friends with
sort of
Ron
know
Paul.
him.
Yeah. So they were on with myself critiquing that breakdown of us and critiquing that. And I never used Zoom after that again because Zoom really messed me up. So that's on. I've got several episodes with a guy that I call my spiritual father, an Orthodox priest named Father Turbo Qualls. I would check those out. He's a very deep spiritual man. I would check out the episode I've got with Tom Woods where we break down the Diary of a Psychosis, I believe. And those are the ones that pop as you ask that question. Again, we'll be done with this interview,
right,
and I'm going to
know.
go, oh, I forgot to mention that
Okay,
one.
my favorite expression that I learned about only late in life is l'esprit de l'escalier. It's like the spirit of the staircase. It means as you're walking away from a situation, the perfect response comes into your mind.
Yes.
And I didn't know there was an expression for that.
Yes.
It's l'esprit de l'escalier. So later on, you're going to come to me and say, I forgot that episode. I should have told you.
And for those who love the Tom Woods Show, I got Dave Smith on, and I think it's a conversation that he's not used to doing or that you don't hear from him very often. It was how his views on Christianity changed with the birth of his children. And I think that's a very touching episode. So check out the one with Dave Smith too.
Now you've done some conversation, you at least had a recent one pertaining to feminism.
Yes.
Now feminism's a hard topic because there are different waves of feminism, so which one are you? And sometimes you might be talking past somebody because that person will say, well, I actually agree with you on those things. So it's a little tricky to nail down. It's even trickier than libertarianism to nail down because at least most libertarians will at least claim they believe in the non-aggression principle, but feminism has so many different varieties. And so I've had some feminists on. What I've said to them is, I think when a lot of people hear the word feminism, they think, well, what this means is just that women should get a fair shake in society and that they should have a fair chance at job opportunities and they should be taken seriously. You know, like if they go to the doctor and they have a complaint about something, the doctor shouldn't treat them contemptuously like, well, this is just some uninformed woman and I'll send her away.
Right.
You know, and when you put it that way, you think, well, that doesn't sound all that unreasonable. Mm-hmm. So what would Buck Johnson possibly have to complain about here?
Well, I would have to complain about, I look at all war is based largely around propaganda. You cannot have war without it, basically. And I look at feminism as an occultic-like war on women because it's had the opposite effect, right? So look at the dating pool right now. Look at people in their 40s, look at people in their 20s. There's this issue where men aren't men, women aren't women. And I've noticed a lot of women I know that were formerly on the left have said, you know what, I now believe in traditional marriage roles. I believe in traditional female, male. But boy, I was ruined for so long with these feminist thoughts in my head. And that was all based on, the early feminists were occultists. And then again, it's this propaganda. It's a war against women. It's a war against the family. Some of them specifically said that initially. And you can't have war without propaganda. So it's led us to think, well, of course we want them to vote and to be able to get a job and these things. But it's like, yeah, you believe you don't want to kill grandma, so you should probably wear a mask, right? It's the same sort of propaganda that comes out. It's just that this feminist one's very widespread over a century at least, and they've infiltrated the universities, of course. Now they've infiltrated the schools. The lady I had on's a homeschooler, and she said, boy, if you've got kids, I'm for homeschooling, but if you have boys specifically, please homeschool them, because this feminist thread that's woven into the fabric of education, public education, it's just teaching young men that they're bad. Women good, men bad, and now we've led, you get them out of college and all these women complain, well, these guys aren't anything. They don't build something, they don't want to work, and it's like, right, because they've been disincentivized to do that through their entire education curriculum.
Now, I just turned 53. I am not happy about this. But in one sense I am, that I'm way, way, way out of the dating pool, that's for sure. But boy, do I hear complaints from men of all ages about how difficult it is. And of course, there's a whole movement of men who've just decided to give up.
Which is terrible. Imagine that. If feminism was started to break up the family, the last thing a man right now should do is go, well,
yeah, no, don't give them what they want.
No, don't give them what they want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I don't even know, I don't know what's so difficult about it today as compared to, I'm sure that social media and dating apps are part of it.
Yes.
But is it more than that?
I would say there's for any women I'm close with listening, not talking about you, but there has been a large segment of the female population that I would say is extremely vain, expects a lot. It's this sort of thing, I want a man to provide, I want a man to do this, I want this, I want this. And what do you offer? I'm here for him. It's sort of like this, well, I'm expected to be taken care of, but the female role in a household has been diminished and considered like, well, you're a misogynist if you think the woman should raise the kid or should homeschool the kid or prepare the man dinner or something like that. It sounds almost weird for me saying that now. It's like, yeah, that is misogynist, but it's not. And then the backlash of this again is this, I think they call it men going their own way. I forgot how but it's
like,
I
think that is it.
If you're going to go your own way as a man and you don't want a woman, unless you're a monk, the other options aren't very appealing to me either, Yeah. Sit around with a bunch of men and then I don't know, it's a bizarre thing. So unfortunately, this feminist wave that started very early on with the first wave has continued throughout the century, and it's led to this. And there's a lot of good women out there. I do say,
let me jump in there.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that in churches that are more traditional,
yes,
there must be young women who are looking for a man, who's, compatible with them.
Yes.
And a lot of times what they find, so they'll say, what we find is that the men are a bunch of slobs with no ambition,
yes,
who sit around playing video games all day,
yes,
and you can't expect me to be attracted to that.
Right, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't be attracted to that either. So I think there's this, we call it the royal path, the middle path, that you could also relate to some of the stuff Ron Paul's preached on. There's a royal path. You don't need to be the vain, alpha boss babe woman demanding what you want from the man, and the man that gets tired of that shouldn't just fall back into his couch in a basement and say, I've got AI and I've got video games. There's a middle path to be had here, and with some of my episodes, that's what we're trying to get across.
Yeah. That's really important. This is why part of the reason that my own emphasis and some of the things I do has shifted away from just how do I adjudicate two competing lines of argument in some obscure libertarian dispute. Like whether how would Locke and homesteading work in outer space or something?
Right.
And one position says this, one position says that. I mean, I'm a puzzle solver. That's why I really enjoy doing math. I like solving puzzles. And for me, libertarianism and Austrian economics was in large part solving puzzles. Like, okay, it doesn't seem like this particular service could be provided on the free market, so let me put my puzzle solving hat on and see if I can figure out how it could. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's a fun exercise. But I think we've reached a point where we need to now kind of do things in the real world, because we're living with the consequences of a society that is deeply hostile to us, institutionally and on every level. And it's more important, I think, to help people equip themselves to prosper and thrive in that kind of world than it is to satisfy their intellectual curiosity about obscurities. So I admit that I may have put a little too much emphasis on the obscurities in the old days, but now it's more like, geez, this is where we are. Because I would get a lot of people saying, so what do we do? I know all the information. What do we do? And my answer was, I don't know, somebody will come along and figure that out. But I think that the somebody is us.
Yes.
The somebody is putting our heads together and figuring it out. Or a lot, like for example, I have a couple of mastermind groups.
Yes.
And one of the best benefits of that is that people meet people. They make contacts. They, like 3 of my guys bought a business together. They wouldn't have been able to do that if they hadn't all been together. And I think likewise, the more we socially get to know each other,
yes.
Well, you know what? Maybe romances develop out of that.
Yes.
Maybe deep friendships, maybe businesses. It's important for us to get out from behind the microphone and from behind the speakers, and get out and try and make this world better.
Right, but to your credit, not only with the mastermind groups, because you are doing something, but to create groups, essentially, like the Tom Woods listeners or mine for the Counterflow listeners, you're still putting out issues and asking questions and solving puzzles that the average, let's say, person maybe not find so interesting, right? So then, okay, we've got our listeners. Well, there's the group. Now you get up from behind the microphone, get with these people, and we're supposed to commune. I think a lot of some issues that I had with pure libertarians, or at least libertarian party types in my 20-something years of mixing and mingling with them, there was this instinct to like, I know stuff, I just want to be by myself out in the woods and not talk to anyone because I hate the government and I hate the world. It's like human beings made in the image of Christ are meant to commune and have community with each other. So I've been trying to preach that more. Now on my side of things, we find that in the church very often, but we do conferences that my podcast and I'm part of. And like you said, yeah, all of a sudden you think, well, I knew this person's name on a screen, but goodness, they own 2 businesses and maybe this person can help out with that. And so getting out there, not being the alone guy that wants to live in the woods and just be a libertarian is something that I think the Tom Show has done a lot, and gatherings like we're at right now with the Ron Paul thing has done a lot. Because again, I did know many libertarians that just didn't want to get out there and do things and talk. They just wanted to focus on theory. And so I'm glad to see people like you doing your mastermind class and things of that nature.
So you've had a bit of a transformation in your life, probably more than one.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
48.
48, okay. So
we're close.
You're still a young whippersnapper to me. Okay. So if you're 48, what would be something that if you could speak to your 21-year-old self?
Oh.
Don't you hate that question?
Yeah, because I don't know that my 21-year-old
would have been ready to hear it, right?
Bingo, right.
Isn't that the problem?
Yes.
You're too dumb at that age to listen to good advice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although I was still listening to Ron Paul at that age, so I had that going.
Okay, you had that going.
But my main focus now is a relationship with Christ within the Orthodox Church, and after I first figured some things out, or at least I think I figured some things out, I thought, why did I go to Hagee's church? Why did no one explain orthodoxy to me? And then after a few sessions of beating myself up and getting upset with this and talking to some priests, it hit me like, because I might not have been ready then. things come to you spiritually when God puts it in front of you when you are ready for it. And my 21-year-old self, I'd like to say, look into the Orthodox Church, please, Buck. But my 21-year-old self might go,
what?
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
No.
Right. It looks weird. They wear weird vestments.
Yeah.
Seems foreign to me.
I hated the term fellowship for so long. Again, I was an avowed atheist for quite some number of years, and I would hear someone say, well, we're having our men's fellowship, and it would just be like nails on a chalkboard, like, what? That is gay. But Lord have mercy, and here I am.
All right, so that's the first one. What would you say was the first time you looked at some issue in the world and said, the truth of this matter is actually the opposite of what the mainstream tells me? Now that's hard to think of, right? Thinking all that.
I would say
back.
foreign policy.
Was it foreign policy?
Yes, because so I lived in Austin starting in 1998, where Alex Jones had a public access TV show. Yeah. So I was watching that. And even before that, I was in pretty dissident political groups that Tom's familiar with as well. And so I would say, well, actually, if you go back to some of the Southern stuff, I would say Civil War history. I realized, wait a second, this isn't right. Then I got that book, The South Was Right, by the Kennedy brothers.
Oh, yeah.
And then foreign policy. So in a sense, Alex Jones introduced me to Ron Paul because he would have him on his radio show. And I started listening to Ron, and then I bought the Harry Brown book called The Great Libertarian Offer just before the 2000 election, and then 9/11 happened soon after that. Yeah. And when I saw what was going on, I had already been influenced enough from Harry Brown, Ron Paul, Alex to an extent, although Alex wasn't touching foreign policy as much as he was on conspiracies. And it was like, this is all lies. These people are lying. Like, what did Iraq have to do with this?
Yeah.
And so then that was my first real red pill moment, I would say, where it's like, this isn't what they're saying. These people are lying. And I saw people I loved falling for it. People I worked with. I'm a firefighter. I can't say exactly where I'll get in trouble, but I'm in the fire department, and I saw firemen going, we got to go over there and look what they did. And I was like, no, that's not what happened. Yeah. They didn't do this. Yeah. Our foreign policy caused a small segment or a small amount of people to do this. It didn't have anything to do with Saddam Hussein. So that was a big eye-opening moment. It was disappointing and disheartening to see it just spread like wildfire. And I'm like, hello, listen to Ron Paul,
Well, Dave Smith has a bit somewhere where he's talking about talking to people after a little bit of time had passed after 9/11 and saying things like, well, our government or we had done this over in the Middle East and this and this and this. And the response would be, what? That doesn't sound like us. Yeah. Like no one even knew what was going on.
Right.
Like history began on 9/11. Like
yes.
No one even knew what was going on. That their leaders had been putting them in a position where they were in danger, mm-hmm. but hadn't bothered to come clean with them about it. So nobody knew what was going on. So it's funny about Alex Jones and foreign policy because that's, later on, obviously, he came to have a lot to say about foreign policy.
Yes.
But I think foreign policy became way more important after 2001. I mean, yes, in the 1990s, we had the Balkans, mm-hmm. we had NATO bombing Serbia, which was an atrocity. I'm sure especially you would have strong opinions on
Correct.
that. I did an episode on that too. But this didn't really hit particularly close to home for most people. So no doubt, that helps to explain why all of a sudden he paid more attention to it. But for me, that was hard because I just thought that I really, this was as sophisticated as I was. I thought that if you were a wimp, if you were a liberal, then you don't like the U.S. military, but you should because it's defending freedom. I mean, it really, really was a very low level I was at. And I was very good at things like math. I was the co-captain of the math team. I took us to the New England Championships. I was 2-time Eastern Massachusetts All-Star at Penn State. I mean, so I was capable of high-level thinking, just not here. Mm-hmm. But when it was something visceral, like this is my country you're talking about, but that helped me to talk to people more because I realized that some of these people I'm talking to, they have the same visceral reaction I did, that when you criticize the U.S. military or the U.S. government, it's like you're criticizing them. Mm-hmm. That's me. How dare you say those things to me? And that that took me a while to get over, but what helped me get over it was the first Persian Gulf War of 1990-91. So 1990 was the buildup, Desert Shield, and we were all wondering, are they actually going to go to war? And then it happened in January 1991. And now they say that some of the casualty figures in that war may have been overstated. I don't know whether that's true or not. But what I do know is it occurred to me that even the fighting men in Iraq, I have nothing against those people.
Right.
Well, what possible reason would I have to be? I know nothing about them. They've never harmed me. They don't want to harm me. The thought that they were going to be involved in a conflict with the United States never crossed any of their minds. They have wives and children, and it suddenly this exterior core of mine with the bravado about rah-rah for the U.S. started to melt away because I could not get over the contrast between the yellow ribbons and the Bob Hope comedy special.
Yes.
And all these people mourning their losses. And so I went in and I saw one of my professors. I was at Harvard, supposed to be, enlightened and everything. He had written an article for the New Republic. He hadn't. Here's what it was. I knew he was a left liberal, but an establishment liberal. And I went in to say, I've got real misgivings about this war. And he said, well, there's a cover story in the New Republic you should read called Why Liberals Should Support the War in Iraq. You should go read that. That was what he told me to do. And this article was unsatisfying, I'll say that. So I was ripe pickings for when I came across the Chronicles magazine, the Paleocon crowd, that said, you can be right of center and not go along with these slaughters. You don't have to. And at that point, I decided, I guess I'm not going to then.
Yes.
I'm not going to.
Yes, thank God for the paleo-libertarian stuff, Lou Rockwell, Murray Rothbard in those days.
They took a lot of abuse for that, but they were siding with people who said no more slaughters.
Yes.
That's good enough for me.
Yep, and Pat Buchanan, Paul Gottfried, all of these voices, just going back and reading the Rothbard, Rockwell report, Rothbard.
No, Rothbard, Rockwell report. I used to get that in the physical mail.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
It's just a treasure of brilliance, and I mean, I could go on and on about that. But some of those writings, when you look back in those Pat Buchanan years, and then Ron Paul, of course, being involved with a lot of those circles, it's just so much better and more informed than the Bill Kristols.
Yeah.
And yet, Pat Buchanan was demonized naturally, and you know.
Well, one of the great developments of our time is that for a long time, I think some of us thought we have really smart, talented people on our side, and they don't get a fair shake, and they could absolutely eviscerate some of these people.
Yes.
Well, now we've actually lived to observe this happening.
Yes.
Like Scott Horton debated Bill Kristol on a stage.
Yeah.
And it was such an embarrassment for Kristol that when Kristol was leaving the building, I guess Scott wanted to say something to him.
Yeah.
And Kristol stopped, turned around, and said, I don't owe you one more minute of my time.
Right.
You know, and to see Dave smashing people left and right,
Yeah.
I mean, it's happening.
Yeah,
something has to come of this.
We owe Dave a lot, because it's not just that Dave goes and makes Archie or whatever this libertarian goofball's name is look ridiculous in a debate. He's doing it now with Chris Cuomo.
Right.
And these people, even Berenson, I don't know what that was.
What happened with Alex Berenson?
I
mean, the thing is, I liked him because of COVID. But
Sure.
Then I saw people were telling me, but he's not very nice to even people who are on our side, but not the right form of our side. So he was very nasty to Dr. Malone. All right,
Yes.
maybe he disagrees with Dr. Malone, but there's no reason to be nasty to him. You know, like he's broadly on our side, even if you do disagree with him.
Right. But for Dave Smith, just someone that you and I have known of for a long time, but, you know, and not to diminish him, but he does this about himself. I'm just a comedian. And it's like, I guess that's just what he is. But to go and see him just take down people that, like Dennis Prager, that I just grew up hearing and thinking, I guess that guy's really smart. And not that I thought Cuomo was smart per se, but he was the voice of COVID.
Right.
And it's just like, we have this guy now that we all know who's just a comedian, and he slaughters them.
Yet that's all it takes, apparently.
I guess so, but it goes to show, and I don't want to diminish Dave is a very, very good debater, and he's very wise, but I guess it goes to show these other people that the boomers told us were experts or talking heads we need to listen to, they don't have anything.
Yeah, they were paper tigers all along.
Yes.
They had us fooled.
Yeah, and it makes me look back and think, boy, I wonder who else would have been a paper tiger that's maybe not in the spotlight anymore. Dan Rather, I don't know.
Yeah.
People that I thought I could trust when they told me something.
Yeah, and almost because of the contempt in which they held people like us, there was a part of, at least a part of my brain, way, way deep in the back that would say, they must be really smart. Even if they disagree with me, they must be really smart.
Yes.
They don't even think I'm fit to have a cocktail with them.
Right.
Yeah.
And I heard you say on a podcast, or it was one of your speeches, I believe, with the Mises Institute, and I relate to this. You said you were going to do a debate over COVID with a guy that ended up not showing up, and you're thinking, you who had all of this information, God, I hope he doesn't get me on something.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. And I have that all the time. And then
he didn't get to his position for nothing.
Yeah, why does he think all these things that I'm the opposite of?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong somewhere.
Yeah.
But they don't have that level of humility to say maybe I'm wrong
Right,
somewhere.
no, they don't.
Yeah.
He should never, we were talking, there was a guy named Brent Orrell from the American Enterprise Institute. He should, after I saw his opening remarks, because even though he wasn't able to be at the debate, he had written them out and Gene Epstein read them at the event. After looking at those opening remarks, I can confidently say he should never have agreed to this debate. Because if he'd been there in person, it would have been an embarrassment. He didn't have anything.
But he was certain that he did.
He was certain that he did. Yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah, he was willing to go to New York and do this live.
Yeah.
He had nothing.
Yeah, it was the Alex Berenson mess with Dave was just, it was actually kind of physically painful to watch.
Well, why don't we tell people what exactly was the dispute? Because they both agree on COVID. What was the dispute between Berenson and Dave?
That's the stupid part about the whole thing is Berenson attacked Dave as a Holocaust denier.
Yeah.
It's like, he's not that. And that was sort of, well, let's have a debate. And I thought, well, Dave's not a Holocaust denier, so is it like, I'm not one, debate's over.
It's sort of like Dave's view is, look, I may be a lot of things, but I guarantee you I'm the world's foremost expert on myself.
Yes.
So if I tell you that this is my opinion, you can probably be assured that it is.
And then once he's on there and you realize, well, that tactic's not going to work, he wanted to discuss Daryl Cooper's tweets.
Yeah.
Well, get Daryl Cooper here. Dave is Dave. Yeah.
But also he was saying, but didn't you, I'm not kidding, it took this form. Didn't you tell a joke in 2017 about,
oh, yeah.
And didn't you tell a joke about 2017 is something that, Alex, that's over now.
Yeah.
This is 2025. You don't pull that anymore.
Right.
Nobody cares.
Yes.
That doesn't work.
Yes, and boy, when it was Dave was talking to Richard Spencer or someone that was, the alt-right, back in 2017 and made this joke, and boy, for Dave's reply to say, he nailed him, and he said, you're worried about me and who I spoke with 5-10 years ago? You worked for the New York Times.
Yeah.
When they were pushing the war in Iraq, responsible for over 1 million people.
Yeah.
I owe you an apology? No.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. It was beautiful.
Exactly. That particular point about their weird priorities.
Yes.
No one had been making that until very recently, but
Right.
that is very, very important.
Yes.
So, do you have, if somebody wants to listen to Counterflow, they just go to whatever
Go to
podcast.
the YouTube page. Type in Counterflow with Buck Johnson on the YouTube page.
Is there any link, anything else you want to?
I have a website, counterflowpodcast.com. You can go to, follow me on X, so-called X, at Buck Rebel, BUCKREBEL. Podsworth Media produces Tom's show and my show, so we've got that connection as well. So the production value is going to be great.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I was going to say about, Michael Malice, at the end of his podcast, always asks the guest, he says, we're running out of time. What was your favorite part of this interview? Now, Malice will never see this. I am the co-star of half his episodes because he'll drop some reference to me being. In fact, at Freedom Fest this year, he I guess he was using it as a prop or something, but he held up a book and it was called The Mentally Retarded Child, and he had my face on the screen or some kind of crazy thing like that. But anyway. he'll never even find out that this happened. I'm just going to steal that from him. What was your favorite part of this interview?
Getting to talk to you for this long amount of time. I mean, we've almost been here an hour, and I have been a fan of yours since well over 10 years. I've read your books. I take a lot of my style. I at least try to emulate some of you, and Tucker Carlson are my favorite interviewers and the way you do things. So it's an honor to be here, sitting here with you.
Well, I appreciate that, Buck
Yes.
Johnson. Thank you very much. Check out Counterflow. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, but I'm doing this, though. I have 2 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. Am I damaging the Ron Paul Institute in any way by not filling that time? Okay, they are giving me the thumbs up. All right. Well, so long, everybody.
Thank you.
Welcome to MineTexitCoin.com. You're probably here today because you missed the Bitcoin bandwagon. Don't worry, we missed it too. Millions got rich because they got in early on a technology you still don't understand. But the crypto kids messed up. They got greedy, and their mistakes handed over control of the Bitcoin network to China. Their carelessness gives us 1 second chance. You can rest easy because we have a plan. It's called Texit Coin, and you're invited to join us for the journey. We'll hold your hand and guide you through this new frontier so that you too can claim your share of the profits. It is not too late. Don't let your friends get rich without you. Secure your seat on the rocket ship as we take Texit Coin to the moon and beyond.
What's up, everybody? I'm Bobby Gray here. I'm the founder of Texit Coin and the founder of the American Open Currency Standard. Which camera am I on? I'm over here. Okay, got it. And we're here today at the Ron Paul Barbecue with a whole lot of other freedom and liberty lovers. It's absolutely a pleasure for me to be joined by my very special guest, Brock Pierce, today. Thank you so much for jumping on the chair and having a conversation with me about the future of money. What a great place to be to talk about freedom, liberty, and money all in one place. Thanks so much for coming out.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. You know, to have these conversations about our collective future, certainly at a time where it's very different today than what it was a year ago.
And we should be very, very thankful and grateful for that, for sure, right?
And I'd say that, you know, we're here to celebrate Ron Paul's 90th.
Yeah.
And certainly deserves some credit for everything that's happened here as someone that shed light on the realities of our financial system that is the impetus for probably a lot of what we're here to talk about today.
It definitely was for me, that's for sure. Now, you said that you just came in from D.C. What's a quick overview on you for the few people out there watching that might not know who you are?
Well, I've been doing a lot of things in government in terms of the evangelism and education of this technology as well as others. But I've been an entrepreneur my entire life in the field of crypto. I've been chairman of the Bitcoin Foundation, co-founded Blockchain Capital, the first venture fund. I was chairman of Mastercoin. We were the first ICO. Started Tether, or the first successful stablecoin. Started the first crypto bank. Invented the security token. First 2 NFT platforms created in my living room. I could go on and on and on.
So a bit of a resume.
Ran for president of the United States in 2020 as an independent candidate, and very active in most aspects of our industry. Main business today within that sector is DNA. So we're very active and focused in really the public markets right now. As I like to say, the ICO is now an IPO.
Yeah, that's right.
Certainly seems to be
It's
that.
going mainstream.
But yeah, we now have access to, capital markets.
Right.
Right? The ICO was created as a way of finding an alternative method for capital formation. How do you fund these open source ideas when there wasn't even a venture firm that existed yet, and a venture firm that was going to invest in something that wasn't a Coinbase-like startup was non-existent. And so the only way to capitalize these ideas was to create an open system where people could contribute to these open source ideas with their crypto. And so it was not that it was the best idea. It was a necessity for the industry's development. And as we've matured and markets recognize the opportunity, venture capital firms emerge that would invest in the equities of these businesses and then eventually into the tokens in these businesses. But, it's been a long road. It's been 12 years, we'll call it 14 years.
Right.
To get to the point that we had access to, call it the world's markets.
And what's your take on the actions that are being taken now by the administration to pave the way, essentially, for more of those doors to open up to the cryptocurrency community? You see those overall as a positive thing, or is there anything that stands out as being strange or weird about the steps that are being taken today?
No, I think it's fantastic. I mean, I think it's, again, the difference between day and night. If you were a pioneer in this industry and on the front line, you were at risk of losing your life or your liberty or your reputation, or certainly being sued. Every major project, for the most part, that had any U.S. nexus, and even if they didn't, found themselves likely sued by the government.
Yeah.
if not prosecuted.
Right, of course.
And that's what it was to be a nail that stood up.
Right.
You know, to be a pioneer on the forefront of that change. You know, you legitimately, unless you were ignorant, you couldn't sleep at night knowing that your door might not get kicked in that evening. You know, that's why so many of the best and brightest, so many, you know, of America's finest left to go live and build overseas.
Yeah.
What makes America great is the ingenuity of the American people. We're the greatest innovators alive. And,
of course.
And when we're pushing out the innovators around a critical new industry, that does not bode well to our future. And so what a completely different time to be alive. You know, America's back. Innovators are coming back. We are being supported for the positive change that we're able to bring to the world. And, you know, what an amazing time to be able to build and to do it without fear.
Well,
right?
I definitely
and not that we sought
agree with
permission,
that.
but to do it with permission,
Right.
to do it with acknowledgement, to do it with support, right? You know, to feeling supported for the work that you're doing. It's like we've made it.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I can say for sure myself, I definitely would have already been arrested for the work that I'm doing today with Texacoin. But I see it as a bit of a double-edged sword. You know, with you know, the adoption from mainstream finance, we've got a lot of centralization now that's coming around. You know, if you go out to a big crypto conference, it's a lot of big money there now. It's the same types of guys that we talked about disrupting back in the early days of crypto. So, you know, 10 years ago, if you said Bitcoin, your bank account was getting closed, whereas today, banks are offering crypto and crypto services to their
Well, now they're
their customers.
obligated. The most recent executive order.
Right, with
they
the
have
executive order, right. So, so do you see any kind of challenge with crypto maintaining or still having a place as a decentralized currency for the people, by the people? Is that, you know, kind of going the way of the dinosaur now with all of this engagement by the institutions and governments of the world?
No, I don't believe that's changed.
Okay.
This is part of a regular process or cycle of things becoming mainstream. You know, in the beginning, something is fringe, right? And if you're part of that original fringe group, generally it's normal to feel uncomfortable when things go mainstream.
Right.
Because they're not pure enough, they're not, you know, principled enough or whatever it might be. But in the end, there is no question that mainstream adoption is a good thing. You don't want to be a fringe group forever fighting the system. You want the system to stop fighting you, but join you. That is the moment that you've won.
Yeah, you did it.
You know, centralization. People have said, "Oh, isn't this terrible? There's ETFs, not your keys, not your coins." Well, if you want mainstream adoption, you have to make it easy for people.
Right.
And I think that ETFs are a great way of expanding the market, allows institutional capital to participate, which then means they stop fighting you.
Yeah.
Now, the reason we can sit here so comfortably today is because the world's, call it major stakeholders, instead of fighting us, decided to join us.
Yep.
We have a crypto president, vice president. We've got a majority of Congress that supports legislation around the things that we're doing. And with that, you know, as someone that's gone around the world talking to world leaders and major financial institutions and big family offices, the number one concern that was always raised is, well, but what's the U.S. going to do?
Yeah.
And governments would be like, yeah, we like it, but we're not going to do anything until we see what the U.S. does. The biggest thing that was holding back this industry's, you know, call it next big step in where it goes, was the U.S. saying yay or nay.
Yeah.
Because everybody is terrified of what the U.S. position was going to be. And now that the U.S. position is abundantly clear,
right,
it means the water is warm. And it's an incredible time for foreign governments to be figuring out their strategies, how to, you know, create their legislation to drive adoption and development and economic opportunity for their nations, their people. You know, and there's nothing holding anyone back at this point. And so I think that's a great thing. Yes, the devil is also in the details, right? Sure. You know, one of the big concerns that people have raised is the idea as well, is this going to be co-opted and turned into a CBDC?
Right.
And are we going to end up with some new financial system where we lose our privacy?
And pause right there. What's your take on that? Do you see that as being potential or likely, or just something that, you know, the conspiracy theorists will grab onto as a concern?
I personally think it's more of a boogeyman than reality, and always has been.
Yeah.
Right? Because let's talk realistically about the Federal Reserve,
right,
or central banks, or the U.S. Treasuries. Let's just talk about that for a moment. And I was in a meeting with a foreign government recently, and someone brought me in and said, yeah, but I think the central bank could do this and all that. And I basically told this person, shut up. I go, I'm not even going to get into the merit of it, but let's talk realistically. What does your central bank do? Well, we issue banking licenses and mobile payment licenses, and we try to, oversee the economy. Yeah, and let's talk realistically. The central bank is going to get into running its own tech platform. It's going to build a big sales force and business development and corporate development people that are going to go out there and try and get exchange integrations, wallet integrations, and go sell in conferences. It's not what you do.
Probably not.
It's just, if you actually think through the full logic of what it would entail to do something like that. Now, in a centralized government like China, yes.
Right.
But it's not really feasible or realistic in almost any nation of the world, meaning it's a concept that's scary, but if you actually think about the reality of it being implemented and successful, I mean, even if someone had tried to do it, it would probably be a laughable outcome.
But you would still think that
And more importantly, doing that undermines the entire private sector in terms of the banking industry. Just think about the coalition of constituents that are threatened by it. It's not just those of us that have privacy concerns. It undermines the entire economic market structure. And do we really think in a country like the United States, our government with all the powers that be would let that happen to their industries? It's not just us.
Well, look at
what it would do to the entire financial sector and how they'd be harmed from such a thing.
Right, and
meaning I don't think it was ever a legitimate threat. I know the current
That's what's
administration
knocking on their door,
has also made it clear it's never going to happen.
Well, think about what the Federal Reserve values. It runs the money printer, it makes currency as often as it wants, and it has to be at least a little bit concerned about this ultra accountable monetary system like Bitcoin, like crypto. It's now the first time that people have direct insight as to the creation of this currency, who gets it, what they have to do to get it, whereas the Federal Reserve largely operates behind the curtain with giving it out to the people that are plugged into that. So I understand that there would be technological hurdles and lots of issues the Fed's going to have to deal with if they wanted to get into that game, but there's obviously a huge upside.
Oh, they were thinking about it.
For them to
and
get
there were
there.
conversations absolutely going on, but that ship sailed. Whatever window of being able to slip that in, certainly here, long sailed.
Yeah.
There's a benefit to that boogeyman's existence.
Yeah.
Even if it was not a likely potential reality, but certainly it made we the people aware of its risk, and it's become enough of our position as a constituency that matters now, with over 50 million Americans that hold crypto and being now large contributors to elections.
Well, that's
we're never going to let it happen.
I see people now having a conversation about money that I've never seen before in my entire career. I mean, I remember going out in 2008 trying to introduce people to gold and silver and copper coins as money, and it was hard work because there was no incentive or upside for them to really take the time to understand what money is, where it comes from, how it works, why the system we have now is broken. And crypto really changed that. It paved the way for people to become incredibly curious about how money works, why the system we have now is ruining their savings through inflation. And when you have something like crypto, like Bitcoin or other good coins out there that give them real insight into how much there is, where it goes, who's holding it, how to get it. I mean, it's revolutionary in terms of a financial technology. And that's the part that I like the most about it. It took me a very long time to take off the gold and silver, blinders. But once I discovered the accountability aspect of it and the honesty that comes along with that, the integrity that's built into crypto, was the writing was on the wall for me.
Well, they were right when they said the revolution wouldn't be televised, but not many would have guessed it would be, encrypted.
Right.
Guys, yeah.
Cryptographically secured. Right. It's a pleasant change for sure. I'm cautiously optimistic that these changes that we're seeing, these acts of Congress and executive orders from the president are leading us in this direction, if not the exact way we want to go, at least getting people to become more curious and concerned about their money. And I think the more people having that discussion, the healthier the market, the healthier things we'll see come out of the free market. So,
well, there's no question this would eventually, regulations would exist. There's no question about it. The concern is not regulation itself. The question is it going to be sensible regulation?
Yeah.
Good regulation versus bad regulation. And we were very much at risk the last.
It was a close call.
We were very much at risk up until, this year.
Yeah.
Of bad, harmful legislation being passed versus legislation which by nature is going to be imperfect.
Yeah.
But all in all, probably as good as you could hope for having.
With your ear to the ground, is there anything that you see on the horizon that might still be coming our way out of the administration, or is there anything that you could specifically think of wanting to see cooked up by this administration that would continue leading us down the path that we need to go?
Well, I mean, I think the crypto community, clearly wants to see the U.S. have a Bitcoin treasury or a crypto treasury.
Yeah.
And those things this is not a new concept being discussed and looking more and more likely.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, if we're going to print money endlessly, it's not a terrible idea printing money to invest in America's future. Whether it be giving $5,000 into a savings account for every child that's born. These are ways to invest in America's future rather than wasting money and creating debt that doesn't deliver a return in our future.
When we say money, are we thinking crypto money, Bitcoin
well, they're
money?
Talking about printing dollars to buy crypto. Obviously, right now, the first thing they said is we're going to stop selling crypto that the government has in its possession, which was through confiscation.
Right, sure.
Right? And there's arguments to be made, is that a good thing? But if we're going to be endlessly printing, there is an argument to print, at least for things that are going to invest in our collective future. Whether that be giving money to every child that goes into a saving account so that you can have a different sort of social system where, as Americans, we're all rich, which you'll find often in many parts of the Middle East.
Yeah.
We could have done that sort of thing a long time ago and empowered Americans. We printed money endlessly. We probably could have done some good things with that if you accept that argument.
As the United States and other nations and even U.S. states start looking at strategic Bitcoin and crypto reserves, you look at that having a net impact of driving the price of Bitcoin higher and higher and higher, continuing to push it down this path towards, digital gold, which really isn't that usable in the marketplace. And so are there any other things out there that you see in the crypto space that people are actively using as money? You've got a bit of experience in
Tether, obviously,
stablecoin money, right?
Stablecoins, because back to the medium of exchange.
Yep.
Right. Digital gold or gold is really a scarce instrument to hedge against inflation. Right.
That's
right. It's not, an ideal instrument for day-to-day transactions. Right. Tether, Circle, or USDT, USDC, now USD1. Stable coins clearly are there. I mean, we're seeing just in Tether alone over $50 trillion a year in transactional volume.
Right.
It's changing the way in which trade settlement functions. Certainly, it's extended, I think the dollar's dominance in the world. I mean, over 90% of all crypto transactions settle in dollars.
Right.
Globally. It's because of its faster settlement functionality, more and more trade that has nothing to do with crypto is settling in these instruments. Similarly, money remittance, lower interchange fees and currency exchange rates, and getting money to people in third world countries that need it immediately.
Yeah.
So we are seeing those sorts of things happen from a call it a commerce perspective.
Yeah.
Or trade perspective. Now, obviously, we're seeing all sorts of interesting things in crypto. If you can think it, it's probably being done right now.
Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
The some of the more interesting stuff that people are paying less attention to are what's going on within AI.
Yeah.
Right? Do we want to have centralized AI with, Gemini and OpenAI or ChatGPT and Grok or whatever it is? Or do we want an open source system where effectively we the people own it, which you'll see with Tau or Bittensor and Planked and Aether and there's a bunch of interesting things going on around AI right now.
Yeah. Which
clearly I think there is a role for decentralized AI. There's the one argument of it being censorship resistant, but the one that I care more about in terms of the argument for those systems is in that if we're going to build trillion-dollar systems, allowing we the people to have access to benefit from the value that's created there.
Now, when you're talking about building these trillion-dollar systems,
versus what happens is, when major business is built, it usually has a relatively small cap table.
Okay.
Right? And that cap table is going to be owned by founders, early employees, and institutions. And by the time we, the people, have access to it, it's in the public markets, and most of the terminal value has already been extracted. We're the exit liquidity, not necessarily the investment opportunity.
Right.
And so one of the benefits of this style of architecture is the idea that everyone, if they're paying attention to innovation, has a chance to profit, from that overall system. And I think that is, as we think about the impact that AI and robotics and, the landscape of work is going to have, and we talk about concepts of universal basic income, I love the idea of data sovereignty, owning your medical data, owning your digital DNA, owning all that data, and being able to, with informed consent, participate in marketplaces and profit from your data. Because, gold was the most precious resource in the world for a long time. Then it became black gold.
Right.
We're in Texas.
Right, sure.
Oil money,
right?
The most precious commodity in the world today is your data.
Data, sure.
And the idea that we don't own our data, if the founding fathers, if we knew the value of data back when this, when the Constitution was being written, right? If we understood how, what DNA was, and we understood what our medical information would be one day, we would probably have ownership of it.
Sure.
And I think that, some of the most exciting things is how do we put money or value into the hands of people? And I think that data sovereignty is one that doesn't just solve a problem for the United States. It's a global problem. Obviously, where you live affects the value of your data, but your data is less valuable. $1 a day might be all you need.
You talk about infrastructure investment in AI and cryptocurrency. Something near and dear to our hearts is mining and that type of equipment, which has been a real challenge now in regards to tariffs, bringing all that equipment in that's manufactured overseas. Do you see any kind of relief or break on AI type farm equipment tariffs so that we can actually continue to put those things here in Texas and other places around the country where it makes sense?
Yeah, again, you've got David Sachs in place. We have a government that clearly recognizes the importance of America's leadership in these fields, AI as well.
Yeah.
The semiconductors or the chips are less of what's going to determine the long-term winner than your access to abundant, low-cost energy.
Right.
And so, there's a lot of people that complain about, this mining is, bad for the environment. I would argue the opposite. You need massive growth or need for something to make it financeable.
Correct.
You're not going to be able to finance that next evolution that is going to change, the energy system if you're not seeing mass consumption.
Right.
Right? That consumption has to shift to then create the market to drive, the innovation.
Right, and the investment.
I've been involved in really innovative tech, and if that industry is not seeing growth, there's no demand for it. No one will fund it. And so it's a contrarian sort of view, or it's counterintuitive, that hitting the gas like that will actually produce the bridge to the next generation of whatever we do.
And
so I think that we're going to be seeing energy independence in America is clearly going to happen.
Right.
It's essential for AI, but you're also seeing the major semiconductor producers are building fabs now in the United States. Now, these things take a few years to come online, but it's happening.
So we're seeing it now. We're seeing the groundwork getting laid. The foundations
it's already
being built.
happening, yes.
They talk about Texas as being a leader in these conversations, and I look around the state and I'm waiting. We're watching. We're wondering exactly where it is, and we're hoping to build out some of that ourselves with our coin in the future too. So it's really exciting.
Texas is probably the best positioned of any state.
For sure. And as you get into things like immersion cooling with, keeping your infrastructure from overheating, it changes the conversation as well, where now you can place all these things in a location that has, high temperatures like Texas as well. Do you have any experience in actually building out that type of infrastructure? Is that anything that's...
Yes, these are less known stories, but when the first ASIC came out, Avalon was the first ASIC miner.
Yeah.
I think I had 10% of the first ASICs in the world. So, for a moment there, I was probably the largest miner. We went on and built the largest mining operation, I believe, in the United States up in Washington State, where you have subsidized hydroelectricity.
Right.
It was in Wenatchee. We were capped at subsidized energy at 10 megawatts, back when 10 megawatts was a lot.
Yeah.
We're talking 2013, 2014.
Yeah.
10 megawatts was a lot of power.
Sure.
Cornered the market on all Ethereum mining when Ethereum went from $1 to $2 to $4, and built the largest Ethereum mining operation. I was the exclusive distributor of KNC Miner for China. I was an early investor in Bitfury. Was very active in the mining markets until we got into cloud mining. For those that have been around a long time, Gaw Miner and other things. I got out of the business because I saw that, well, first of all, it was a futures contract. And second of all, it was clear there was going to be a lot of Ponzi-like, activity. And I just said, okay, I paused completely from mining at that point. And then I came back into mining when I saw capital markets emerge.
Yeah.
Where we became big enough in terms of our power consumption and our access to capital that we were becoming a source of financing energy infrastructure.
Right.
Like we can go into a country. So, I mean, a big part of what like Bitcoin mining was, for example, is we can take stranded energy.
Yep.
Energy where there's excess capacity, and rather than that energy being wasted, convert it into a transportable instrument that is effectively energy.
Correct.
Or we can build an overbuild capacity, knowing that we're going to need something 4 times greater, 10 years from now, but we can build that today, and we're able to utilize that energy in the short term, right? You're not wasting energy. And so once we got to the point that we were able to finance energy infrastructure and we were becoming public companies, I got involved. I sit on the board of BitDigital, BTBT, which we pivoted entirely out of our Bitcoin mining. Now it's an Ethereum treasury play.
Yep.
And spun out all of what was our Bitcoin mining, and that is now a new public company, Wi-Fi, that is entirely focused on high-performance computer AI. The AI mining, if you're to be a successful high-performance compute operation, it's the identical skills to being a crypto miner.
Right, exactly.
I mean, meaning if you got good at crypto mining and you understood that business, you are very well positioned to play in the AI race. The key to that business is finding old buildings, old industrial infrastructure
that already have
big power connections,
right.
And then repurpose.
With energy
Meaning if you're looking for an opportunity out there and you live near like an old town with a lot of industry, looking for steel factories, things that are no longer being utilized, and repurpose those things, modernize those things, bring them into the future.
With the energy conversation coming front and center, do you see that causing a shift in the crypto space back towards a proof of work type of coin preference, or do you see proof of stake continuing to be kind of the way to go?
This is can be a controversial debate depending upon who you are. I'm not sure the market needs that many proof of work based systems because of the cost.
Right.
Proof of work provides what we believe to be the most secure system for securing value.
Yeah.
But depending upon what that system is, you don't necessarily need that level of cost of infrastructure to secure that system. And so generally, proof of stake systems, DAGs, alternative methodologies are better for the vast majority of other applications.
Right.
Proof of work systems are essential for things of substantial value.
Right.
When your network's function is to protect value, not necessarily to protect data or markets or or chain of custodies. Then again, there are all of these systems being built on top of Bitcoin as a potentiality for everything running on top of that. We were Mastercoin, if you were around a long time ago, Counterparty, Colored Coins, and Mastercoin, which is now called Omni. We were the 3 first layer 2s. This is all 2012, 2013, 2014. So I've been in the layer 2 conversation since the beginning as well.
But when we're talking about securing value, you definitely would agree that proof of work gives us the greatest connection between energy and securing that network.
I don't know what the future holds, so I'm always kind of like open to innovation. But I'd say back to proof of work, it's the most proven.
Right.
It's the proven system that works right now. And I don't think that Bitcoin and these systems are going anywhere, but the main value of that architecture is in securing high value.
Got it.
And I think its application still is yet to be proven for the many other applications of this technology.
Speaking of other applications, what do you think is missing? Is there anything out there that is next or really needed that has a hole in the market right now that young innovators out there that are watching should be paying attention to or looking into?
Well, I mean, there's endless applications. I mean, still continue to be a big fan of NFTs. NFTs have actually started to have a rebound. I've been saying that for the last 6 months. NFTs are, incredibly interesting. Let's just walk away from any non-fungible token, but let's just talk about the art markets and the community markets. For the longest time, if you were a digital artist, if you were a digital creator, you had no access to the economic benefits of your work product because nobody valued something that could be copied and pasted infinitely.
Right.
Until it sat in a system that had a chain of custody and you understood its scarcity, people were not going to ascribe value to it. That market emerged, and like any time we get a new emerging market, it usually has a problem in its first and second iterations.
Right.
Because the market gets out of control, and then it has like the internet in 1999, 2000.
Bit of a bubble.
It has a bubble.
It bursts.
It bursts.
We learned.
But that doesn't mean that there wasn't something there.
Right, sure.
And the reason we didn't see the NFT market come back is we watched the meme market emerge.
Right.
And the reason the meme market emerged to the degree that it did is because it sucked all the oxygen out of the room, because memes clearly were less likely or more difficult to regulate, whereas NFTs were.
Right.
And so everything got behind memes. Now that we're in a positive regulatory environment, I said, this is a good time to go look for the baby that was thrown out with the bathwater, art projects, right, that actually have a historic significance, right? The sort of things, whether, your CryptoPunks as you've seen lately,
right?
Markets were completely down and decimated, and I go, that market is very real.
Well,
it's going to have to go through its iterations of an evolution of us not, becoming fools that will be parted with our money and, buying God knows what garbage.
I try to remind people that, NFTs are just this generation's collectible. It's a crypto collectible, the way we used to collect baseball cards or Beanie Babies, back when we were younger.
Correct.
People today collect NFTs, and it's unfair to really
we look
laugh
like
at them.
boomers.
Right, sure.
But that's the boomer art discussion, yes.
But today it's NFTs, and so the mysteriousness and the misunderstanding that surrounds meme coins and NFTs, I think, is really just a symptom of the larger misunderstanding of cryptocurrency in the first place. And that's really our mission. Our mission is to educate people, bring them up to speed on what we missed out in terms of the financial technology that crypto presented for us. Get away from the dark web stuff, get away from the strange parts, and focus on what we really have, which is a more honest and accountable monetary system, however that may manifest in the free market, whether people use it for fun or they use it for games or gambling or as a form of money. It's a great technology that still today, I think, even with the adoption rates that we see, is largely misunderstood. And I think that we have an opportunity to bring that message back now that, like you said, we're on the second or third or fourth iteration, and encourage people to take those blinders off, take a moment, understand what they've been missing in the crypto conversation, and learn about it before they get dragged into it later, maybe kicking and screaming.
Yeah, and so one other area that I find interesting now that we've got a government that is so in favor of innovation around these sectors, I'm very interested in health, in the healthcare system and the data architecture, the interoperability, the integrity, the trust, the consent, the permissions around, call it a health chain.
Sure.
And with that, I'm also very interested in the food chain.
Right.
As we think about agriculture.
There are many chains that could use a little breath of
well, now that we have regulators
transparency
that are seeing this, yes, now this is the moment, because you can't, these are regulated industries. You can't go play in that field until we are where we are. To try and do that 5 years ago, other than some completely volunteer system that would say fringe.
Right.
We have an ability to rethink the entire architecture of these markets to, again, align with the principles and the philosophies, right, of privacy and the many things we can run through. But I think those markets are interesting right now.
That now that we've kind of cleared the path for more innovation in the crypto space, we'll see better things come out to bring a little bit of transparency and accountability to some of those chains that really need a fresh.
And then RWAs, real world assets, real estate, bringing all these other giant markets on chain. Obviously, security tokens we mentioned, equity markets, debt markets, right? I mean, this, again, this is this technology is just a new database architecture that provides for the principles that we're talking about, and I think that these principles are applicable everywhere.
You've done so much trailblazing in the cryptocurrency space. What's next for you? Where do you go from here now that you've, I guess, looked back and said that so much of your work has been successful and has really paved the way for so many other people to now run down and create new and exciting things as well. Where do you go from here?
Well, I think to skip to the future side of it, the part that I think is appropriate to where we are today as well is as we think about governance in general, as we think about our elections, as we think about the infrastructure that underpins that. If we want to talk about, because I'm talking about where I think the opportunity is today, but where are we getting to?
Where it's going, sure.
And DAOs are still in, I'd say, prototype phase and experimental phases, because DAOs are suffering from the same thing that we suffer from.
And DAOs,
participation.
Just for the people listening, digital, autonomous.
Basically, instead of having a company, having an organization that has its governance rules laid into it, and how do we govern, those systems?
Right.
And so, and they suffer from the same problem that we suffer from: people not participating in their local elections.
Yeah.
Apathy, non-participation, right? And it's a use it or lose it kind of thing. And if you want to fight for a brave new world, the future is going to happen to you, or it's going to happen with you. And so you have to be involved.
How do we get people more involved? How do we get them off the couch?
I think we're seeing positive trends. I mean, I think people are waking up to the reality that their participation is required. Right? I mean, and that's back to as we become informed.
Yeah.
Right? As whether it be Ron Paul's work and where we started here, as where we talk about crypto, the things that we're talking about here. It's each one teach one.
Yeah.
Right? It comes from an informed population.
Right.
An educated population. Someone that's informed enough to understand why it matters, and that these rights are precious, and that you have to use them. And so I think that we're making that progress. I mean, we're all here celebrating, a great man who's done an extraordinary job for our country and in so doing the world, in asking the tough questions, raising the flags.
Yeah.
And, that work is never done. And with each generation, the onus is on us to do that work. And, I think that's what we're even doing here.
Right.
Right? It's called we need to inform the people.
And I think that as they become informed and they realize that when you take honest money and this financial technology, you've got an upside. You've got a reason to pay attention, to learn, to educate, to engage it and share. And as that spreads across the country, I think we're going to see even more innovation, more great things come out of the great minds we have here in America.
I believe in us.
Very cool. Well, we're almost out of time. Any final words to throw in before we get to the barbecue and call it a day? How's our fundraising going? Where are we at on the fundraising? I want to reach out to the Texacoin community, encourage you guys to dig deep in a digital wallet and kick in a couple bucks. Let's see if we can get this number over 160,000 before the next guest comes here and takes our spot on this couch. Brock,
Paul.
Very nice to meet you. Thanks so much for joining us for a few minutes and sharing your wisdom, your experience. It's all been great. Thank you very much for leading the way. And we'll look forward to talking again soon.
I'm looking forward to the barbecue.
Yeah, let's go. Thanks, everybody.
Money bomb.
I wasn't supposed to talk over the bumper music. Who knew? Hey, I'm Scott. This is Scott Horton Show, a live stream edition from the Ron Paul birthday party, his 90th birthday party, and we're doing a big money bomb, of course, for the Ron Paul Institute for Peace and Prosperity, directed by the heroic Daniel McAdams, Ron Paul's right-hand man and partner and co-host of the Liberty Report, and many-year foreign policy advisor back when he was a congressman and the rest. And so that's what we're doing here. We've already raised a ton of money. I forgot the number, but I saw the thermometer a minute ago, raised a bunch of money for the Institute, so that is great. And then I'm here with a hero of mine and a friend of mine and a new friend that I'm just getting to know. But it's Dan McKnight. He's the founder of BringOurTroopsHome.us and DefendTheGuard.us. And then Leah McCollum Rising, new young star in the Libertarian movement and activist from Montana. And Lee Deming, who is a member of the State House or Senate there in Montana?
House.
The State House there in Montana, working on the Defend the Guard legislation. So we're going to start with Dan McKnight. Who are you, and what is the Defend the Guard legislation, sir?
Well, Scott, thank you. I can't tell you how excited we are to be here. The Defend the Guard legislation is a state-based effort using the fundamentals of the 10th Amendment. And we are taking 50% of the active duty military force, of the force structure of the military, and trying to put a little bit of a restraint on them at the state level. And it's a bill that says if the National Guard from the state of Idaho or Texas or Arizona, wherever the bill passes, cannot be released into foreign service for the purpose of fighting war or participating in war unless Congress has first declared war as required by the Constitution. We started the movement about 6 years ago. It's a veteran-led movement. We're all veterans of the global war on terror. And we've got the bill introduced in some form or fashion in over 30 states already. And we're fighting with incredible representatives like Lee Deming and activists like Leah McCollum all over the country. And we are a ragtag bag of former veterans that finally stood up and said, enough.
Yeah. All right. So already there's so much to talk about there. But first of all, tell us a little bit about your service, at least, your participation in the terror wars. And then let's get into why this law would be necessary.
Yeah, short story. I joined the Marine Corps in the 90s. I served in the United States Marine Corps, the active duty Army, and then I transferred into the Idaho Army National Guard after 9/11. I wanted to go win America's war. I wanted to win one for George W. And I served in Afghanistan from 05, 06, and 07, where I saw our mission change 5 times. 5 different concepts, 5 different missions, never one definition of success. And so in my 18 months I was there, I realized that what we were doing was wrong, and I started really looking into it and realizing that we didn't have an authority to be there because Congress had abdicated their responsibility and told President George W. Bush that he could send us anywhere he wanted for any length of time, and they would just whip a check. And so I came home frustrated, I was angry, I got hurt when I was there, and I was forced to retire, and I went underground. But while I was there, though, I saw something happen. The National Guard, which I was a member of, was kind of being abused. Not intentionally, but we were part of the 10th Mountain Division and the 82nd Airborne, and neither one of them wanted to take responsibility for the National Guard. And when my men, I had 12 men that worked for me in a remote outpost, their uniforms were wearing out, their boots were wearing out, and we needed help getting new supplies, nobody would help us. And out of frustration, I did the only thing a pissed off dissident non-commissioned officer sergeant could do, and I grabbed a satellite phone and I climbed to the top of the nearest mountain I could find in the Pesh River Valley, and I got a clear signal and I called home. I called the governor's office, and the governor was a man named Jim Risch. He'd just been elevated to the governor's position when our governor went to go back to D.C., and so he was lieutenant governor, and he was the governor for about 3 weeks when I called him. And he answered the phone, and I said, hey, this is Sergeant McKnight. I'm calling you from Afghanistan. I'm a member of your Idaho Army National Guard, and I need your help. And I described the situation, and he told me, Dan, I don't know what I can do, but I do know that I am the commander-in-chief of the Idaho National Guard, and I'll do something. So I hung up the phone, and 2 weeks later, my battalion commander kicked the door in. And he said, I don't know who you called, I don't know what you did, but we've got supplies on the way from Idaho, now give me the damn satellite phone. And he took it away from me. So I held Jim Risch up as a hero. I got home and I followed his career, and he left the governor and he went to the United States Senate. In about 2016,
to be honest with you, the governor.
Famous last words of a governor.
Yeah. So the governor and all the governors need courage. That's all it takes. Because what they're actually doing is defending the people who have signed up to defend the country and the state. And so why not say to the president, no, you're not taking our people to war. Number one, you got to follow the Constitution. You took an oath and you're not following it. So you really have to say to the governors, grow a spine. and do it now, because people's lives depend on it. And the same thing goes for the adjutant generals in the different states. They need to say no. These deployments are unconstitutional without a declaration of war. And we've been doing that since 1942, as everybody knows on this panel. Now, I had a meeting with the Adjutant General of the National Guard in Montana in 2023, and he actually said to me, I said, we haven't declared war since 1942. He says, well, we just don't do it that way anymore. And he shrugged. Well, how many people have died in conflicts overseas without this declaration of war, without following the Constitution? It's unconscionable to me, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Governor's grow a spine.
Yeah, you know, it reminds me, and I looked, I don't know, if anyone on the internet can find this, please do find it. It's an old clip of Ron Paul. It used to be on the C-SPAN website somewhere. It should be available somehow on C-SPAN. I looked and couldn't find it, but it's a clip of Ron Paul on the Foreign Affairs Committee in 2002, right before they authorized the invasion of Iraq, sort of authorized Bush to decide whether to invade Iraq with their AUMF that October. And Dr. Paul introduced a declaration of war in committee and said, I'm voting against it, but all those of you who actually are supporting this war and want this war to happen and are going to vote yes to delegate your authority to the president, you need to stand by your decision and you need to vote for this declaration of war. And the chair of the committee was Henry Hyde, who was most famous for being the manager during the Bill Clinton impeachment. And Hyde said, you have to understand, Dr. Paul, that part of the Constitution is an anachronism. We just don't go by that anymore. And Dr. Paul was like, well, you know, I don't know. I took the oath to the whole thing, and they didn't say I got to mark parts out of it that I don't like or whatever. I don't know exactly how he phrased it, but that was the way he put it too, that, well, look. And what he meant to say was, now that America is the world empire, and we have to start wars all the time to maintain global dominance, we can't just declare war, because that would really restrict us in who we can fight. Because if you're going to get a declaration of war, that implies that somebody actually attacked you and you're defending yourself in some kind of way, or you have an interest at stake that's so vital that you could get the House and the Senate to put their name on something like that. But we kind of know that we can't do that. So that's why we do these authorizations instead, and let one guy, the president, take the rap instead of the 535 who bear the ultimate responsibility. Right. You know, and that's how they've done it since Truman. In fact, Truman sent the troops first and asked Congress later, and they went ahead and authorized it. H.W. Bush, when I was a boy, said, I don't need an authorization from Congress. I have an authorization from the United Nations Security Council. And they said, well, and I remember going, wait a minute, like I learned in junior high that that's not what it says in the rule book there, you know. And then he actually did bow down and go ahead and get an authorization from Congress anyway, but still far short
and that
of the
authorization
declaration.
is still active today. It's still active. They haven't retired that authorization. That's what's wrong with that process.
Yeah. And same thing for the AUMF of 2001. Right. And I think they finally did retire the 2002 AUMF against Iraq, but then they used the broader 2001 AUMF to justify Iraq War III, and the continued occupation of Syria to this day, and the rest is under that. So, goes to show that they knew what they were talking about when they said you're not supposed to do it that way. As Madison said, the president is the one most interested in having a war, and so you don't want to let him decide.
Right.
You know?
We that's why, Scott, we always say that the speaking point, the one that's easy to say, is before we ask our National Guard to put their boots on the ground, Congress should put their name on the line, right? Yeah. And that's the way it's supposed to be. We're not saying that the National Guard shouldn't fight and win America's wars. They should. That's their purpose. They're a defense mechanism for the United States. We're just asking that the authority that we gave to Congress, that's our authority, it's not theirs, that they use it for the way that they're supposed to, and they have no mechanism to give that authority away. They can't give away something that's not theirs, and they've done that, and that's the fight that we're having.
Yeah. Okay, so I love this story about, and I remember well when this happened, we were on the phone and everything, when y'all went to Washington. And as someone who was told for years, many years, that look, if you weren't in the Army, then you don't get to have a comment on this stuff. Then my guys come home from the Army and they try to have their say, and they don't get to have a say either. You know, they're too busy listening to what the Israelis and the Saudis want. They don't have time for the actual veterans of the Idaho National Guard. And so, but I like the great part of the story is how you learned your lesson on your first try.
One try.
We're not doing this anymore. Lesson learned. As you said, we're going to the high ground in the state capitals. So where this can actually make a difference. And where, the whole thing about call your congressman, you can really make a difference, actually can have an effect on the state level. Whereas this ridiculous mythology, schoolhouse rock stuff on the national level. But we know when those phones ring, and I know that you guys have experienced this, when the people really get active, when a talk radio audience is all calling in on the same day, you can get things through committee. And so see if we can get some anecdotes, because this attempted legislation has never been signed yet, but we have many committees and then full state houses and state senates that have passed it, just not all lined up where we need it to get it to the governor's desk yet. But tell us some stories and about how this works, and then I want to hear from you, young man, too, as well, about your role in pushing this thing in Montana and how far you're getting there.
Yep, I'll kick it off, then I'll hand it off to Liam, because he actually participates quite heavily in this. We have a director of field operations, former Army Ranger, veteran from the Global War on Terror, Texas resident, who leads and trains volunteers to give us 5 minutes during their lunch break during legislative session. 5 minutes, a couple times a week, make 5 phone calls, get back to work, do your thing. He teaches them how to call the legislatures. We poll the committees. We know where they stand, if they're going to support the bill or not support it. And if people need a little bit of encouragement, we light the phones up. And these volunteers will call and make these calls during their lunch breaks. And even Representative Demings even participated in this from his home in Montana. And we ask them to call and just express their story. Ask them to support Defend the Guard. Ask them why they're not. Put pressure on them. And like you said, calling your congressman, they've got staffs that answer the phones. They've got volunteers, interns. But at the state house level, in some states, House representatives get no staff support. None. Sometimes the senator will get one. Sometimes the House will share somebody. So you start calling and blowing up that phone, and they start thinking, oh my God, that world is on fire. What is this issue? What is Defend the Guard? And then they read it, and it almost takes no explanation. No more convincing is necessary. Once you read it, you can't argue with it. It's constitutionally sound. The federal law already says it. We're just aligning the state law with where we want to go. And so Diego trains these people, and we've got hundreds in the pool that join 5 minutes during their lunch break, and Liam's one of them. And I want to hand it off to him for some anecdotal evidence of how effective it is.
Yeah, I mean, Diego really is like a powerhouse when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah. Well, explain that, because he didn't mention. His name is Diego Rivera.
Diego Rivera. He's
our Army Ranger friend.
His heart and soul into this movement. I mean, in 2023, when I was actively participating in Helena with Representative Deming, I was on the phone with him from like 8 in the morning to midnight some nights, and he's putting his heart and soul in this. And it, like Dan said, what we do is we call our legislators, we put pressure on them, because I want to reiterate what you said about DC versus at the state level. When Matt Gaetz, when Rand Paul, when Thomas Massie put forward war powers resolutions to withdraw from certain countries, they receive at least like 10 votes. That's about it. But you come home to Montana, the majority of the Republican Party is in support of this bill. And we have, a handful of Democrats as well in Montana, 7, I think it is. But the way I got involved in this, I think it's worthwhile telling. I was just a kid from Montana, 2018, signed up for Representative Deming's class. He was my civics teacher. And I was just like an average conservative, was a Trump supporter at the time. And I go up to him and I say, hey, have you heard of Ben Shapiro? Are you a fan of Ben Shapiro? And he goes, yeah, but you should check out Tom Woods. And from Tom Woods' show, I found you, Scott, and I heard you talking about the Defend the Guard bill. And I went up to him and asked him about it. And he had never heard about it, but he decided to run for the legislature a few years later, and decided to be the top sponsor for it. So I attribute that to you a little bit. And also I want to say, like, just to tie it to this event too, he introduced me to Ron Paul as well. And a lot of people can't say that about their public school civics teacher, so I like to brag about it.
That's right.
I got a text from him yesterday while we were going through the airport that said, OMG, I hate the TSA. So it's pretty cool. And another story is he had a poster of Lincoln that he put up in front of his class, and he just wrote, worst president ever, ? And he just wrote it up there and left it up there and was waiting to see if any student would get provoked by it. But yeah, he introduced me to Ron Paul. He had a portrait of Ron Paul in his classroom the whole year I was in there. So
Awesome.
You're both responsible for me being here today.
That's really cool. Very good.
See, Scott, that's how Grassroots works, right?
Yeah.
You have to plant the seeds. You have to cull the soil. You have to till it. You have to fertilize it, plant the seeds, nurture it, grow it. And that happened with the Ron Paul revolution in 2008 is all the people that were active in that revolution are now in positions of influence. They're big podcasters and authors of books. They're serving the state legislatures. Hell, look in the White House. They're on the president's cabinet. That came from the Ron Paul revolution. That's how Grassroots works. And Liam's the great example of the next generation of grass that's coming up. And we are changing the scope of conservative politics in America. Not in an evangelical conservative. I'm talking about conserving the Constitution. And it's been so effective that we've got people in key positions in so many states that when we go to the Republican Party in Idaho or in Texas or in North Carolina or Kentucky, and we propose a resolution for them to change their party platform and adopt Defend the Guard as a plank in the Republican Party, the war party, the neocon party, it's almost universally adopted first time through. So we've got 9 state Republican parties that have adopted this into their platform. We got it on the ballot here in Texas last year, the primary ballot, the same ballot the president was on against Nikki Haley as a referendum for the state to vote on, and it passed with 84% of Republican support. Do you think Republicans support this bill? Absolutely. Do you think the Libertarian Party supports this bill? They're the national sponsors of it. So now we've got 84% of the Republican Party voting in favor of a Libertarian-sponsored bill.
Yeah. Importantly, wait, and slow that down again. Yeah. This is the primary election where no Democrats are allowed.
That's right.
This is only Republican
Closed
voters.
primary Republican voters, and we received 60,000 more votes than Donald Trump did. This bill did. And coincidentally enough, the number of no votes against the bill almost identically matched the number of votes for Nikki Haley. It was almost a direct correlation.
I'm sure that's a total coincidence.
Total anomaly.
And you're always bringing up these wild theories. No,
that's right. We are way off to the right, but that's the power of Grassroots. And like we talked about Diego and Liam and Representative Deming, I can go to 30 states and point to this story.
Yeah,
almost exactly the same happening all across the country. And having a national mouthpiece like you championing the cause is a multiplier for us.
Well, look, I mean, it's really a perfect story in the sense of, you know, as you say, the grassroots nature of it, but also like the bare bones letter of the law, constitutionalism of the whole thing. Right. They are breaking the law.
Absolutely.
All you're doing is insisting that the states now interpose and insist the federal government follow the law in the charter that allows their existence in the first place, that all 350 million of us know that somewhere in Article 1, only Congress can declare war. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows they're breaking the law when they do otherwise. And then having guys like you and Diego who came home from these wars, leading the cause, being Ron Paul Republicans and Libertarians, and just setting that example for so many people. I mean, you're just kicking the door in on the permissible discussion of just what is all this about. And as you say, when these legislators start wondering about it, start looking at it, sounds right to me. It is right.
And they're
What's
all
the problem?
They're all for it until somebody in a uniform with stars on their collar and trinkets on their chest walks into the room and says, don't support that bill. They're all for it, every one of them, unanimously until that moment happens. So when the National Guard Adjutant General from the state parades into the state Capitol building, he has instant gravitas because he is a general. He is the foremost authority. And if you ask the general about the Constitution, just like Representative Deming said, they agree. That's exactly what the Constitution says, but we just don't do that anymore. Well, I don't remember an amendment saying that we don't. We have a process. If we want to change the Constitution, we have a process. And what's even more frustrating is if you drill down and ask the National Guard where they get their authority from, they cite the Constitution, the Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15, the militia clause, and they cite Title 10 of U.S. Code and Title 32 of U.S. Code. And if you read Title 10, it says that the National Guard can be called into federal service for the purpose of fighting wars that Congress has declared. That's the law. It's already written in there. But 5 paragraphs down from there, it says, or for any purpose that the president sees fit. But that's not overriding the first one. That's in addition to those things. So if it's something else other than war, the president can call for the National Guard. And so you can't get into a philosophical debate about it. You can't get into a legal debate about it. So what the National Guard and the members of the war party do, they get into a fiscal argument about it. And they say that the states will lose their federal funds if they pass Defend the Guard. And Delegate Pat McGeehan gave the most memorable speech on the floor of the West Virginia House. And he said, who's going to look that child in the eye and tell them their dad didn't get to come home from a war that Congress wouldn't declare because we need federal subsidies.
Yeah.
To hell with that.
I know, man. I was there when we first tried this in Texas, and Diego testified up there, and he just said, I must have misunderstood. Did somebody up there just say money? I know you didn't just say something about money, did you? Like, my friend's in a box. He's dead. You talking about money? And it was like, and they were like, oh, well, yes, we are talking about money, dude. You know, screw your friend, basically was their attitude.
So in Montana, I mean, the lead opposition against this is generals and lobbyists. I mean, they brought out legislators on a helicopter ride. They took them to the Army base in Montana, took them out on a helicopter ride and said while they were in the air, we will lose these helicopters if you pass that bill. And they came back and they switched their votes. So, I mean, I think it becomes incredibly transparent when you walk in the room and you go to testify who's on which side.
Yeah.
Because you see there's generals that are paid to be there and there are lobbyists that are paid to be there. And then on the other side, you have rank and file, people who have served in these wars, people like my friend Chris Inget, who was blown up by an RPG and suffers from PTSD as a result of it. Or, you know, the reason that I care so much about this is in 2012, someone really close to my family was in the National Guard and got killed in Afghanistan. And there are many people throughout this process, as I've lobbied for this bill, who have come to me as active duty National Guardsmen and say that they would love to be there in that room to testify for it, but they can't because it would violate code. Right. And yet you have generals come in and they're advocating against it.
Right. Representative, what's it like to be in the middle of that circus and try to get something so legal and lawful and necessary through these people?
Well, it's kind of fun, to be honest with you. It really is, because you can get people to admit, yeah, I'm worried about the helicopters that the National Guard has. Well, they're saying that, just like you said, friends in a box, and there's a helicopter. The bill that I introduced this last time got a fiscal note of 0 for the state, that we would not lose money from the state, but we'd lose $180 million from the federal government, and so we just couldn't pass that bill. Mm-hmm. And yet we're sending people in harm's way. But yeah, it's you wouldn't believe the vitriol and the hate that is generated for me just saying we should follow the Constitution. That's all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. And yet the guy at the American Legion has written some pretty horrible things about me and about the movement in general. So it's actually a very good thing to be a part of, and I'm glad to be in the fight with these guys.
Yeah. And now the American Legion has been supportive in some places, right?
So the former national commander of the American Legion came out, not about the bill specifically, but at the time we were fighting, and we have a quote in our pamphlet that we pass out. He says that the American Legion has always been against undeclared wars. Always. And we should only go to war when Congress has declared it. And when we put that up and we show it to the members of the American Legion, it's just like the military people testifying. All the rank and file members of the Legion go, oh, let's get back over here where we know we belong. And the leaders of the American Legion, who are the lobbyists of the American Legion, they stay lined up with the generals. And you go into these rooms, the hearing rooms, and like Liam said, all the people that are testifying in favor of the bill are veterans that come home that have grown a long beard. You can see the pain in their eyes. You can see the real human cost of war. And they tell real stories. They tell things that are backed up by facts, things you can look up in the newspaper. And the generals tell fictitious stories of threats of losing funding. Paper tigers. No one will put their name on the threat. And in fact, at one point, Major General Timothy Orr from the National Guard Bureau called the Speaker of the House in West Virginia and asked him to take the conversation offline. Went offline, and the Speaker was a friend, listened, and the General, Tim Orr, said, if you even let this bill get to a hearing, we will close that little training base that's in your district, Mr. Speaker. We'll close it tomorrow, and 650 of your constituents will lose their jobs. I'm sorry, that's coercion. That's against the law. It's also against the Hatch Act, which is a bill that says you cannot lobby in military uniform. And so we know that we're over the target. We know we are because we're catching flack.
Yeah.
And watching Representative Deming stand up in that hearing, if it's on our website or our YouTube channel somewhere, it's something that every activist should watch, every member of this movement should watch, because he sits there and addresses every single one of the general's concerns. And the general is on screen. You can see him sitting right behind Representative Deming. I don't know if that was intentional or not, But you sit there and you see him just get deflated. Every time Representative Deming brings up a point that's constitutional, ethical, moral, the man just cowers in his seat. And by the end of the conversation, he looked like just an empty suit sitting behind him, just completely defeated. Because you can't argue money when we're talking about lives and the constitutional nature of sending people into war where they're going to sacrifice their lives.
Yeah. All right, now, War Party's advocate here. You guys have been trying this for a while and it hadn't worked yet because evidently the National Guard's argument is just too strong. That, look, they're going to take us out of the order of battle. We're going to lose our helicopters and all of our little privileges and fun things, and I could lose a few dozen or a few hundred jobs around here and get unelected from my position, and the bad guys keep winning. So what's the key to turn it around?
I mean, this one's easy. You go back to the Constitution again. Who controls the power of the purse? It's not the National Guard Bureau. It's not the DOD. It's Congress. It's our representatives. They delegate the funds. They set the parameters of where that money goes. They define how much goes to bases, how much goes to National Guard. Then the Department of Defense and the National Guard Bureau, their job is to administrate those funds. There are several codes of federal law. In fact, we saw President Trump go through this recently. He wanted to defund USAID, maybe the most corrupt thing. Everybody in the world agrees that it's corrupt. Everybody. Right. And what happened? The court said you can't because of this section of federal code. You don't have the authority because Congress has already appropriated that money. Yeah. So the threat that the DOD or the National Guard Bureau is going to strip money, helicopters, tanks, uniforms, bullets, all of it from the states, we think it's a paper tiger and it's not real. We think it's a red herring. In fact, Representative Gozar from Arizona, one of the great liberty-leaning members of Congress, wrote an op-ed and filed it into the records of the halls of Congress that Congress controls the purse string and no state would be punished for passing the Defend the Guard. So we've got a pretty good sound basis. It's just getting people to listen to it.
Yeah. All right, so tell us about Pete Hegseth.
Sure.
He's the currently serving civilian Secretary of Defense.
Let's call him the former Fox News host. That's probably a better title for him, right?
It might be. You tell me.
So when he was on Fox News, we passed Defend the Guard through the New Hampshire House last January. And I wake up in the morning, turn on Fox News, and there's Pete Hegseth talking about Defend the Guard in New Hampshire. And Pete was a lieutenant colonel, I believe, in the National Guard, an officer. And on national news, he says, this is a great idea. I support this. And he gave the constitutional argument that the National Guard should be used for the defense of the United States or that Congress should declare war before they go overseas. And we thought, wow, that's kind of cool. Well, you fast forward to December of the same year, and Pete Hegseth gets nominated for the Secretary of Defense. And so I thought, well, now we've got a champion. And I flew down and met with him in West Palm, Florida, at a private dinner, and pulled him offline. I said, let's talk about Defend the Guard. He goes, oh, I love that bill. What a great idea. What a great concept. What can I do to help? And at the time, we didn't know if Pete was going to get nominated or not. He was going through a real difficult confirmation. And we made an agreement, hey, you get confirmed, we're going to do everything we can to help you. And when you get confirmed, we'll circle back and we'll get that endorsement letter from you. We did it in the wrong order. I learned lessons one time. I learned in D.C. once, and I learned this one time. I'll never pass up the opportunity to take that endorsement ever again. He's not hiding from us. He's not saying he doesn't support it. He says, my statement on record stands. That's his statement.
That's good enough right there, dude. That's it. And look, I mean, that sounds like, you talked about how people in the room reacted. And was it in Idaho when I was on and I said,
Wyoming.
In Wyoming, I was testifying over the Zoom call there. And I said, I'm sure there's some men in fancy uniforms in the room there. I think you guys might want to check with the Office of the Secretary of Defense because I think you might have some new standing orders on this. And you may be insubordinate and out of line to take the position you're taking because the currently serving Secretary of Defense, he says he supports this and he's the boss of you. And they were like, oh, but they went ahead anyway. But if he has said that his statement on that still stands, then I don't know, man. I think that's enough to really, let's just focus only on that for a little while and see how much mileage we can get out of focusing on that fact and force the fight on that. And in fact, perhaps even in the next hearing available, go ahead and tell these men that they actually, it's not really a question. You are insubordinate and you need to call your office, dude. You have no right to be here. Right. The Secretary of Defense has already said that he disagrees with you and you don't have the authority to disagree with him at all. So beat it.
That's a great strategy. And, we always say that, the Constitution already says this. But if we take their position and they believe in this chain of command, this authority, hey, your boss already says this. And Scott's being a little humble here, by the way. In that testimony in Wyoming, he didn't say, hey, you might want to check in with the boss. He said, hey, you should check in with the boss because you're being insubordinate. There was no hint. It was a direct accusation. It was one of the greatest moments.
Well, good.
The fact that their default is opposition without checking to see where the administration is at with it is just crazy.
Well, look, so we've gotten this thing through how many different state senates and houses altogether now?
Well, if I miss one, Liam probably knows better than me, but if I miss one, he's going to jump in. So the first one to ever pass it was Arizona Senate with the great Wendy Rogers, retired lieutenant colonel, female pilot, 25 years of service. She's passed actually 3 years in a row. It's passed the Idaho Senate with Marine Corps veteran sponsor Ben Adams. It has passed the New Hampshire House House of Representatives, which is the second largest legislative body in the entire Western world, behind only Congress. They passed it. The Virginia House of Delegates passed it 99-0, full bipartisan support.
Oh yeah.
Am I missing a body? Virginia?
I don't think so.
Nope. And then it's passed committees in Maine. It got out of committee in Montana. It's gotten out of committee in a couple other states, North Carolina, Georgia, I believe. But it's slow moving. Good legislation takes time. It shouldn't. Yeah. But that's kind of the legislative process. You know, my dad.
Well, and this is grassroots stuff. It's not like this is a billion-dollar corporation
this is the 5th year, right?
asking for a favor.
5th year, yeah.
Yeah, this is.
That's short order.
Yeah, man. This is a big deal. And look, so I don't know if I always do a good enough job of this, Dan, but I mean, I think the point has really got to be made for especially veterans out there who agree with this. Like, here's your next mission. You already have leadership. You have a very specific and achievable goal and timeframes with which to achieve it, and activism that is made to work. And this is, we talked about Diego before. He's a good friend of mine, and he's explained to me, he just got tired of trying to educate these people. Some of them will go right for it. Some of them are kind of wishy-washy, but at the end of the day, that's not what determines their vote. As you said, give them a helicopter ride and they'll flip on a dime anyway. So he just decided that he's just not going to stand for that anymore. And now he's just going to tell them, listen, do what I say or I'll destroy your career. That's it. You read me loud and clear? All right, good. Move on to the next one and let them know that this is either you support the troops or you're going to betray the troops. That's how we're framing this. You better get on the right side of it. And the thing is, the more you guys who have come home from the wars who really are willing to help, not just people making phone calls, but combat veterans making phone calls. Right. I'm with McKnight. I'm with Rivera. This is what we're doing. This is what you're voting for. And I know your name and I'm watching. And let them know that this thing is really building, but it takes that support. It's a core group of leaders at defendtheguard.us and at bringourtroopshome.us. But when it comes to the activism, you need an army.
That's right.
So that's it. They sign up.
Yeah,
by what? Email you or
if you go to
email Diego?
Either one of the websites. If you go there and at the bottom you just sign up and put your name and address, our email address in there, and you'll start getting our newsletters. And that's probably the first thing to start really getting boned up on the issue. But if you really want to get in contact and you want to be one of those boots on the ground, one of the guys giving us 5 minutes, making 5 phone calls, go to defendtheguard.us/phone bank and put your name in there, and that will go directly to Diego. And he will reach out and get you trained up and get you into a small circle. I don't know if they're using Telegraph or whatever they're using to communicate, but then you'll be in that group, that core group, and doing your part. And you are right. It does take some military efficiency. We were all trained to do a mission, not to follow orders.
And you need more people to show up at these hearings too, not just the phone calls. You need, I'll never forget that same first day that we did the hearing in Texas. Brian Sharp went up there and he said, look, I'm a lieutenant colonel. I went to West Point. And they all went, oh my God, West Point? Like the one I heard of before? Ooh.
That's exactly
right. And it was like, this guy's a big deal now, and they were really willing to listen to him. He quoted Daniel Webster and they were like, Daniel Webster, that name that I heard of before? And they were impressed, dude, and they were willing to listen to him and having, I like to show up and try to help. I fear I may be more counterproductive. What you need is more Diegos and more Brians up there.
And more spouses and children of veterans.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
Sometimes you have to pull on the heartstrings and let the heartstring story tell themselves. But then you need people like Representative Deming, who is a champion.
Yep.
There's sponsors, people that sponsor bills, then there's champions of bills. And we need champions, the ones that will stand up and take the arrows, because when they're taking arrows, they know that they can do that, and they've got the courage to do it because they know they've got an organization behind them that's going to stand there and buttress them. And hell, we might even reach around and swat a couple arrows down on their behalf.
Yep.
But we do need more people to testify. Tell your story. You don't have to really have any special training to do that. You just stand up and tell your story. Because if it's overtrained, it comes across as overtrained and prepared.
Right. Yeah. All right, good. Well, it's about time to wrap here. I just think this is fantastic. I know that we have a huge audience watching right now. Please, everyone, contribute to the Ron Paul Institute. But also, especially for you war veterans, but everybody else too, please go to defendtheguard.us and bringourtroopshome.us. Find out everything that you can. I guess the legislatures aren't in session right now.
No, this is the time we build.
This is when we build and get ready for next year. And I think we got a real good chance in Arizona for sure next year, right? And in a couple other places too. So thank you for your great activism, Liam, and all your great work on this, and you, Congressman, as well.
Representative. We don't want to degrade his title. He's congressman.
You don't call him a congressman when it's at the state level.
Representative.
Representative. Yeah. This is better. That's not lower. That's higher.
No, we don't want to degrade him with a congressman title.
That's right. That's right. Representative, thank you for all your work. I really wish you the best of luck, and especially if we can get states like Montana and Idaho and those leading the charge, and let people really know like where this is coming from. That this is in the spirit of the Ron Paul Revolution. Right.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you,
Scott.
Yep, and thank you guys for having me, and to the whole crew running everything here at Ron Paul's great 90th birthday. That's been the Scott Horton Show. I'm at scotthorton.org and et cetera like that. Buy all my books, and thank you very much.
Kibbe on Liberty. Welcome, everybody. This is the very first time I've done something really live, so we'll see how beautiful this chaos gets. I am at the Ron Paul 90th birthday party in Lake Jackson with my good friend Tom Woods. Welcome, Tom.
Matt, a pleasure.
And my idea for this is, and we're just going to keep bringing people in, my idea for this is to talk to some of the most important people in the movement about their Ron Paul origin story. Like, how important was Ron Paul to you building out your career as a young educator?
Well, my story goes all the way back to seeing a Ron Paul for President Libertarian Party bumper sticker in 1988. And I was 16 and saying to my mother, what does that even mean? Like, I've never heard of this guy. And she tried to explain it to me. But I had him in my mind. Like, I knew who he was. And I knew he'd been a former congressman. And in 1993, I had a chance to meet him briefly. I got a book autographed by him. So by the time he ran for president in 2007, I knew all about him. In fact, I had kind of lost interest in politics around 1996 because Bill Clinton versus Bob Dole. I said, I cannot bring myself to get interested in this. So I just gave it up. But every 2 years, I would check to make sure Ron Paul had been reelected. I had no idea what he was up to. You know, the internet was very much in its infancy in those days. But something about knowing he was still there made me feel better. And election after election, I would find he was still there. He was still there. So for me, when it was announced that he would run for president, I thought, well, this will be interesting because he's very different from anybody else who would be running. And I can't wait to see how it turns out. I couldn't have predicted that people would chant "End the Fed," that there'd be a renaissance of Austrian economics, that all these things would have come out of it. But it definitely gave me a boost in a number of ways because I started being the opening speaker for him at a lot of big events, and people got to know who I was. And there was in 2009, I was at CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference in Washington, or I don't know if it's outside Washington. It doesn't matter. But at that event, that was the event in 2009. My book Meltdown on the Financial Crisis had just come out. And that was the event where, for the first time, I was surrounded by people who wanted to get a picture with me and get my autograph. And I was standing there talking to Dan McCarthy, who's at ISI now. And all of a sudden, when the doors opened, this happened. I remember looking over at him, Dan, what is happening? I don't know quite what happened, but being in this Ron Paul orbit has been a real thrill for me because, for one thing, after he left office, he decided to create a homeschool curriculum, self-taught, video-based K through 12. And he said, would you create some courses for that? So I did that. And this is stuff, yeah, I could have created those courses for my own audience, but this is Ron Paul asking me to do it. And I really felt like being able to do that was my way of, feeling like something that you've accomplished will outlive you. Like this could help educate people for the long haul. And it was all because of this one man. I mean, I know people who have gotten married because they met during the Ron Paul movement. And I mean, there are all kinds of crazy, great outcomes that happened that he could never have predicted. But with me, it was like, I knew this guy was a hero. I was going to be glued to the set when it came to his presidential campaign. And in fact, I remember there would be video clips coming out every day on YouTube, like a bit of a speech he gave, a bit of an interview. And I would just, I was so unproductive that year because my day would be, well, what's he up to now? What provocative thing has he said now? And so, of course, he didn't win. I understand that. He didn't win. But I think about there are a lot of other people who didn't win. John Huntsman didn't win. I bet nobody listening to this remembers John Huntsman. Duncan Hunter didn't win. No one remembers Duncan Hunter.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But Ron Paul, so here's an interesting thing. 2008, he released the book The Revolution, and it was like a manifesto of his ideas. And publishers were unconvinced about this because they said, the general consensus of publishers was no one's going to remember Ron Paul after the election, so there's no point in publishing this. Because it came out in April of 2008, he's going to be long gone and forgotten. But there was one publisher, Grand Central Publishing, that said, let's roll the dice on this. It ended up hitting #1 on the New York Times list. Over at Wiley, the old guard at Wiley said, "This'll sell 8,000 copies. Forget it." But the young people at Wiley who tried to get this contract said, "It'll sell 8,000 on the first day." Like, you don't get the phenomenon that this guy is.
Yeah. You know, I heard about Ron Paul for the first time in probably 1982 from my professor.
Oh, you got me beat.
Because I'm older than you. Dr. Hans Senholz, who was an intellectual mentor.
Yeah.
And he kept talking about this young congressman who was talking about honest money and all of that stuff. But like you said, back then, you know, the club, we all knew each other by name because there weren't any of us.
Right.
And something happened with the first Ron Paul Republican campaign and followed by the Tea Party. The Ron Paul Revolution, the Tea Party, was fueled by the internet and social media. Yeah. And that democratized everything. And these ideas that were so important and persuasive to us, we finally had the megaphone to, like, we could reach everybody.
Yeah. And it meant that if you had an idea that wasn't somewhere between Bill Clinton and Bob Dole, you might have a fighting chance of being heard. You know, if you had a criticism of the Federal Reserve, no one had criticism of the Federal Reserve, you might actually have a fighting chance of being heard. Or if you thought that the debate over U.S. foreign policy was much too narrow, it was just between two different wings of interventionists. What if there was a non-interventionist? You actually had a chance for being heard. I think in 2008, a lot of Americans weren't quite ready for that message yet because it was so different from anything they'd ever heard. And now it's like, you know, for half the country, it's the most obvious thing in the world. We should stay out.
Yeah. And, you know, for a hot minute, you had Elon Musk, the head of Doge, talking about ending the Fed, very expressive on the non-interventionist ideas of Ron Paul. So we're like knocking on the door to the halls of power now. And it's not driven by, you know, save for brave hearts like Thomas Massey, it's not driven from the inside, it's driven from the bottom up.
Yeah, and that's been what a bizarre thing this has been to observe over the years. I mean, when that first campaign was taking place, you will recall distinctly that the media went out of its way either to ridicule him or ignore him, like he just was not a factor. I'm probably tonight going to mention, because I'll never forget this, in 2012, they still were trying it in 2012. MSNBC had a graphic on the screen, and it was a list in order of how much campaign cash they had on hand of the GOP candidates in Q2. And it was Romney. Romney was #1, but Ron Paul was #2. But on this graph, they had #1, #3, #4, #5. There was no #2. And so it reminds me of in the first campaign. Now, people will argue about whether this was a good use of money or not. I refuse to consider such mundane concerns. The Ron Paul movement ran a blimp over the country as a way of saying, look, NBC isn't going to tell you about this guy. No one else is going to tell you about this guy. What if we put a blimp in the sky that tells you to Google Ron Paul, you know?
So corporate media was always a problem, but I don't think they appreciated at that point the power of social media, and they would have, eventually the censors would turn their targets on social media. But at that time, the money bombs were literally bombs because everybody could do it without their permission.
And it was so I mean, this was a guy who had, without complaining, given speeches to rooms full of 35 people, you know? And now he's giving the same speeches to a room with 3,500 people. And watching these money bombs come in, and he's changed nothing about himself. He doesn't flatter people. He doesn't say what focus groups want him to say. He's the same guy, but yet he had reached the remnant.
It's that intense sincerity, I think, was so revolutionary. I mean, he doesn't seem like a revolutionary guy, but in politics, sincerity is hard to find, if possible.
He's unrehearsed.
Yeah. It's real. So what do you think the future holds? We have about a minute left. The future holds because the show, the main stage, was started by a comedian and then a musician, and we have all of these entertainers and persuaders and people that are genuine rock stars in social media. What's next for the Ron Paul legacy?
Well, what's interesting now is that a guy like Piers Morgan, who frankly just wants ratings, he wants views, he wants clicks, has realized that people in our orbit bring him exactly that. So he'll do it. So he'll bring them on. And so our folks are getting more and more exposure. And again, not by selling out, not by compromising, but being interesting, informed, entertaining, lively, and different, not the same old drones we're all accustomed to. So for that particular reason, and in that regard, I have some optimism for the future.
Yeah, I love watching Scott Horton and Dave Smith pick apart their debate partners.
Yeah, it's a blast.
It's a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. I really appreciate you doing this.
My pleasure, Matt.
All right, Bobby, you're up next. See ya.
You'll have to excuse me here. I'm finishing up another donation to the Money Bomb. It's just going to take me 1 second because I do it with crypto, which of course is a fast, easy way to send value from one side of the world to the other. So I just click a couple times and there you go. My USDC to the Ron Paul Money Bomb for $1,000 is done.
Okay,
now, back
everybody
to you.
watching, if you can match $1,000.
Yeah, please do.
We'll even take fiat currency, I think.
Sure.
You won't.
I don't know how.
You won't.
It's just so much easier with crypto.
Okay, Bobby, I'm meeting you for the first time live.
Yeah, thanks.
Good to meet you. And give us, I want to talk about your Ron Paul moment.
Yeah.
But I think people need a quick elevator pitch. You're a crypto entrepreneur, and you're doing some pretty innovative stuff.
That's very recent in my Ron Paul story. I've been doing honest money since 2008. I started the American Open Currency Standard back when I figured out that there was something wrong with the world, and that every rabbit hole I went down to find the solution, there was always the same thing. It was always money. And so I tried to figure out who was doing something about the money supply. I found this thing called the Liberty Dollar. I kind of liked it, but thought I could do it better. So I started the Open Currency Standard. 15 years later, I finally took off my gold and silver blinders and got totally into cryptocurrency because it's just the future of money. And the world's not making any more gold and silver coin buyers. And so if we're going to be successful with our mission of honest money, we have to use the tools of today's times. We have to use the tools that the kids are using. If children are the future and the future is digital and we want them to embrace the same things that are important to you and me, we've got to speak to them in their language. And so my daughter, everything that's valuable for her is on her phone, right? She's not going out and buying a safe to fill it up with gold and silver coins. So I finally saw that. The writing was on the wall for me in 2023. I set out to figure out really which crypto was the best. Everything I came across, I always had the same problem. It's all almost now totally controlled by the same banks and institutions that Bitcoin set out to disrupt, or foreign nations. And so when I figured that out, I said, we need a made in America crypto. This was before it was cool to say that.
Yeah.
And so I said, let's make Texit coin. Nobody's done that yet. Let's create a coin for Texas by Texans. And our strategy that makes us different from everybody else that's in the crypto space is that we're exclusively building our digital currency mine here in the state of Texas. And so it's the only one that has a geographic limitation on that. But this whole story began because of Dr. Paul. And I virtually met him back in 2007 on the movie America, From Freedom to Fascism. I don't know if you remember seeing that back in the day.
Yeah.
And we're in his office and he's got this little paper inbox on his desk that says, "Don't steal, the government hates competition." And I'm like, what is this? Who knew that there was a man in government today that actually has integrity and makes principled, decisions that follow the Constitution? What a kind of a unique thing. And so I made a Ron Paul coin, and it ended up being a bit of a success. I got to present him with the first one at Freedom Fest, Las Vegas, 2009. So that was the first time we actually got to meet in person. And I was a little bummed out because I thought that the work that I was doing was so important, in the spirit of freedom and liberty, but we didn't really interact much until I got an email in 2012 inviting me to testify in front of Dr. Paul's very last domestic monetary policy subcommittee hearing regarding sound money, parallel currencies, the roadmap to monetary freedom. And I thought that was I thought it was a mistake or something because, I'm doing all this work and we're successful, but, it doesn't seem to be reaching up to those high levels. And I said, okay, I'll do it. And I got to my 5 minutes of fame going in and telling, the federal government exactly what we thought about what they've done to money so far and to stay out of it. Don't legalize gold, don't legalize silver. just stay out of it, because everything you guys get involved with, you have a tendency of messing up, and it would just be better if you left the market alone. We're going to find a way to survive like we always do. So I was having a conversation back then about alternative and complementary currency before most people ever heard of Bitcoin. I wasn't a Bitcoin fan back then, because if you come from the world of gold and silver, it's the opposite end of the money spectrum. So that was really important, because I am able to do what I do today because of that moment in time back 13 years and 5 days ago, where I had an opportunity to present and say what was on my mind, share my story with the world. And it's the same language, it's the same message that I have today. It's just I swapped out the gold and silver horse and buggy for a digital currency rocket ship. And if it wasn't for that moment, that opportunity to speak at that level with Dr. Paul, nobody would take what I'm doing today seriously. And I owe everything that I have today to Dr. Paul for that opportunity and that moment in time that I'll never forget. That's why I'm here today.
I wish, as much as I like what Dr. Paul does on the outside, I wish that subcommittee was still doing that work, and I think maybe not enough people were paying attention. I wonder what Dr. Paul or you would say about what's happening with Washington, D.C. vis-a-vis crypto generally, because we at least jumped out of the frying pan when the SEC was openly hostile to all crypto entrepreneurship and trying to throw people in jail just for being entrepreneurs.
And it's great that that's completely changed. It's absolutely wonderful, but I don't trust any of it. I don't know how much you trust. When the government says they're going to get involved in something, it usually means to watch out, and they've got some other agenda. So I'm concerned as well. There's a lot of discussion today about CBDC, the central bank digital currencies, and we've promised to kill those things, right?
Right.
Executive order saying we will never have one. And yet, if you go out to like a gun show and you talk to normal Americans and you ask them if they're into crypto, they say, yeah. Which one? XRP. And that seems really strange, because XRP kind of seems like a CBDC to a certain extent. And so we'll see what happens. I think that what we can definitely appreciate is, like you said, the crypto task force at the SEC has been disbanded, and now we're going to see a lot of creativity. We'll see a lot of development in that space, which for a long time was very difficult to even think about doing without your bank account getting shut down, or getting a nasty gram from somebody that says you can't do that here. You got to go find some other part of the world to develop your blockchain-enabled business. So we'll see. It's yet to be really known what the government's got up its sleeve.
I always take comfort in the fact that politicians like Elizabeth Warren or Hillary Clinton are apoplectically worried that someone might actually be able to trade something anonymously, might actually be able to hold something of value anonymously. That tells me that this may be the most important strategy for liberty in the future.
It is.
Is that what you think?
It absolutely is. I mean, for the first time in a very long time, hundreds of years, we actually have a currency, a monetary system that is completely transparent. I mean, you said anonymously. Crypto is not really anonymous. There are some privacy coins out there, but with crypto, you're trading, transparency for that anonymity. And so we now have a monetary system where we know exactly how many coins there are. We know exactly how many they make per day. We know who gets them. We know what's required to get your hands on some of those freshly mined coins. We know how easy it is to send them from here to the other side of the world and back without having to go through a central gatekeeper authority. And so we have, I think, what is the most perfect form of money that's ever existed. And that's a big nut to swallow for a lot of people, especially the guys that come from the gold and silver world, where if you can't hold it, if it's not in your hand, if it's not locked up in your safe, then it can't be real. And so it took me 13 years to get over that concept. But the fact that you can perfectly split a crypto coin into thousands of little fragments, the fact that you can it's impossible to make a counterfeit Bitcoin. If I tried to send Bitcoin from my wallet to your wallet and I had fake Bitcoin, it would never reach your wallet. And so to think that that is a currency that's not provided by the government, not provided by a central authority, is a powerful concept. And so what we need to do is we need to educate. We need to really shrug off some of the skepticism and some of the fear that we've had, because crypto was dark web and it was money laundering, and it was all of these bad things. But really what we have at the core is this financial technology that puts the control of money back in the hands of us, the people. And I can't think of a more powerful tool to make it possible to continue fighting for freedom and liberty than honest money. It's at the bottom, it's the foundation of all of these things. And that's why it's so important that we have good, honest currency so that we can deal with each other through honest trade, through producers and consumers, outside of the realm of the government and the Fed.
Maybe the most important legacy of Ron Paul is turning people on to a philosophy based on sound money and explaining why it was so important for all of the other things we care about. If we hate forever wars, we should care about sound money.
They go hand in hand, and that's exactly right.
Government crushed by debt, we should worry about sound money.
That's what crypto gives us. It's debt-free, sound money. Even Dr. Paul is, still trying to embrace that concept of really, is it possible that this digital currency has shed its physical form and yet improved in its terms of being an honest form of money? And that is absolutely the case. It might take you a long time to understand that, to grasp it, but that's what I want people to see. I want them to see what I see, that we've got now powerful tools on our devices, in our hands, that will allow us to take honest money out everywhere fast.
All right, Bobby, I really appreciate you stopping by.
Nice to meet you. Thanks so much. See you again.
Good to see you. Justin, come on up. Hey, good to see you.
Matt, good to see you.
So my idea for this particular show, we're here obviously celebrating Ron Paul's 90th birthday, but we're all his children in one way or another, his intellectual children, his political children, inspired. I just heard from Tom Woods that people that met at Ron Paul rallies are in fact having children, so this is not just a metaphor. But I'd love to hear your Ron Paul origin story.
Yeah, so I was interested in liberty at a young age. I thought about running for office in the mid-2000s. And at around the time I was thinking about running for office and really getting excited about going there as a liberty candidate and being a liberty representative in the state house at the time, Ron Paul was running for president. And
it's 2008 or 12?
This was 08.
Okay.
So it was so exciting to me to see someone out there representing so many of the principles and values that I believed in, and it's something I'd never seen before. I was still pretty young. It's not like when you're in your 20s, you're necessarily, all that up on politics the way, that I might be today as a person in my middle age. But at that time, I knew that we had not had a candidate like this. If ever, it certainly had not happened in a very long time.
Maybe Thomas Jefferson's first run.
Right. Right. So it was so exciting to me to have that inspiration out there and to have someone that I could hold up as an example for what I wanted to be. And, even though the establishment was coming after him, to me, this was the future of politics. It was Ron Paul. It was someone who was fighting for each of us, who didn't care about the political labels. They didn't care about the partisanship. It was more about how can he advance liberty, and he was building hope, and he did it in such a seamless way. He wasn't, in my view, the greatest orator of all time. He was himself.
Yeah.
He was who he was. And he presented himself as a human being with all the greatness of Ron Paul and also all the flaws. And I think that was beautiful for me as a up-and-coming legislator.
And so weird in politics to have someone who is so fanatically sincere.
Right.
Like you just knew he wasn't lying to you, and that was such a different thing.
Exactly. Like he was a guy who would say what he thought, and if people booed him, and if people didn't like it, he didn't mind. He knew he was speaking something that he believed in, and you could tell. Like, he wasn't worried about the the appearances. You know, he wasn't there to put on a show for people or to please people. He was there to tell you what he believed, and the way he would talk about the Constitution and you know, how he wanted us to return to those central and basic principles. It was so inspiring to me as a young legislator or young candidate at the time.
Did you and Thomas Massey, when you served in Congress together, ever fight over who was the authentic Dr. No as the inheritors of the Ron Paul legacy? I was thinking about this because I actually worked on the Hill way back when Dr. Paul was there, and he was all alone. Like, people cannot appreciate, you know, they made fun of him. Dr. No was not a compliment, and they made fun of him because he would just vote no on things. But by the time that you and Thomas got there was a little bit of safety in numbers, maybe not enough, but it was different. You could work together with someone that actually shared most of your values.
Yeah, it definitely helped to have Thomas there. It was, I hope it was some relief to Ron that I was there to provide a little bit of backup in that term we served together, and then Thomas came soon after that, and then there were the three of us.
Okay, so you guys did cross over.
Yeah, okay. We did. We were all there together.
Did he literally hand you the torch?
There was no handoff, and you know, I never feel like I'm worthy to really take that torch. The thing he has, none of us really has in the same way. You know, there are other ways in which I hope that I have been influential, and I hope that maybe in the future I will continue to be influential. But nobody has quite what Ron Paul has.
Yeah.
And you know, with Thomas, the great thing is I don't think we had to fight over who is gonna, you know, take the torch in that sense, because Thomas and I voted so similarly on many of the controversial pieces of legislation that it wasn't ever an issue. You know, if before, you know, if Thomas was not there, the votes would have been something to one a lot of times. Without Ron Paul, without Thomas, if it was just me, it would be something to one. With Thomas there, it was always something to two.
So I am a recovering political activist, and you and I over the years fought some political battles together. You are a recovering congressman. And I wonder what you like, and I think about Ron Paul, like, so he used politics as a cultural stage, and I think his impact outside Washington, D.C. is astronomically larger than anything he could have done in Congress. Do you have an opinion, and I don't think it's an either-or thing, but do you have an opinion about where your voice, our voices should be? Should we be in Washington, D.C., or will you convince my wife to let me leave?
I do think we need those voices in Washington, D.C. You know, I was talking earlier to people during you know, the celebration about how Congress is not going to save us, right? We have to save ourselves.
Right.
It's going to happen in our own communities. It's going to happen in our churches. It's going to happen in our neighborhoods. We need to do the work as people who care about liberty. Congress is not going to be there to save us. But it is important to have those people standing there, standing up for principles, whether it's Ron Paul or Rand Paul or Thomas Massey. It's important to have those people who serve as a beacon for others, who you can look to. And even if they're losing those battles, you can look to them for inspiration, because that's how I got started. And I want, you know, I think we have to have those people to inspire that next generation. So it's not just about how can we build in the community on our own. We have to have that person who is shining the light and saying, hey, follow me. You know, I might be losing right now, but you can be part of my team here. You at home, you can be part of this battle, and we can do it together.
Yeah. Thinking about the Ron Paul revolution in 2007, 2008, that in many ways morphed into the Tea Party. There was huge overlap in those two things. And of course, the Wall Street bailout happened. So it's a perfect storm. And technology, for the first time, allowed people to find stuff out for themselves, because the media wasn't going to tell them. They never would have. And your career was very much born in that foment. How confident are you that the ideas of Hayek, who I know is very important to you, the ideas of Mises, the ideas of the Austrian economists and the Scottish Enlightenment philosophers, that whole body of stuff that you and I love, how confident are you that we can make that cool with the kids?
I think we can. It's going to take some time. Right now there's a MAGA movement, and sometimes libertarians feel at home within that movement as well, but there are big differences. And I think what Ron Paul presented was much more hopeful than what we see today. And I think that there will be room for that next generation to embrace that hope again. There will come a time when we say, okay, enough with the tension and the partisanship and the animosity, and we want to embrace hope for a better future where people work together, they come together, and they try to advance liberty and let people live their lives and make decisions for themselves instead of having someone else make decisions for them. So I am a believer that this will come around and we'll have a future where those views are again front and center. But it's going to take some time, and it's going to take people who are standing up both in Washington and at home to make that happen.
So you're reminding me of an ex-post from Daniel McAdams, who is a longtime Ron Paul associate and was recounting being there working with Dr. Paul on his final exit speech, which if you haven't seen this, everybody go right now and download this and watch it 5 times. But the thing that Daniel said that I think echoes what you just said is that the most important thing about Dr. Paul was that he was hopeful. Mm-hmm. He loved the American people, he trusted them, and he had hope that we had this ability to work things out for ourselves. So if there is such a thing as hopeful populism instead of resentful populism, I mean, I call myself a libertarian populist, and I think it's a hopeful philosophy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is the big difference between Ron Paul and a lot of people who talk today. And I think within the libertarian movement, there has increasingly been a bit of negativity and a bit of that, sort of cultural tension that didn't exist, that Ron Paul was not really about. He was reminding us about what was great about this country, what was great about our Constitution, what was great about liberty. And, his view of people was that they were good, that they could come together and they could make sure that people live in a free society. And I think today there is more resentment, and it's unfortunate, but to me, that's what I remember most about Ron Paul. It was that positivity. It was that sense that things were going to get better, and not such a focus on like how bad things are, but more of a focus on, isn't what we have beautiful? Like we have a beautiful Constitution. We have we have beautiful people who can come together for liberty.
Yeah, I love that. So any words to Dr. Paul as you wrap up?
Well, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Ron Paul. He really did change my life. I'm not sure that I would be the person I am. I'm not sure that I would have served in Congress the way that I did if he didn't exist. I mean, he really impacted my life and influenced me and set me on a course and set an example that I think maybe I'll never live up to, but I'll always be striving for it.
Love it. Thank you for coming by.
Thanks, Matt.
Chip, come on up.
Thanks, man. We'll see about it.
Hey.
Hey, brother.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So now an actual live congressman, so we're just going to spend the next 10 minutes blaming you for everything.
Always.
Everything.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing is I'm bringing a bunch of people onto my show, and I really want to hear your Ron Paul origin story. You're an actual Texan.
Yeah.
So you probably have one, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah. So, when I was kind of coming of age politically in the 90s, there was this congressman from Texas who was, I think, on his second go, right, in 96, if I get my time right, as I just come out of college. And, he was kind of speaking this language that I was trying to figure out and understand, and talking about things that, and I'll tell you funny, like now all my buddies in the Freedom Caucus and a bunch of people were all saying that, you know how many times every day I hear the phrase Ron Paul was right, in terms of the Fed, in terms of spending, in terms of,
I heard you say that on stage, and I want to stop you there.
Yeah.
How many of them are willing to say it out loud in public?
Well, not as many as you would hope, but I think maybe some increasing numbers though, right? I mean, in terms of certainly the principles, right? In terms of the Fed, in terms of recognizing how far awry things have gone. And I think it's just taken too long to get there. But bottom line is with Dr. Paul, he was speaking a language that was, for me as I went to UVA, kind of a Jeffersonian kind of worldview, understanding the Constitution and understanding the Declaration and all the principles. But the whole notion of not just the Fed, but spending and the size and scope of government. There was a Republican establishment that was talking a big game about balanced budgets and things, but were completely off the map. They're just completely not, where they needed to be. And it all sort of came to fruition for me when I went to the Hill as a staffer in the 2000s. And then I was saying, well, that guy's making sense. And all these guys under the Bush administration, everything else, government's getting bigger. This stuff's crazy. And both in terms of war and interventionist policy, spending, and the entire machine of government, it all started to click for me, particularly in that window of time.
Yeah, like the simple logic that Washington hates, that you can't actually borrow $38 trillion unless you can create money out of thin air, should be something that more of your colleagues care about.
I do believe that more people today really truly are getting it because it's gotten finally so bad that they don't have any choice but to get it. But I do still think there's a gap for people to understand the connection between that spending and the size and scope of government, and how that by its very nature undermines liberty and it's empowering the bureaucracy that's at war with us. It's not just the Fed and the printing of the money and the inflation, all bad, but you're taking all of that and you're giving life and you're giving license to this massive bureaucracy that then undermines our ability to function and live free. And I think that's at the core of some of the things that I'm actually hopeful about in the current administration, and Russ voted OMB and some of the things they're doing. Some of the stuff that was going on with Doge, a lot of that was there was some shiny object and all that, but a lot of the stuff to try to peel back a lot of the bureaucracy. There is a war going on with that entrenched bureaucracy in a good way. And that is a good thing that I think is a product of what you were just talking to Justin about, going back to Tea Party, Freedom Caucus, MAGA. Where are we now? Like what in populism? All of that is now led to a place where I think there is a proper, effort to undermine the bureaucracy, but the Congress is still catching up. They just never met a dollar they didn't want to spend. And Reagan was right when he said, I think Johnny Carson in the 70s, he goes, every program you put forward should have a tax bill attached to it, not because we're pro-tax, but to make you have to understand that there's no free lunch.
Yeah.
And the problem is every member of Congress thinks they can just write a check and then not pay for it.
So I think it was Tom Woods, it was Justin. Justin Amash mentioned the Ron Paul clash with Rudy Giuliani, and the first time at a Republican debate where someone made 2008, made a principled argument for non-interventionism and used this term that the government had always used called blowback, and there was blowback to Ron Paul talking about that. But today you see, obviously your colleague Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a number of Republicans are more comfortable, and I don't want to talk about a specific war, but more comfortable with the idea that we can't fight all the forever wars forever without destroying us. Empires die and republics thrive, and we're looking a lot like an empire now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll try to do quickly. I'm a child of the 80s, grew up under Reagan. Beat the evil empire, communist wall coming down, and then 9/11 happens, right? And so you have this patriotic, let's go get the bad guys. And what happened there at that time, and I was on the Hill as a staffer, and I took a trip to Iraq, a rule of law trip to go see what they were doing over there. And I'm getting driven around everywhere, and I'm like, we're building soccer fields, and we're doing all this stuff, and I'm going, what are we doing? This is not a battle to protect our interests. This is an effort to go out and nation build and to do things that are far afield. And it became very clear to me that there was an entire industry an entire universe built around this that was not good for our national security or, frankly, our spending or our health as a nation. Like right now, for example, like our healthcare system, which is brutally expensive and you can't get the doctor of your choice. Insurance companies run it, hospital corporations, Medicare, Medicaid, and the veteran stuff is all off the charts. Well, we just voted, I voted against it, of course, but a few years back, a burn pit bill, which, you know, we had veterans who were hurt in war. It's like a $600 billion entitlement. Like every one of these things we do dominoes. So back to the intervention. When you have an interventionist policy, when you're going around and doing nation building, when you're in endless wars and endless conflicts, when you have AUMFs that are now 23 years old, literally, like, you know, the AUMFs going back to 01, 03, Iraq, we still have an Iraq AUMF. Like, why? Saddam Hussein's been dead for 17 years or something. So, you know, this is the kind of thing that I think there is a philosophy that is growing that people understand. And I think to his credit, I think President Trump and a lot of people in administration, I think, have a bent in this direction. We'll see what happens in Alaska here soon about Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah. Yeah, the mystery to me, and I always felt like perhaps defense spending was the Achilles heel of the Tea Party era, because when push came to shove, if we were trying to balance the budget, if you're trying to eliminate the debt, there were caps on domestic and defense spending, and it was Republicans that undid that deal.
So interesting you say that, and you may agree or disagree on what we're trying to do. In part of this whole process going with the Trump administration of what we just did, and there were a lot of elements of the big beautiful bill I didn't like. There were a lot of elements that I think we got some wins, but not debating that. People don't understand fully why we had a defense pot of money in that bill, which I was reluctant, but here was the reason. The reason was we'd kind of lost that ability to break defense and non-defense. So the agreement, which we'll find out in September, how real it is, and this is going to be a big and epic fight, or maybe it won't be. I hope we stand to it. But is that the spending has to stay flat for defense and non-defense this year and going forward. We got to hold that spending down. The idea was to put a pot of money in for modernizing the military, while Hegseth is supposed to be ripping apart the bureaucracy, finding more savings for anything in the future, and then break the back. To your point, again, love or hate the strategy, break the back of what you're talking about. Everything in town is driven by defense spending. Republicans want defense spending, and then they will go to Democrats, cut an unholy alliance deal, and then you get non-defense spending, and then you get bloated supplementals that then snowball. And we're trying to find ways to break the back of that. And there's some in the administration who get that we need to break the back of that, and that's what we're trying to do.
I really hope that I get to say happily that I was wrong and you were right on this.
I hear you, and look, the right and wrong on this, let's be very clear. And I'll say this, I've said it publicly at the time, and I was in the Rules Committee putting up charts and concerns with where we are on the spending levels and on the big beautiful bill. But in terms of Medicaid restraint, in terms of cutting out some of the subsidies, in terms of work requirements on some of the food stamps and on Medicaid, in terms of some of the policy changes we got, some of those were things we never did before that we were able to actually crack open. Now, the expense for doing those things, very costly. The problem with putting defense spending into a mandatory bill, very concerning. But at this point, it's almost like the convention of the states debate, right? Or like whether you want to open those things up or not. At some point, you're like, we got to try whatever we can, because whatever's been working has not been working.
Yeah.
So I'm open to whatever we can. When I've got some friends at OMB that want to go slash and burn some of this, I'm like, well, let's try.
Well, I want you to bring this message back to your fellow conservatives, because the thing that's always mystified me as someone that I started off as a budget hawk. I was a budget economist, and I was focused on this. And the more you looked at it, you realized you couldn't balance the budget with exploding defense spending, and that had to be part of the story. But there's a blind spot with conservatives, and if Dr. Paul was here, he'd I think agree with me. For some reason, we will give DOD a blank check, assuming that big bureaucracy wouldn't possibly waste the money, wouldn't possibly grow their empire, wouldn't possibly do things like any other bureaucrat in the health and human services, fill in the blank. Conservatives are very good fighting against the welfare state.
Yep, but horrible on defense. I agree.
I
do not disagree at all. What I am, I'm going to be modestly rolling the dice on right now is that, and part of it was like what leverage they have. I mean, you have a narrow majority. You're trying to figure out how to hold the votes. But what I'm rolling the dice on is that there is a stated desire by Pete at the Pentagon and by some in the administration to blow up what has been driving that for decades, which is the appropriators having their teeth in the appropriation cycle during the discretionary, to then go to K Street and go to all of the lobby around town and to go all of the contractors who are driving all the show. And now there's an effort to say, what can we do to break that up? Can we get more nimble and better defense on lower budget with better contracts, and then get the Pentagon to break what they've been doing for 3 decades? There is at least a recognition that we need to do that. That's a good thing, and that's a product of Ron, and that's a product of you, and that's a product of the libertarian worldview, but just all of us who, in our concentric circles of conservatarian, conservative, libertarian, budget hawk, telling the truth to the American people and telling the truth about what's going on, those things are killing our country. What the medicine is, it depends on who the doctors are, I guess, but you know, that's what we're trying.
So since we've gone down this path, do you think there's a way, and I think this is what you're arguing, is there a way to get out of these omnibus, cromnibus, New Year's Eve BS bills that none of you know what's in it until after you pass it?
So, you know, somewhat infamously, right in December, I was fighting against one of those massive bills and against the debt ceiling increase with no actual discernible fiscal restraint. And somewhat notably, that kind of blew up into a public spectacle. And then you
felt for a moment what it meant to be Dr. No.
Yeah, and that's okay. That's a good thing, right? And I was good with it. I had no problem with it. But that served as the nucleus through the spring of what became, and by the way, what became a big moment when the Budget Committee, when 4 of us killed the big beautiful bill in the Budget Committee because we were demanding that we get spending cuts commensurate with the tax cuts. So now fast forward, now here we are. Part of the deal was that we're going to have spending at or below current levels. That was the deal. So we better stick to it. Or I think there's going to be some hell to pay this fall, and we'll see what happens, CRs, appropriations, all the stuff. The problem we have right now is you got to have 60 votes in the Senate, and there's such disparity and disagreement. It's hard. So my prediction is we end up in CR territory rather than omnibus territory, which is good and bad. Relatively flat spending, but you're not doing your job to do appropriations. But I do think we're going to be able to at least hold that spending down at a CR level and go try to work heading into the next cycle. But we'll see. We got to try.
So I'm waiting for Glenn Jacobs. Do you know Glenn?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
No.
I don't. He's not here. So.
No, that's fine. But we can go while we're waiting on Glenn.
Yeah, we'll keep going.
Want to go another thing? Fire away.
Oh gosh. So let's take it back to Ron Paul and his legacy here. No, before that, I wanted to get a quick update on the floods in the Hill Country.
Oh, thank you.
How are things going?
Yeah, that's great. And it's actually, and I'll tie it back to Ron because of he being such an instrumental part of my view about limited government. And he and I were just talking about this. Proud to represent Kerrville. Floods were terrible. You know, we lost 120 people, 27 of those little girls from Camp Mystic. But the amount of faith-based and community-driven response to that has been so uplifting in a response to that, and importantly, $100 million of giving that has gone to the Community Foundation of the Hill Country. And unlike some of the money that I think was wasted in California, this is money that, and we're getting updates on real time, going to people in real time to help them, help get them back on their feet, small businesses, cash flow, interest-free loans, all sorts of things to help people function. And importantly, the message I've been delivering is the federal government is not an ATM every time there's a disaster, right? We're the 8th biggest economy in the world in Texas. We have 33 million people. We can solve this problem, right? And so I want this to be a model of success of how you respond to tragedy, local action. Yeah, the feds can have a role. If they've got some tools and some planes and some stuff, that's fine. We all agree with that. But they're not supposed to be an ATM. And I think this is a really good story out of a tragedy of how you can rally around as a community and do things the way Texans, Americans are supposed to do it. Help your neighbor, help your friends, do it locally, do it through charity and giving. Stop going to the federal government for a frigging, free check.
Yeah, I don't know where that federalism thing came from, because I'm actually old enough to remember when states had that responsibility, and because they had the responsibility, they can't pawn it off.
Well, the first thing that happened, I get back to Capitol Hill, and all my colleagues, they were prayerful and thoughtful, and I'm grateful for that. But one of the first things, I had members coming on the floor saying, well, when are you going to get a supplemental? We need to do a supplemental for your people. I'm like, but why? Like, Yeah, FEMA might have some dollars there that they were using to do this, but that should be in the hundreds of millions or tens of millions, whatever it is, in response, and then they're done. They come with these, like, they use it as an excuse to write another big check to grow the bureaucracy so they can go buy more votes at home. And this goes to the heart of the problem. And again, I think we do at least have some new generation of people who get this more, but that old guard in Congress still thinks, write a check, get a vote. Write a check, win an election. And that is the wrong way of thinking.
Yeah, I can't help but notice that Florida and Texas do a better job responding to natural disasters than, say, California. Aren't you the guy that got in trouble for questioning the blank check to California after the wildfires?
Yeah, I mean, I was among a few, but yeah, I mean, and I'm trying to be consistent right now. It's like my people were hurt. It was a devastating thing for us, a lot of damage. I mean, it's crazy how bad those floods were, but those things happen. F5 tornadoes happen, hurricanes happen. We have to be ready to be able to deal with those as a people. And look, if we're not going to be serious about this and consistent about it, then we're not being honest with ourselves. And that spending of money, it's as Tom Massey, my good friend, dear friend, and again, we all should be continuing praying for him after he lost his wonderful wife, Rhonda, last year. But he grabbed my iced tea and he put it in a glass. Famously, you've seen that video where he then diluted it with water, showing the impact of what happens when the Fed prints money and when we've got all the borrowing that we do. And look, I'm still optimistic that the legacy of Ron Paul, Tea Party, Freedom Caucus getting founded, and core elements of the MAGA movement is a response to the old guard establishment, Republican and Democrats, who have been spending us into oblivion. But they haven't found religion yet. I mean, we still, we're still seeking it.
There's that Ron Paul hopefulness.
Yeah, well, you got to be.
Yeah, you have to be, because on any given day you're getting your butt kicked, and can't be fun.
It isn't, but it also, look, I mean, part of it is and I've said this to the crowd out there, we've achieved some things. Like I mentioned out there, FISA, right? You say, well, we didn't get the warrant requirement. We wanted FISA, we were fighting for it. We lost it by 1 vote. But what did we do? We kept it to a 2-year reauthorization instead of 5. The old Republican guard would have pushed that out 5 or 10 years. We put a bunch of provisions in there to make it better. Amendments I put in committee and Judiciary Committee to increase liberty, increase our transparency. And now it's going to come up again next April. So we get another bite at the apple. These seem like crumbs, but they're incremental gains against an establishment that's been against the average American. And we're winning some of those fights, and we shouldn't lose sight of all of the work, these events, Ron Paul, all the things we've done that have led to this moment. We get frustrated, and we see things like the big, beautiful bill, and we see the bad. We see more borrowing, and we see spending for good debate and reason. But then remember $1 trillion that we just got out of Medicaid when they all told us 6 months ago, you're not going to touch Medicaid. Well, we did, meaningfully. And we were able to get real reforms put in there, embedded in there. Real changes on some of the ACA subsidies. Real changes on direct primary care put in health savings accounts. That's a product of all of our fight for liberty.
Like I say, I hope you're right. I hope I'm wrong. And I love, we'll wrap up with this.
I think we're both right and both wrong, but that's my view.
Well,
yeah.
Always, right?
Yeah.
We lost Glenn Jacobs. I think he's still on stage.
Okay.
I want to wrap up just by saying something that I've said to you before. I first met you in 2008 when you were a Hill staffer, and you were one of the few Republican staffers that was willing to work with us on the outside to oppose the Wall Street bailout.
Yeah.
It was not fun because there was a Republican president, I think Republican House, because I remember John Boehner walking up the aisle with Nancy Pelosi, and like, you stuck your neck out, and I really appreciate that.
Well, I enjoyed doing it because it was the right thing to do. And I remember being in a meeting with a bunch of Republican leadership staffers, and there was a group of us who were over the Heritage Foundation, and we were cheering because it had failed like 3 or 4 times on the House floor. They were fighting it out, and we were cheering, and they're like, oh my God, we're going to die. And we're going, look, there's not too big to fail. You guys are crazy. But anyway, we were fighting that all as hard as we could. And now all these bailouts, they've had consequences. All of this stuff is added up. We were right. And I think all of these things, although I gather some of the things that you and I both agree have caused problems, let's remember all of the gains that we've gotten in educating people, and then we're demonstrating where we need to go. Some of this stuff was set in motion. And it was set in motion by a boomer generation, frankly, that just started spending a hell of a lot more money than they should. And now you've got, I think, new generations of Americans who might get it and can do something with it.
Well, out of the Wall Street bailout was born the Ron Paul revolution, and the
Correct.
Tea Party movement, and momentum that we had. So I always look for an opportunity.
Amen.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Congressman.
man. Appreciate it.
Yep.
See you, man.
Welcome to a rare live stream edition of Liberty Lockdown. This is Clint Russell. I am thrilled today, actually. First reason I'm thrilled is because we're at Ron Paul's 90th birthday, which means that the legend is still with us, hopefully for many more. If he's not here till his 100th, I'm going to be very upset. But I think even sweeter surprise is that I get to actually do a live show with some of my best buddies in this world. We got Luke Radowski, former co-host of the Best Political Show with me, and we've got Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem with Robbie the Fire. I'll give him a shout out. And Scott Horton will be joining us in a few minutes, so hang in there if you want to be deluged with geopolitical analysis. We'll get there. But I want to start, and actually Dave and I were talking about this off screen. We're having some internecine battles, some beefs between our people. Nick Fuentes, I don't know if he's not, I wouldn't say he's our people, but he has been beefing hard with Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. Curious what your thoughts are.
Well, you know, it's an interesting situation. I think that when Nick, I thought it was great that Nick and Candace did their thing together. I thought it was an interesting interview. It was a little bit strange, the parts that were about me, or a little weird to listen to. But I guess some of my broader thoughts on it are like, I think that Candace and Tucker are my guys. I'm not saying a single bad thing about them. These guys have been great to me. I also think that they're very important figures right now. I didn't think it was wise or right the way they went at Fuentes on the episode that they did together. And I think that, like, look,
calling him a gay kid in his basement wasn't the best way to handle it, maybe.
Yeah, and look, we all know he is, but you still don't say that out loud. No, I'm just kidding. But
let's start the fight.
I'm genuinely just joking around.
Yeah.
I think that the way I look at it is like in this game. I know I've had this happen a lot in my career, and so I can't like kind of blame Nick for this, especially being someone who's 15 years my junior or whatever. But I've had moments where someone will attack me and I feel like, well, I have to go back at you now. I can't just let you say that unanswered, like, especially when it's like a personal attack or something like that. As I flipped out on Dave Rubin recently, just because Dave Rubin's out there saying I'm a moron and I don't know what I'm talking about. So what can I do other than go, why don't me and you sit down and we'll see who doesn't know what they're talking about? Dave Rubin, of all people. Now, this is a different situation than that, but so I understand where Nick felt like he had to pull the knife out, because that's his brand. That's what he does.
Yeah.
Like if you're Mike Tyson in his prime, you're like, well, if you come throwing, you want a slugfest, okay. I'm the slugfest guy, And that's what Nick is.
Candace is basically the same thing, though.
In a lot of ways,
yeah.
Sure. I do think that, if you do really care about these issues, like say, if Nick Fuentes is like the Christian who really cares about, kind of Israeli dominance over American policy, well, then you also got to think to yourself, hey, what are you doing here, man? Because like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are like some of the most, you cannot overstate how valuable it is that these people who have millions of right-wing conservatives listening to them are preaching like a Ron Paulian non-interventionist. Like this is just like an amazing thing. And so I think one of the things that people, resent or don't like about the Groypers in general is that they feel like, you guys become this stain on all the rest of us. And you see this with, when Jordan Peterson goes on Joe Rogan and the topic of conversation is my debate with Douglas Murray. And what does Jordan Peterson go to right away? Well, there's these Groypers.
Yeah.
There's these anti-Semites online. Because what's frustrating is that from our perspective, like from Nick's perspective, I'm a limited hangout type of, because I won't go far enough to actually deny the Holocaust or blame the Jews. I'll just talk about the clean break strategy or whatever. But from our perspective, you guys are just an albatross around our neck that just gives them the low. It's like, so you see these guys, they got nothing they can really say about me, but they can pivot to Nick and start talking about they do the same thing with you with Daryl Cooper. Yeah, sure. And so I don't know. I think the way I look at it in the broader sense is I think whether it's me or Daryl Cooper or Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes or any of them, all of us have had people essentially trying to cancel us, trying to smear us, trying to, attack our character without taking on any of our arguments. I think we're kind of in a new phase where cancel culture isn't working, at least at the moment. And you know what? However you feel about Nick Fuentes, same way, however you feel about me, I'm here. So if you want to take on what I'm saying, then you got to take on what I'm saying. And so I do think that, I think at a certain point, Nick has earned the fact that he's not going anywhere. He's been canceled by everyone, and he's bigger than ever. Yep. So if that's the case, then I think in a way that has to be incorporated then.
You may not like this, or you may totally get what I'm about to say, but I feel like you and Nick are actually in a very similar position in that you're both saying things that are kind of third rail, or at least they had been historically. You both are having kind of hit pieces and smear jobs that are being pushed against you, and you're both kind of vaunted debate opponents that if you disagree, neither of you are going to run away, and also you're ducked a lot. Like Nick is kind of Voldemort in the same way that you are. I remember Shapiro for years wouldn't say your name.
Yeah.
You know? And it's like now, I think Fuentes was in that mold too, and now both of you guys are of such prominence that it basically requires people to say you by name.
Yeah, no, there's an interesting parallel there for sure, where like that we both, I mean, but it's not just us two, right? I mean, we're both representatives in our own way of the kind of non-interventionist right, maybe him being the identitarian non-interventionist right, and me being the like liberty-oriented non-interventionist right. But I mean, that was, I think, the playbook for everyone, you know, is that, yeah, you pretend they don't exist. And if you ever bring them up, it's just to smear them. We're in a world now where that's just changed. You know, like however you feel about Andrew Tate, he's here. Like you got to either take it on or not. Like if you want to ignore it and just pretend it doesn't exist and move on, fine. Right. But the drive by, like I would feel, right, there are people who I don't want to sit down and debate for different reasons. You know, there are some people because they're
Tom Woods.
Tom, it's just easy work. I love his family. I don't want to do that to them. No, but there are people, right? There are people who they don't have a high enough profile. There's libertarians. I saw some of them today on Twitter. Some of the, you know, libertarian theory bros who are furious that I won't sit down and debate with them. I just don't find it interesting enough or valuable enough a use of my time to debate whether, you know, to debate Zulu on whether homeless people taking a shit in the park are heroes. Like I'm not interested in that. And I understand why that's frustrating to him, but like, you know, that's life. And there's other people who I probably have big numbers, maybe would do, but I just have so little respect for them, or I just find their whole thing to be gross. So I don't really, But if I go on Joe Rogan and I start trashing a person by name, I feel like I have to be willing to sit down and debate that person.
There's an obligation there.
So if Jordan Peterson's going to do that, then that should be followed up with like sit down with Joe. And why is it like, you know, even the other day, again, someone who's been very good to me personally, I appreciate that. You know, Charlie Kirk, I'm talking about, he took a lot of heat for hosting me at that thing. Yeah. And he didn't buckle on that. So like, I respect that. But you know, when he said the thing again, he got a caller the other day, I don't know if you saw this, asking about Nick Fuentes. This video's gone viral. And he's like, I don't debate trolls. And you're like, dude, you debate Maoists and pro-abortion people. You debate. So how do you sit here and say
he made his career demolishing those?
Yes,
people.
Like you debate the worst of the worst. Yet here's a kid who, on the right wing, got a big enough audience that you're getting asked questions about him all the time, and your argument is going to be, no, that's beyond the pale.
Yeah, it's
like
ridiculous.
I just find that, you know. I don't know how you justify that from a right-wing position. From a left-wing worldview, I can understand how you... I can't platform that. The Maoist is misguided, but the right-wing racialist is evil. Right. I just don't know how that plays in a not woke progressive space.
I don't think it does, and I don't think that's going to last, but I want to get Luke in here. What's your thoughts with the kind of identitarian right-wing versus the non-interventionist libertarian right-wing? And do you think that it's indicative of us making progress, that this is even a discussion, that this is kind of like the mainstream of the debate right now?
I feel like we have become the mainstream. I feel like for a very long time, it was the corporate media attacking independent media. Yeah. And I think we reached a phase where people are like, yeah, the attacks are helping us. Let's attack each other now. Right. Because there's no one else to attack us specifically. CNN lost all kind of relevancy. They lost their audience. So, you know, I think...
It's like if you drag Rachel Maddow, it's not going to get clicks. If you drag Candace Owens, that's where we actually get...
Because we are the establishment. We are the media. And I think, you know, a lot of people are getting caught up in the drama, and they love the drama. And I think a certain amount of it is being played up in the algorithms to kind of spur on this kind of divide and this divide and conquer, when in reality, we have a lot more in common. We could let go of the personal issues from the 1930s. Like, okay, we don't have to discuss the 1930s every single day now. We could discuss foreign policy, the Jeffrey Epstein client list. I think we should really centralize our focus right now, instead of just oh, I dunked on him, she dunked on me, we're getting all these clicks, we're getting all this attention. I try to avoid a lot of the drama. I always have, because I find it ridiculous. But I think a lot of people see this as a vehicle to kind of prop themselves up, when in reality, I think right now we're at one of the most critical junctures of our time, where we got to let go of the petty differences, and we got to make sure, because right now we're talking about an elite pedophile ring of individuals that are still being protected with our tax dollars. All right, that is an extremely dangerous situation that the vast majority of people are saying, we got to get it out. We have to keep focusing on that. We have to keep focusing on trying to prevent the war, again, unfolding in Iran. We have to try to prevent the war from exploding in Ukraine. We have to focus and nail in this conversation, since this administration for the first time is listening, but now they're looking at a kind of social media aspect where everyone's just kind of attacking each other. I think the arguments are stupid. I think it was not the smartest of thing for Tucker Carlson to kind of call Nick this kind of basement dweller. I thought Nick's response, kind of owning it, was brilliant and very smart.
Genius.
He's good at that.
I think Charlie Kirk deleting his live stream also makes him more infamous. Nick is infamous as he is because he was put on the no-fly list, because he was debanked, because he had a madman with a gun who tried to kill him show up to his house. All right, when we look at that type of lore, whether you agree with him or not, you can't dismiss him.
Yeah.
You can't dismiss him at all. So whether I agree with his ideas or not, we should have respect for him, right? And respect for his ideas, but engage in a civil discussion. But we shouldn't make that the central focus point, since obviously we're at a critical juncture where we're either save the Republic or we're going to just continue down. Because if there ever is a chance for us to make it out of this hellscape of this Ponzi scheme, of this Federal Reserve fractional lie that we're all living under, that's financing the war machine and the pedophiles, if there ever was a chance for us ever to get anything done, it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good time to say it at Ron Paul's birthday.
Yeah. And if I could, just a couple things to what Luke was saying there, because I think part of that, I've noticed that myself in my show. I talked about it a bit on my show, was that and it really did kind of change with Donald Trump being elected in 24, where I would, for many years, a huge part of the content I would put out would just be tearing up the corporate media. And it'd be Brian Stelter clips or Rachel Maddow clips, and this is the propaganda now, but look at all the holes in it. Let's tear this apart. And it did feel like after this last election, that almost felt cheap and unnecessary,
almost
and
pointless.
What am I going to go through MSNBC right now and find what the daytime hosts at MSNBC are saying, and then be like, look, they're still saying woke stuff, but I could dunk on this? It's like, my show gets more viewers than that show. This is now me picking on the little guy, but it did still seem relevant to say, oh, Ben Shapiro just said this, advocating for the war, or this guy, because these guys at least have big audiences.
Yeah.
So that was part of what drove that change. But I also always, to your point, I always felt this way.
But just really quick, can we all just get together and dunk on Ben Shapiro? Can we just?
Well, that's
can we
what
just
I'd
do
like.
one person?
That's all I've ever wanted. That's all I've ever wanted.
Can we all just? We all agree.
There is
He's
something
horrible.
where people treat, and you remember for years, Clint, we had this argument with other libertarians, but people treat, the alt-right guys and Nick Fuentes, it's almost like a thing, what are you guys all so scared of?
Exactly.
Sit down with them, dude. How bad do you think this is going to go for you? I don't know. I sat down with him 3 times. I came out unscathed. I never was oh my God, he destroyed me. It didn't stop my career trajectory or whatever.
I
It's
think I have an
just
answer.
go in there and actually back up your arguments.
But I think I have an answer for that. I think that the reality is that Nick makes some really compelling points that you and I don't have a problem with addressing, because we're accustomed to, we're sincere when we say America first, and we're sincere when we say non-intervention. So when Nick throws at them a bunch of connections to Israel, Charlie Kirk can't fire back. He doesn't.
Well, he doesn't. Yeah, they're worried, or at least some of them, I think, are worried about being exposed for their own, hypocrisy or areas that they don't have a defense for.
This is my point.
Well,
Charlie is capable of winning that debate if he's able to be honest. He's not able to be honest, and I'm going to say this because I know you can't. Because of TPUSA, because of the donors that he has that
no, I'll
run his
say that.
operation.
Listen,
Okay.
there's nothing that I'm not able to say or won't say. I try to preface with he's been good to me, but the fact is, right, that's it. he's in a different game than we're in. I'm talking shit. Nick is talking shit. That's a different game than trying to build a huge political apparatus to get out the youth vote. And he needs big money. He needs donors. He has to, but right? Like listen, if Charlie Kirk came out and said what I say about Israel, Turning Point USA doesn't exist anymore.
Yes.
That's just a fact. Nobody can. There is no. He took so much heat for moderating a debate between me and another guy.
And you're a huge draw too, and it's
yeah. Well, that's the whole thing that's going on now, is that it's in such a beautiful irony. It's the market that's saving libertarian ideas, right? But I will say that I do feel, to connect this to Ron Paul, it being his birthday event, I think that a lot of us who came up in the Ron Paul movement, we did have, this is what my speech today was kind of about, but he was such a good role model for us, and he was so real with all the stuff he was saying, that it kind of inoculated us against some of this other stuff. But I will say that I do have, I have no sympathy for the establishment and the power brokers that ruined this country and bankrupted the next generation. I have a lot of sympathy for people who are members of the next generation who end up going into radical politics one way or the other because they hate this establishment that ruined their country so much. And whether that's left-wing kids who are embracing socialism or right-wing kids who are embracing fascism, I get it. We travel in radical political circles, and when you're a political radical, the way all three of us are, one thing that's very hard to ignore is that the stuff that we're talking about is stuff that could drive you crazy. It's stuff that's worth dying over. It's like, what? Like you were just mentioning the pedophilia ring. I mean, our government robbing us to fund Al-Qaeda, our government slaughtering babies,
proxy wars against nuclear powers.
Yeah, I mean,
sponsoring
insane,
terrorist groups and doing false flag attacks.
Things that you're like, yo, this is worth me grabbing a rifle and going and dying. Now, we kind of came out of the Ron Paul school, so we're like, hey, look, there's a better way, and you want to be safe. We also recognize that, we live under this horrible perversion of capitalism, and that the answer is actually to have the government stop doing that. But I understand where young kids are pushed into radical politics, and I've always seen our role as the next generation of Ron Paulians, that our role is to talk to those young radical kids and explain to them where they're right to hate the system, but that this is a better answer. I don't think our role, or the role of Jordan Peterson of all people, is to call them the dark tetrad of psychopathy or something. What are you doing, man? Your whole job is to talk to those disaffected young men.
Even more than Tucker Carlson has, put himself up as this defender of these begotten or ill-fated youth. Jordan Peterson made his entire career being a messenger and a defender of those people. And then Nick Fuentes, who really embodies exactly what Jordan Peterson was describing for all those years, and all of his supporters are exactly what Jordan Peterson talked about. And then just to write them off as psychopaths is it's such an abandonment of, I think, what made me respect Jordan Peterson so much, is that you put yourself up as these people's savior in a way. Yeah. And then as soon as they stepped, 1 degree out of line with your funding source at the Daily Wire, you abandoned them.
Well, also when hey, you want to talk about, psychopathic tendencies, you tweeted "give them hell" to Benjamin Netanyahu, and you know what he gave them? Hell. Yep. Gaza's been hell for 2 years since then. I mean, hell. Jordan Peterson's whole thing, hell is real, how it exists. Do you remember when he was on Rogan, he started talking about how hell is real and hell exists, and what did Joe say without batting an eye, because it's just the most obvious thing ever? He goes, look at Gaza. And then you watch Jordan Peterson just get uncomfortable. It's and the other thing to me, as people who hey, I do think the hating Jews stuff is a bad road to go down. I think racialism is toxic, and I think a lot of that stuff I do think Nick Fuentes is trafficking in some bad ideas. But then, hey, you know what I think a kid who's listening to Nick Fuentes sure could use? Jordan Peterson.
Exactly.
Aren't you the guy to talk to them about this? What? So that to me is what's so funky about the whole way this thing has been handled. And again, it just gives him more power.
Not the vaccinated Peterson. The old
vaccinated Peterson has never been.
Are you a believer that his body's been snatched?
Probably his mind probably was hijacked by the.
I think he's had some issues for sure.
By the
Well, speaking of people who appear to have been body snatched and replaced, I wanted to get your guys' opinion on the Trump administration round 2. There has been obviously a lot of broken promises. I don't think any of us went into this, even though I think all three of us were first-time Trump voters, or at least the two of us were. I think maybe you.
I voted for him all the time.
In the past, okay. But, so I don't think any of us had extraordinarily lofty goals. It was like, hey, no World War III.
We get free Ross.
Yeah, free Ross.
Free Ross
Maybe we get
great.
some justice for the COVID era, maybe, if we're lucky.
A little bit less government in our lives.
Yeah.
A little less of the boot stopping our face.
And he's done good with the getting rid of some of the DEI stuff, so I'm appreciative. I'm not going to paint it all as negative. But I think on net, it hasn't been extremely positive.
Yeah, it's not all bad, but the satanic pedophiles are still running around.
They're still running things.
That's the bad part.
Yeah.
Well, that and a few other things.
There's a couple, sacrifice of human beings and war and,
But what do you guys think? I mean, is he compromised through the Epstein operation? Is he compromised in terms of financial connections that make it impossible? Is it just him doing the bidding of his donors?
There's two ways to really think about this. If you're going to be generous to him, you're going to say that he's being threatened, right? And I think that's a possibility, right? And we don't know what's going on here until we actually get the documents. We actually know what's going on here. But the statements, the flippant kind of 180s, he did it 4 times within the last few days. I think it's absolutely just ridiculous. If you really want to be generous, the conspiracy theory is he's being threatened and he's making it really obvious to everyone who's really in charge. And the intel agencies are in charge, and that's why he's handling it so poorly, because he has no other outlet, because they're going to, take his life or take the life of his family. That's theory 1. Theory 2, he sees this Epstein list as like the Ring of Sauron. He's like, I could do so many things with this. I could have so much power. I could blackmail Washington, D.C. if I'm a part of the club. And if I protect the club, then I'm able to, of course, wield power, get my agenda through. But I'm more thinking of the likelihood of the threats, because he lost so much political leverage. He lost so much support. He lost so much of the kind of influencers and people that made him who he is.
The grassroots
that it just doesn't make sense. So we don't know exactly what's going on here. All we know is that they're lying. There's dangerous predators out there that are extremely powerful that are still hurting children. And this is an issue that is never going to go away.
Yeah.
So I think either of those two theories are true. Based on your own kind of emotional kind of attachment to Trump, you're going to believe in one of those two things right now, because there's no other explanation other than he's being blackmailed or he's being threatened.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think the other explanation is that Donald Trump is compromised by Donald Trump's brain, which was never that impressive to begin with. And he has all types of bad priors. Donald Trump really is, he's not, like I've been saying this for so many years now, but he's just not what the left wing projects onto him, and he's not what the right wing projects onto him. He's so obviously, he is a guy with a crippling level of narcissism that allows him to achieve quite a bit. I mean, he's a high-functioning narcissist, but it is also like this just damning disorder where like it's like Donald Trump will do this thing where someone will say something about, oh, Obama said this or he said that, and he goes, and the White House actually looks much nicer now than it did under Obama. Under Obama, they had all the wrong paintings on the walls, but they have all the best paintings on the walls now. And we all kind of at this point laugh because that's so funny. But like Trump is not trying to be funny.
Right.
He is seriously trying to point out that the White House is so much more terrific under him than it was under Obama. He's that guy.
Yeah.
And I think it's as simple as the fact that when it finally came due with I think his name was all over the goddamn files. I think every powerful person in D.C. was over. He got a ton of heat coming down on him, and he caved because that's ultimately what he always does. What he really cares about is his own legacy, his own image, him winning. That's all that's ever motivated Donald Trump.
But his image is ruined. His image is kind of destroyed. This is his legacy.
Yeah, but
now.
That's what hubris does, is you think you are so motivated by your own image that you end up destroying your own image. It's a Greek tragedy as old as time. But the fact is that Donald Trump, I think right now, in a weird way, everything's going exactly according to plan, which is what I always thought was that, hey, this is going to be the podcasters carried Donald Trump to the presidency. And then, look, I would have hoped, best case scenario, he ended up doing really great and we could all just be like, oh, wonderful. But then more realistically, to disappoint in a devastating manner, and all these podcasters are going to turn on him. And I think that one of the most fascinating things here is that is really happening. There was never a situation in our lives where there's anything quite like the dynamic right now. There was never a situation. You remember when George W. Bush came in and then he ended up being a complete disaster? And then you remember when Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity turned on him? No, because of course they would never. Like, they were going to defend him. No, Rachel Maddow was never turning on Barack Obama, but Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and Andrew Schultz and like all these people with millions and millions of viewers are totally, and the Democrats aren't getting any of their did you see Donald Trump came in, if you look at the polls, his first day of his second term, he has the highest approval rating he's ever had in either term. The Democrats are in the dumps. They're at 24%. Donald Trump has now come down to having his lowest approval rating in both terms. The Democrats are at 24%.
Yeah.
They didn't get 1 point of benefit from Donald Trump's numbers collapsing, because even though we're his supporter, we all know the Democrats have no credibility on any of these. So we live in this like new time now where the whole establishment really is spinning out. The corporate media is dead. They're not, remember I was arguing with Michael Tracy and a couple of these guys who were like, oh, that when Donald Trump wins, CNN's ratings are going to go right back up. And I was like, no, they're not. Not this time. And man, I got that one right.
I think the strongest thing supporting your theory is Operation Warp Speed. But, we're all retarded, but I don't think Trump is that retarded, to be quite honest with you. Because I think he has good advisors.
Speak for yourself, Luke.
I mean, we're all special, okay? But
you say not dumb enough to think Operation Warp Speed was a success?
No. I'm saying the strongest thing you have for your argument is Operation Warp Speed, with him still touting it, which
right.
is ridiculous.
But you're saying he's not dumb enough to actually think that was a successful operation.
But no, I'm not even arguing about that. I'm arguing about the Epstein stuff. I think he has a lot of advisors around him, a lot of people with him that are telling him the real kind of situation, and he's not immune to that. That's why I think something else is happening here other than his hubris.
I think it'd be very easy for Trump and people around Trump and the political consultant class to think that this will die down. This won't be that big. People care about the price of gas and the price of health care. This is the story of the day. This will go. I think you have to actually have your finger on the pulse, which we might take for granted a little bit because that's the world we live in, to realize how much this is not going away. And this is really going to devastate you. So I don't know. And by the way, I'm not saying you could be right about either one of those theories. It's quite possible he's being threatened, his family's being threatened. He was shot in the face. I mean, there's all these possibilities. But it's also the fact is that Donald Trump was terrible on so many of these issues his first term, and he's come right back to being terrible on them in his second term. And we were just hoping with people like, I know Tulsi Gabbard is here somewhere today. Maybe someone could ask her. That was unbelievable that she found out the intelligence that Iran was only weeks away from a nuke, and that intelligence only came out exactly when Israel bombed them. I thought that was a crazy coincidence that she was. Maybe she could explain that.
I would love to know.
But it's like the thing is that a lot of us they put these people like Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard who have been saying the right things for a lot of years in, and so there was some hope that maybe that would translate into something. But we all should have been. We've been in this for so many years to know Washington, D.C. changes a man or a woman.
But I will say, though, I mean, there are some differences in Trump round 2 that are so egregious that it makes me feel that I side more with Luke on him being compromised or threatened in a way. Particularly the bombing of the nuclear sites, particularly handing Gaza and basically just writing a blank check to the Israelis to be like, whatever you're going to do with Gaza, you're going to do. He is not having any say, and then he's sending more munitions to Ukraine. These are just such foundational promises to his campaign, and really who he purported himself to be for the entire 4 years he wasn't president, from 20 to 24, that it makes me feel as if there is something heavier hanging over his head than just hubris or pride or thinking he can get away with it.
Well, it did. Look, I mean, the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, who knows? Who knows how implicated he actually is in all of that?
I mean, Scott.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty bad, right, Luke? I mean, just what we do know is that it's not like Donald Trump, was at Jeffrey Epstein's parties once or was on the airplane once. He was basically living out of Mar-a-Lago. Jeffrey Epstein was on record saying Trump was his best friend. Trump's on record talking about how Jeffrey Epstein's the only one who likes the girls more than him, and he likes them really young. That was like an exact quote from Donald Trump. So who knows? Maybe there is something there. I'm not saying that's impossible.
We don't know. There's circumstantial evidence alluding to the fact that there's less kind of smoke there, but who knows now? Because if you're ever going to act as guilty as you are right now, people are going to have a lot of serious questions about it. The fact is, this is not going to go away. This is going to be a key issue for the midterms. This is going to be a key issue for 2028. This is an issue that I've been talking about for 15 years personally myself, and I think it's a very important one. I think, I do believe there might be one or two advisors saying this is going to go away, don't worry about it, the price of it. But overwhelmingly, I think ever since Lock Her Up, there has been this kind of taste that the American people felt of like, we need to do something about this two-tier justice system, because if we don't, the criminals are going to keep running over us.
Yeah.
And I think this is why this is going to be a bigger issue than I think anyone ever expects it to be, because this represents the draining of the swamp. This represents
100%.
the cleaning of the swamp. This
100%.
represents the end of the swamp, which has hijacked our government, taken it over, and allowed the special interest groups to essentially do whatever they want with us.
Yeah.
And
draining the swamp wasn't a campaign promise by Donald Trump. It was his raison d'etre. It was the entire reason that he exists politically. And so for him to what is very transparently obvious, everyone, for him to cave in order to protect the swamp and the worst element of the swamp, I mean, Jesus Christ, that is, I agree with you. I think it's devastating. I don't think he'll ever be viewed, whether or not you can read it in approval poll results, I don't think he'll ever be viewed by his hardcore supporters in the same way that he was after caving on Epstein. And I think for much more than just him, I mean, I think for Dan Bongino and for Kash Patel, I think I'm sure they're all people in power. They'll go get some book publishing deal, or they'll get a position on a weapons company or something. But in terms of like having the support of the people, I think they're all ruined over this.
for me, this is my kind of theory here. I think this has a lot more to do with the intel agencies. Whether it's the intel agencies, whether it's the CIA or the Mossad, I think either or, MI5, all of them. I think there's an criminal element of them that still has a huge amount of power, huge amount of weight, to the point where I think they're pulling a lot of the strings now, and I think that's why we're seeing such kind of declarative actions. The fact that we're seeing it in such a ever so aggressive way under Donald Trump, I think is also very kind of indicative of they're still calling the shots. They're still running the show, in my opinion, because they're getting everything that they want, plus even more now, including two major attacks. And this is what I think we really have to think about now, and this is why I've kind of been a little worried more than I usually am. We had two major attacks on two nuclear facilities internationally, on the Russian nuclear air force, on the Iranian nuclear sites as well. I think there could be a possibility that in history we look back on this time and this was the start of a bigger conflict than we could even kind of realize we are already in right now. And we can make the argument that the West has already started the nuclear war by going after the nuclear war might of the Iranians and the Russians.
Yeah, well, the funny thing about revolutions and world wars is that nobody ever goes, all right, today is day one.
Exactly.
You figure that out in the history books later. But you don't necessarily, if you're living through the first day of a world war, the first day of a revolution, nobody actually tells you that it started already. And sure, that is the big concern with this, especially when you look, I mean, thank God, it does seem like there's been some positive movement on the Ukraine situation in the last couple days. They announced that there's going to be talks. That's a big deal. Not trying to downplay that. But you got the country with the biggest stockpile of nuclear weapons engaged in an active proxy war with the United States now going on 3 years. You got Al-Qaeda holding down Syria in what is certainly just halftime of this show. Like, this is going somewhere that's going to be very bad. And of course you have the situation with Iran, which is, it's totally unclear what the results of this are and what the mullahs do in response to this. They've already talked about kicking the inspection regime out. Right. Who knows if they do that? Oh, this guy. Well, we got 17 minutes left, so Scott, we'll ask you one question.
That's literally how it works.
Take the show away.
How you doing, dude?
Good to see you.
Oh, I'm sorry. How you doing, dude?
This is quite the foursome. I feel like I'm back in college. Anyways,
You're showing too much skin too.
Yeah, that's
I'm
true.
uncomfortable with that.
That's true. I think this is what's so frustrating about the pushback that particularly our camp gets is that, we were really nervous after Donald Trump and America, the largest military in history, just arbitrarily basically decides to bomb the nuclear facilities in Iran. And then we're like, well, that could go really badly because the Iranians could strike American bases that are...
Now, I wouldn't say, I don't think we arbitrarily chose to bomb Iran. We objectively chose to do what Israel wants us to do. And Israel arbitrarily chose.
And then we protected
bomb
them
Iran.
afterwards from
Yeah.
any kind of legitimate consequences of their actions.
Right. Well, and I appreciate...
Hot topic, man. What'd I miss?
I appreciate the clarification. But the point that I'm trying to get to is that this is what we don't know. We don't know when the tipping point goes from, oh, this is just, us being a proxy for the Israelis and doing whatever they want, and ultimately Iran is going to cave and they're going to kneel and blah, blah, blah. Or they actually go, yeah, we're going to respond because we feel as if our back is against the wall and we have no pathway out, and we're going to kill 250 American troops. And then all of a sudden World War III is actually upon us, and you just don't know. And it's so frustrating that we get this panicking label or this other nonsense that they throw at us when the worst possible thing doesn't come to pass, and they go, see, told you. And it's like, well, we were just saying that's on the list of possibilities.
But at least from my experience, man, with the Iran thing, and then I guess it just from like a PR point of view or whatever, the Epstein thing coming in right next kind of helped, our camp because we were being so critical of Donald Trump. But all that stuff, I'm just finding that it's just not working. Like you want to sit here, the war hawks want to say, oh, see, this was perfect, and you guys were worried about whatever. It's like, dude, that's just not convincing anyone. Like, it's like, but why did we even need to bomb this country? You never even sold the people on there was a legitimate threat here. So I've found with all of it, like, it's been unbelievable how many different things they've tried to throw at the non-interventionists as we've been rising in prominence, and how all of them are falling flat.
It doesn't seem to work. But it doesn't...
And even on the question of how easy that war was, it's not over yet. They're not going to give up their nuclear program.
Right.
Trump's now bought the Israelis' definition of a nuclear weapons program as being any enrichment in Iran at all. So either he's going to climb all the way down from that, or the war's going to continue, and they're going to end up talking themselves into a regime change as the only way to permanently prevent Iran from choosing to attempt to make a nuclear bomb. And so that could have just been the first act. And it doesn't have to be World War III to be just an absolute catastrophe in Persia.
Of course.
Way more than we bargained for.
This is a question that I asked Luke and Dave earlier, but you weren't here yet, so I wanted to ask you. What do you think it is about Donald Trump and his kind of blank check to the Israelis? Is it just the Adelson money, or does it go deeper?
I mean, that's the obvious answer. I don't think anybody knows any worse than that.
It has to
but
go
look,
deeper.
I mean, in the Republican Party, everybody always does whatever the Israelis say. Like, nobody at those levels are like, oh no, I can't believe
but
that
not at this
Susie
level,
Wiles,
I mean-
she's so close to the Likud. They're all so close to the Likud.
Right. But there was this belief that Donald Trump was a real boy, to some extent. Well, to some extent. I mean, why have the media and everyone?
He was not a senator or a governor, right? So he was himself, but that doesn't make him like one of us.
Oh,
it just makes him not one of them.
No,
exactly.
far from being one of us. I'm just saying, why have 700 years in prison over his head? Why have the bullet graze his head? Why have the media run ops against him for 8 years straight if he's just as much a puppet of the Israelis as everybody else? Doesn't that seem weird?
Well, it's not all about Israel, and I mean, if you look at, and I don't really know who was behind those assassination attempts. I don't know if anybody really does, but like the
Iranians,
the closest, yeah, we know that ain't true.
Said CNN.
The closest association that we have to someone who would actually want Trump dead is with the second shooter, or attempted shooter, down in Florida,
Ryan Ruth.
who everybody said he was in a Blackwater ad. That wasn't a Blackwater ad. It was a video of a protest by the Azov battalion Nazis in Ukraine. And so if anybody put it up to him, it would have been those guys. Put him up to it is what I meant to say. So, but I don't really know about that. I mean, as far as the impeachment and Russiagate and all that, it was, well, first of all, it was about trying to prevent him from becoming the president so Hillary could have it was the first thing. But then also is because he wanted to end the Cold War with Russia, and they want to have a Cold War with Russia. So that wasn't all about Israel. In fact, you know, it was, if you go back to 16, it was the Israelis were the only major power faction that backed him. He could get a couple of generals from the Army and the Marines to back him, and stand up there next to him. But, you know, this time around was a bit different. But back then, it was essentially the lobby was the only major group that supported him.
You know, I remember Rothbard, I can't remember the name of this piece, but there's two different pieces that I'm thinking of. But one of them is the famous paleo, you know, what was it, paleo conservatism, a new strategy or something, whatever that piece was, where he starts off with the David Duke stuff. And people always, I think that this was like one of the most controversial articles that Rothbard ever wrote, but I also think that a lot of people, I mean, he said some pretty provocative things in it, but a lot of people also read stuff that he wasn't saying in it. And the section where he opened up talking about David Duke, what he was saying was, he was like, because I'm old enough to like remember this when David Duke ran for governor, and he goes, dude, the way the national media freaked out over this guy was unbelievable. And I mean, they sent everyone, including Tim Russert from Meet the Press, and like everyone to try to take him down. And he was talking about why the establishment gets so freaked out about like a right-wing populist like this. And he makes the point that he's like, look, they say it's because he used to be in the KKK, but like Byrd in the Senate used to be in the KKK, and all these other guys. That's not actually their problem. Their problem is this. And it would have been so interesting if Rothbard had covered Donald Trump's sentence. But one of the things, I think, he had another piece, I can't remember the name of it, where he just talked about how they go out of their way to make politics boring, and they really don't like people who make it exciting. You know, politics is kind of naturally an exciting thing. You're the leader of men. Give me liberty or give me death. But they turn it into a bunch of nerds sitting there like, we're going to have a conversation about whether 39% or 36% should be the top marginal rate. And they like the population to be pacified, but they really don't like right-wing populism the most. That's the one that scares them the most, because the right-wing men are the toughest men in the country, and if you start getting the barrel-chested men worked up about how like the elites are screwing you over and lock her up and to hell with this whole thing, and I think that was enough of a combination for them to be freaked out about Donald Trump. And he's also got that syndrome where he can't stop whatever thought comes into his mouth from coming out, and he'd start saying stuff like, Obama created ISIS. And people would be like, yo, what is he saying?
We're in Iraq for oil, he said.
Yeah, even, and look.
He alluded to Bush doing 9/11.
We weren't in Iraq for oil. He got that one wrong.
They're all incompetent. No one in Washington deserves their position. And they're just like, you know, of course they were.
You made a lot, so you made a lot of enemies with all of this stuff, but none of that actually means, which Rothbard didn't say in the piece, that David Duke is right about the most provocative, you know, like stance that he has, and none of that means that Donald Trump really was always a dumber version of Rudy Giuliani. Like, that's really what Donald Trump is. Rudy Giuliani is much more well-read than Donald Trump is, you know? And so I think
just as populist.
Yeah, right, exactly.
No, that's a fair point.
Also, for the record, you know, Donald Trump, he's a pure marketer. He says what he thinks is going to go over well. All you got to do, listen to Donald Trump when he was considering running on the Reform Party in 2000, and he had to attack Pat Buchanan. And the way he attacked him was saying he's a Nazi, he's a bigot, he doesn't like gay people. Because in the year 2000, in the zeitgeist, that's what Donald Trump thought was the way to marginalize. Now, in the year 2016, in the zeitgeist, he figured out that actually I should run all the way to the right on immigration. I should attack Hillary, because that's what he's good at, is knowing what's going to play well with a crowd.
Well, I think that's the interesting dynamic going all the way back to the first topic that I brought up, is that it felt a little bit as if Tucker Carlson was attacking Nick Fuentes with the 2000s Trump against Buchanan kind of mindset. And I feel like the environment has changed so dramatically that Fuentes' kind of third rail ideology is more within the realm of acceptable or allow, you know, Tom Woods' 3x5 card of allowable opinion.
You know, I think Nick did a good job of playing into that, because this is what he's really good at, is blood sport, internet wars.
Yeah.
The truth is, I think Nick Fuentes has probably attacked a bunch of people for being poor in the past.
Oh, of course.
I'm sure he's attacked people for living in their mom's basement and stuff like that. And the truth is, if you are like, it's like, look, I know this is from being a comedian. If there's some heckler who you hate who's in the front row and he's a 400-pound Indian dude, and he's just, you hate him, the first thing that comes to your mind is you're like, shut up, you fat Indian, you probably smell it, curry. Like, it's just the first thing. Doesn't mean you even have to have anything against fat Indians. It's just, I don't know, I wanted to get you, and that was the lowest hanging fruit that was right in front of me. And so if Tucker's pissed off at Nick Fuentes, the go-to is like, listen, child who's in the closet who lives with your mom. That's just kind of the go-to lowest hanging fruit. So I think Tucker just wanted to take shots at, like I said, he probably shouldn't have, but you know, with the Trump thing, I don't think he was ever the real deal. I still think it was better for the country that he won than Kamala Harris winning this last time. But
I agree with that, but let me see if we agree for the same reason. I think it's because a lot of the people had so much faith and hope in Donald Trump that if he had been kept from the White House again, there would always have been the what if. Like, oh my God, Donald Trump, you have no idea what he would have done. You would have had the deep state gone down. You would have had Epstein and the list and all this, and World War III would have been avoided. And it's like now, all of us get to go, not true.
Well, that's one tiny benefit, or that's the benefit. I don't put that as the number one. I think the biggest benefits of Donald Trump winning, number one, were, you know, there's like a certain level of indignity that is just unbearable. Like there's just this, you know, if you were with a chick and she just got like way too drunk and started trying to make out with your friend in front of you, you'd be like, I just can't, now we can't be together anymore. This is just, and as a country, having Kamala Harris elected our president would be, we just can't exist anymore. Can't, I couldn't look at my children in the face.
It's too far.
If Kamala Harris was the president. Like,
that shit would have been so funny, just daily. God, that would have been a ride.
Well, but we all felt that way, and then Joe Biden wasn't that funny.
No, but she was actually even worse. She was actually substantially worse than Joe Biden.
Was running as him.
Yeah.
Which was funny.
But the major thing that I think was the biggest benefit of Donald Trump winning, and I, with all due respect, I know Lynn is here, so like, okay, Russ Albrich being freed, is, you know, up there, but it was really the destruction of the corporate media, and it was the moment when they had to admit it, and they all admit it, and it changed very quickly after the 24. They went for 8 years, from 2016 to 2024, the story of the corporate media was still Brian Stelter getting on TV and going, the fringe Joe Rogan.
Right.
Like he would still do that every day with his weird little piggy gay inflection and be like, oh, look at this guy over here. While he's speaking to 300,000 people and Joe Rogan's speaking to 15 million people, he'd still be like, the fringe Joe Rogan. After this election, they all went, we got to find our own Joe Rogan. They all admitted that they're not the mainstream.
And shockingly,
anymore.
it wasn't Brian Stelter.
Well, that's right. But that is a prerequisite to us ever doing anything, is that we had to crack their propaganda apparatus.
Say what you may about Trump, he opened up the Pandora box of populism.
Yeah.
The people have gotten a taste, an idea of what government could look like if it's not run by satanic pedophiles. And that idea is going to be with people. That idea of not having a war, that idea of not being sold down the river is addictive. And I think that's what the American people want. So I think that kind of energy, that kind of tenure is still with us. His supporters are criticizing him because he's not following through. And I think that's beautiful. And I think that's amazing.
Agree. No.
So I'm happy Ross is free. I'm happy the J6ers are free. But I think overall, and I always said this, you know, elections aren't about the politician, they're about the ideas. And the idea of liberty and freedom and self-ownership have galvanized the American people to vote for Donald Trump. He may not be the vehicle, but he started something that an idea's time has come that Ron Paul was a big part of. And I think we are headed towards greater places because of him.
Well, I think that's why I keep circling back to this Fuentes versus you versus Tucker debate, is I really feel as if the inflection point now is, are we going to be a kind of identitarian, nationalist, non-interventionist right wing, or are we going to be the non-identitarian, more libertarian version of that? And I think that it's a very important fight to be had, and I don't think that dismissing Fuentes and his camp is the pathway forward.
No, I don't think
we-
dismissing him is.
No, I'm not saying that's what you're saying.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
No, I don't think dismissing. I just think that it's like ultimately the best path is to go like, listen, just the fact that we're opposed to Israel doing Nazi shit doesn't mean we got to become Nazis ourselves.
Thank you.
That's not what we're trying to do here. And so, but I do agree with you that I think the future is on our side. I mean, especially with young people. There's the only debate now is between Scott Horton's foreign policy or Pat Buchanan's it's the Ron Paul descendants or maybe the Pat Buchanan kind of descendants. But that's what the debate's between, not anything
Pat
else.
writes for me, so yeah.
Yeah, right, really. Well, Pat was the best. I mean, but I just mean people more influenced by him.
I think that's a perfect way to end it. I'm going to give Scott the last note because he missed most of this conversation.
Well, I'll tell you this. I read in The Economist the other day a quote that may or may not be real about Trump saying, my base is freaking out over this or something. They're very upset about this. This is the same thing that's happening on the Democratic side, and it's happening more and more. It's split among Republicans. It's a 50-50 split on who do you favor, the Israelis or the Palestinians, on the right.
That's crazy.
And that's a huge change in a short amount of time, and it's changing more and more. On the
on the
Democratic
right?
side,
Wow.
it's much more. It's like 70-30 or 80-20 or something on the left. So, and this crack up is coming. People are sick and tired of seeing the Israelis kill kids with our money. They know that this is provoking terrorist attacks against American innocent civilians. And so Trump, more and more, it's the leaders of the MAGA right who are making themselves known that they just cannot stand this. And Trump is getting the message. And it's so important that people really keep it up and keep the pressure up and let him know that, we absolutely disapprove of all of this. And then let it be the case in both parties in America where we just have the donors and the owners of the party versus the population of the country on this issue. We do not consider this a special relationship. We do not consider them to be our greatest allies. We want nothing
We
to do
consider
with
it
this
special, all right.
with the Israelis. We want nothing to do with dying in terrorist attacks motivated by their crimes. And so enough. And let Trump know that, look, it's not just that your people are pissed, it's that they absolutely will not stand for it. And you're better off with them than Miriam Adelson.
Yes.
And now you have to choose.
And
we're
they are
making you choose.
And they are right to be pissed off. And I'll just end with this. As much as I love Lex Friedman, I would like to see 10 hours of you versus Fuentes. Let's actually win on the merits of the arguments. Let's not dismiss it. Let's actually hammer. I mean, I think that the kid's brilliant, but he doesn't stand a chance against you, either of you. So I hope that's the pathway. What's that? No. I just the reference is because he just did 10 hours with Lex Friedman. So
I'm sorry.
Yeah, right.
It was fun.
Anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. Oh, look at this. I'm such a pro. 10 seconds in the countdown. If you guys want to check out the show, it's Liberty Lockdown, YouTube, everywhere else. We got Part of the Problem. We got Libertarian Institute. What else? Is that good enough?
Horton.org.
Okay.
Amazon.com.
And Luke?
WeAreChange.org.
WeAreChange.org, as if I didn't know that. We're out of here. Thank you guys. Peace.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Spaces with Josie. I'm your host, Josie, the Redheaded Libertarian. We're actually coming live today from Ron Paul's birthday barbecue. So I'm going to do some speed interviews today, starting with Scott Horton. Welcome, Scott.
Hi, thank you.
It's my absolute pleasure to have you here with me today. You're a human encyclopedia when it comes to geopolitics. So I'd originally wanted to talk to you about the bounty that was out. And you know what? I just got to thinking, I'm like, you know what? Let's just talk about the propaganda that got us into the war in Palestine.
Okay.
Yeah, some of that early propaganda. There was the 40 beheaded babies. There was, and now we're learning more that perhaps Israel knew about the attack and didn't stop it. So I just want you to just go off on this. Just please.
Sure.
Long-winded answer. I just go off.
Okay, well, so look, in 48, when they created the State of Israel, they cleansed 750,000 people off of their land. That's about the population of Austin, including the suburbs, okay? Massive ethnic cleansing campaign. And then they created an 80-20 super-duper Jewish majority there. So they could call it a Jewish democracy. Is still 20%, 1/5 of the population were Palestinian Muslims or Christians. But then 80% were Jews. And so as horrific as that was, it was in a sense sustainable, right? But in 1967, after that war, which Israel started, they ended up taking the West Bank, which had then been under the control of Jordan, and they took the Gaza Strip, which had been under the control of Egypt. And when they took that land, they kidnapped all those people and kept them. And even their founding prime minister said, this is such a huge error because what are we going to do with all these captives? And what's it going to turn us into? Do we have to rule over them in this way? So this is why Ben Shapiro's lying when he always says for people to imagine that Mexico was shooting rockets at us across the border, across the Rio Grande, and now we have to defend ourselves. Well, we all know what that means. Mexico means the national government in Mexico City and its armed military force, right? The nation state of Mexico. There's no nation state of the Palestinians. Palestine is not a nation. Palestine is an Indian reservation full of captured, enslaved people living essentially in open-air concentration camps. They have no civil rights, no civil liberties. They live under foreign military occupation law, which is 10 times more lawless than martial law, right? You have children kidnapped out of their beds and put on military trial in a foreign language from foreign military officers, and sometimes hold them without trial or without charges whatsoever, just in so-called administrative detention, which we would recognize from any communist or national socialist tyranny in our history, right? So that's the way it is for the Palestinians. They say Israel is a democracy, but it's a democracy for the Jewish Israelis that live inside Israel, and it's a sort of half-assed democracy for the Palestinian citizens of Israel. But for the millions of Palestinians in the occupied territories, they are essentially slaves. The only reason they're not slaves is because the Israelis don't want them. They don't force them to work for free. They just kill them and steal their property and wish that they would just drop dead, or as you hear them say, why don't they just move somewhere else and go somewhere else so we can steal the last of their property? So that's what's going on here, okay? So what Hamas did, Hamas is essentially the strongest gang in the Gaza prison camp. They are not the legitimate government, again, of the people. They're not even like an Indian government on the reservation, which has legitimacy. Hamas is essentially just a terrorist group. They ran and were elected by a plurality, and they had only a coalition government in the election of 2005, when, by the way, the majority of the population of the place were minors at the time and were not able to participate whatsoever. Majority minors, isn't that funny? Under 18.
I get it.
And then there was a failed coup in 2006, which led to them seizing essential total power there for what it is among the Palestinians, but still under the total control of the Israelis overall and under total blockade and siege by them. And then the Israelis have a policy that they call mowing the lawn, which means that every couple of years they go in there and do a massive bombing campaign and just kill thousands and thousands of people, including hundreds and hundreds of children at least, in the name of thwarting Hamas. And almost every time it's the Israelis who break the ceasefire, and then they just lie, because they lie a lot. And so then in the first Trump administration, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, figured out that we got a money machine. Now, all the Sunni kings of the region had promised that they would never formally recognize Israel and normalize relations with Israel unless they gave the Palestinians a fair deal. Either gave them an independent state of their own or citizenship and equal rights as Israelis. But then Kushner said, well, what's your price? And so he bribed Bahrain, UAE, Sudan, and Morocco to sign what are called the Abraham Accords, where the Americans essentially just bribed them to normalize relations with Israel and essentially forsake the Palestinians. And they were working on getting the Saudis to sign on as well, and that would have been the big get. Once the Saudis normalize with Israel without the Israelis making a deal with the Palestinians, that is the final victory for Netanyahu. So on September the 22nd, 2023, he spoke at the UN General Assembly, and you know he likes to bring a visual aid. So here he brought a map of Greater Israel. It has the West Bank and Gaza are the same color as Israel on the map, and has a big red line through the Sunni kingdoms, and it says these are all our allies now. Essentially, we've won. The Netanyahu doctrine worked. I've gone ahead and normalized relations with all of these kingdoms, and Palestinians, you lose. You get nothing. No citizenship and no independent state of your own. Just lay down and die. I win, you lose, you're crushed, I'm the victor, screw you. And then 2 weeks later, Hamas broke out of their pen and launched the October 7th attack, the purpose of which was to heighten all the tensions, to reinvigorate the controversy over their plight, and to sabotage the Saudis' cooperation with this and impending signature of the deal, right? And so what they did was they broke out and they did kill something like 1,100 or something civilians, and it looks like somewhere at least dozens, possibly as many as 100 Israelis were killed by their own government in what's called the Hannibal Directive. They had a guy named, an Israeli soldier named Gilad Shalit, I believe is how it's said, had been kidnapped years before by Hamas, and they had to trade like 1,000 Palestinian captives, not prisoners in any legal sense, but people held without charges. They had to release their own kidnapped Palestinians, 1,000 of them, to get their one soldier back. And they came up with a new policy after that called the Hannibal Directive, which says if any of our soldiers are being abducted and taken back into Gaza, we kill our own soldier as well as his kidnappers to prevent us from getting in this situation again. Well, then on October the 7th, when you had dozens or scores or hundreds of people being taken prisoner back into Gaza on the fly, they admitted this in the Israeli press, mass Hannibal, which was kill not just soldiers, but even Israeli civilians who were being kidnapped and taken back into Gaza, blowing up any car that was headed back into Gaza, and using tanks to blow up kibbutzes and so forth. And then this was part of the excessive propaganda, because they did kill civilians. They killed soldiers, but they killed civilians too. And there are plenty of atrocities to go around if they just wanted to tell the truth. But the thing is they'd blown up these houses, and there were, people whose bodies were terribly burnt and all this. So they had to explain that away. So they blamed all that on Hamas. And they came up with these insane, lurid stories saying that they had tied families together and then set them on fire, and that they had raped these girls, that they had beheaded 40 babies and then held their headless corpses from a clothesline, that they had cut a woman's stomach open and stolen her baby out, which is something that Christian soldiers working for the Israelis did at Sabra and Shatila in 1982 in Lebanon, working for Ariel Sharon.
So they were just repeating some of the propaganda.
Yeah, they were taking real atrocities that they had committed and blaming and claiming that the Palestinians had done that to them.
Blame
Same
their
thing
enemy.
in the Nakba, they had taken a young boy and thrown him in an oven in front of his father. They lied and claimed that the Palestinians had done that to them. In both of those cases, these are things that they had actually done to the Palestinians that then they turn around. And so they embellished the stories. And this is the same thing from World War I. It was famously called the Belgian babies on bayonets,
where they had all these lurid stories about the Hun, the German soldiers committing these war crimes. And they did commit war crimes in Belgium, but they made a huge deal out of it, and that became the propaganda to get into the war. Famously, we have the babies in incubators from 1990, where they claimed that Saddam Hussein's soldiers had thrown Kuwaiti babies out of the incubators, left them on the cold floor to die just to steal the incubators. And based on that atrocity, they used that as the excuse to start Iraq War I. So we see this kind of thing oftentimes, and that was what we saw in the case of the attack of October 7th. If they had told the truth about it, it would have been bad. But by severely exaggerating it, they wrote themselves a license to commit the genocide that they're committing now, where they literally, of course, are beheading babies, blowing them limb from limb by the thousands, by the tens of thousands now. And including, we know, roughly 1,000 babies who never made it to their first birthday have been killed by the Israelis.
11 pages of names of babies that never made it to their first birthday. It's accuse your enemy of that which you are guilty.
That's exactly what it is.
Thank you so much for being here with me today, Scott.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Where can people find you, support your work?
Oh, I'm at scotthorton.org and at libertarianinstitute.org and at amazon.com. Buy all my books and read them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, shit. Was this thing off the whole time? Did you guys get that?
I'm sure they can tweak the sound for it if not. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Spaces with Josie. I'm your host, Josie, the Redheaded Libertarian, coming at you live from Ron Paul's birthday barbecue, and I'm doing a series of speed interviews. My guest today is Lynn Albrich. Welcome, Lynn.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Absolutely. Now, your son Ross was recently pardoned by President Trump, and he was facing one of the most obscene penalties for nonviolent crime I think I've ever seen. I think it was 2 life sentences plus 40 years.
Yep.
And
no
you
parole.
never stopped.
No parole.
No parole. Insane. And you never stopped fighting for him. And you're just a picture of what a mother should be, just so you know. I just want to ask you how it feels to have him home.
It is incredible. It's a miracle. I feel wonderful. And, you know, and this is true for everyone who has a loved one in prison. It's like you always have a well of sadness. You know, it's like you never really get past that, but you have a life and you have fun and you know, have happy moments, but it's always there. And now it's not there.
Oh,
it's not there anymore.
I love that for you.
And it really lightens up everything.
So this experience led you to launch Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing at the 2025 Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas. Can you tell me about your organization?
Yeah, and it's very new. Really, we kind of rushed to get it done because of so many conferences this summer that we could really tell a lot of people about it. But I think it's very important. It was something that I was thinking about for a couple of years. different people would come to me and tell me their story of these things that their loved one had done, and then the sentences that they got. And it was just so often I'd be like, what are you talking about? Are you kidding me? And of course, Ross, he's the poster boy for extreme sentencing for all nonviolent charges, to give a young man double life plus, it's a death in prison sentence, double life plus 40 years. It's a death sentence, essentially. And it just isn't, but I realized through fighting for him and being involved with this is not, Ross is not unique. This is going on. There are at least 100 people serving life sentences for marijuana right now.
God.
And many, many other atrocities. And so as I kept hearing about this, and I thought, somebody's got to do something about this. This is wrong. And, little voice is like, how about you? And once Ross is out, I'm like, yeah, I really feel called to do this. I can't forget the people I got to know, who I spoke with, and they're still in there, and they have, very little hope. And I think people need to understand what's going on and how really un-American it is. It's,
Oh, absolutely. It's cruel and unusual punishment.
Exactly.
It goes right against the Eighth Amendment.
Right there.
Yep. I mean, there's violations of Fifth and Sixth when you find out how some of these played out too, especially.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the Eighth Amendment specifically says no cruel or unusual punishment, and it's cruel. It's obviously cruel. But it's also unusual because before the 1980s and the drug war, people didn't get these incredible sentences.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
So what specific policy changes or reforms is your organization prioritizing to address this?
Well, as I said, we're very new. So one thing I know I can do is make a noise.
Yep.
But what I want to do, and I am doing, I have appointments to do, is consult with different people who have been in the criminal justice reform space and community and ask them that question.
Yes.
I think, it's very difficult to change law. I do know that politicians and lawmakers are sensitive to public opinion. And so I think it's possible to get things done. Look, I never in a million years thought Ross would be pardoned, full pardoned. It's unbelievable. So grateful to President Trump for that. So I don't know exactly what's the proper, most effective way, but I'm going to find out.
I'm sure that there's politicians and people working in this that are willing to throw themselves at you with how to do this, what needs to change. There's people who are really invested in this, just like you are.
Yeah, exactly.
So so what do you think the biggest challenges are for the future of this organization and just the mission of this organization?
Well, again, changing law is very, very difficult. And there's a lot of vested interests in keeping, I think, the mass incarceration going. It's very profitable for many segments of our society. And some of the biggest lobbyists against, for instance, legalizing marijuana are private prisons, police lobbyists, a police union. There's so many people with vested interests that make a lot of money off of this. These prisons are extremely expensive to run, to build, to run. And, Ross recently gave a talk at Freedom Fest, and he said easily half or more people in there don't need to be in there. They're not dangerous. They don't deserve it. They're serving way past their time. But it continues to be almost like a machine that keeps going and destroying in its wake those individuals plus their families, their communities, their children. Children suffer terribly. And this is wrong. Yeah.
You're up against a very powerful machine when it comes to this because the lobbyists.
It's
There's
true.
a lot of money behind it, so it's very
It is.
brave what you're doing.
Yeah, it is, but it just has to be done. At least talked about, at least pointed out.
You're bringing awareness to it and just being Ross's mother. And people, I think the search for Ross's name right after he was pardoned skyrocketed. So people were looking at what he was accused of, what he was convicted of. And that brought a lot of light to it to see why on earth was this young man, he had a website, 2 life sentences and 40, like who was behind that? That was and people are smart, and people are loud, and people in groups are powerful.
Yes.
And you go down that rabbit hole, and I think everybody knows somebody affected by an unfair sentencing, or knows somebody who knows somebody.
Agree. I've met so many people. I'm like, wow, there are so many. You know, I was oblivious to the whole thing before Ross was arrested.
Mhm.
But it's very common.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very, as I said, un-American. It's unjust, and it doesn't mean. And Ross said, look, there's people that need to be in there. We need to be protected from dangerous people.
Yep.
But a lot of them work.
So I know one way to make this work. It's something I think Kim Kardashian might have done it in President
with Alice
Trump's
Johnson.
first. Exactly.
Who now is, by the way, Trump's pardon czar.
Yes, exactly.
Who
so,
is a big supporter of Ross, by the way. Alice is.
Yes.
Was.
Yes, she was.
She's wonderful.
So I think that's a way to really move mountains with your organization, is just to find some people who are, and start really getting their voice out there, like Angela McArdle did for Ross. Really just getting, like, pick a person, and this is the person we're going to blast their story out. Roger Ver is one who's unfairly imprisoned.
Absolutely.
Or looking at unfair,
Oh, well, no, they're talking about 107 years or something.
Yeah, for like a mistake on his taxes.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, are you kidding me? That's horrifying. And this is what it is. It's
And
a
it's
perp
dangerous
walk.
to us all.
Oh, absolutely. It's a
puts
perp
us all
walk.
in peril.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, now we've set a precedent. Now you messed up on your taxes, and we're going to throw you in prison for 107 years. It's horrifying.
No, it really is. It's very, very, in a way, very urgent, because it's becoming more and more weaponized.
Yes.
And that's not how it used to be, and that's not what our founders intended.
No.
And so, yeah, it's part of it, going back to our traditions, really.
This is King George sentencing.
Yeah.
What's happening? A lot of the grievances that our founders wrote about, they are captured courts. There were 2 tiers of justice. The 8th, 9th, 12th, 15th, 18th, and 19th Amendments all revolve around stuff we're reliving right now.
That's really a good point.
Yeah. So it's just a matter of, like, how far are we going to relive the grievances that the founding fathers overthrew their country for? Like, we're not going to overthrow our country. But we would like to make these changes on a small level. We don't have a king, so it's there is a way to air these grievances and to get them heard. And I really appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
How can people support Max?
Well, visit our very new and website, mothersagainstcruelsentencing.org. We're a nonprofit. You can write it on your taxes, off your taxes. Any donations. I don't think it has to cost a lot of money. I think it can be something that, we just keep putting, like talking to you right now. I feel like we can get the word out. Get in touch with us. We could use help. We're very small, but I think, it can be mighty. I learned that with fighting for Ross. I didn't know what I was doing. I just started talking.
Yep.
And I think it can be very strong. And it's so obvious. But what I want to do on the site is bring loved ones of the people in there to have a minute or 2 video. Send us your video, or get in touch with us. This is what my loved one is in there for, and this is how many years. And once you start seeing the faces, because that's what I did in person, but it's once you start seeing these stories, you can't help. It's not just statistics. Statistics are horrifying, but you don't quite get it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mothers are the most powerful force, and we really saw that coming out of the pandemic, whether it was the trans and kids agenda, whether it was public schools overreaching. Once you start messing with our kids, we become very, very powerful, and we don't even know how powerful we are until we have to.
Yeah.
Thank you for being with me today, Lynn.
Thank you for having me. And just one point, you don't have to be a mother.
Yes.
We're mothers and others.
Mothers and others, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you
Thanks,
again.
Josie. Really
Absolutely, my pleasure. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Spaces with Josie. I'm your host, Josie, the Redheaded Libertarian. We're coming at you live today from Ron Paul's birthday barbecue, and I'm doing a series of speed interviews. Right now I have with me Spike Cohen. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
It's so good to see you again. I interviewed you last year, and that was really a hit. People had a lot of fun with that, and we did too. We just kept talking and talking. It was great. So I'm expecting this to be another fun interview.
I sure hope so.
So you, like many others our age, were raging neoconservative in the early 2000s, following 9/11. So we were kids. We were lied to. You know, it happens.
I was a kid. I was on drugs. I have a lot of excuses that a lot of adults that continue to be neocons have no excuse for.
Exactly. You know, we were impressionable children. I didn't know what I was, but I remember being in the cafeteria and then everybody saying, "Oh, we're going to war," and they were all cheering. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't want to go to war. That's horrifying to me, you know? But how did Dr. Ron Paul affect you and kind of pull you out of the haze of neoconservatism?
The short answer is he just kept being proven right. So when 9/11, I'm a little bit older than you. When 9/11 happened, I was 19. So I was still very young.
Yep.
I was old enough to be voting and making decisions that impacted other people. And I even had my own business, but I didn't really understand the political history of things. And so when 9/11 happened, and I was obviously horrified by it, and now you think about 9/11, it's like it's this terrible thing that happened, but at the time we didn't know if that was going to keep happening, going to happen the next day, and so forth. And so, at the time I was scared and I was horrified and I was angry, and it didn't matter if I turned on Fox, CNN, MSNBC. This was before the YouTube and all of that stuff. I just said the YouTube. I'm an old man.
We're boomers.
It's the YouTube. This was before social media or any of that. You went to cable news or newspapers, and they all said the same thing. The terrorists hated us for our freedoms, and we had to go over there and fight them over there before we fight them over here. And frankly, there just wasn't enough controls on what people were saying and thinking. And so we needed to have more spying on these surveillance on these dangerous terrorists. And you had Ron Paul, who was pretty much the only consistent voice in Congress and one of the few consistent voices, period, saying, if you do this, here are all the terrible things that are going to happen. These wars are going to result in destabilization and blowback, and needless deaths of millions of people and thousands of our troops. It's all of this spending is going to lead to just the price of things spiraling out of control because of the Federal Reserve having to create more money to balance that loss, balance that difference between what they're spending and what they can bring in. All these things that I'd never heard before. But everyone else was saying, oh, this guy's just a crackpot. You don't have to listen to him. So at first I thought, okay, this guy's a crackpot and I don't have to listen to him. But he was an oddly endearing crackpot. And
he was our crackpot.
He was our crackpot. He was like this grandfatherly figure who just so nicely and often with a smile on his face would just say something that no one else was saying. And it kind of, from my sort of neocon, Republican, conservative leaning, I don't like the government getting involved in my business standpoint, it made sense. But everyone else was saying it wasn't true and that it was actually dangerous. And so it turned out that, when what he said about what would happen in Iraq and Afghanistan did happen, when things did spiral out of control price-wise, when the Patriot Act did start getting used against us, it was like, oh, everything he said was right. And that actually led me on the journey of not just realizing he was right, but ultimately realizing I was a libertarian.
Yeah, absolutely. When it came to the war, I knew I wasn't pro-war, but I didn't fit anywhere.
Right.
You didn't know, you were trying to find your identity, especially high school, college age. This is your whole job, is just to find your identity. Couldn't figure out mine. And I didn't even find it in 2008 with Ron Paul. I didn't find it till 2012.
Yeah.
I had no idea. And I'm like, oh, and then everything clicked.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that makes sense. And then I realized who I was, what I was, and was able to kind of move forward with that. So it's really great that you're here today at the birthday party and I'm here today at the birthday party and we're in these oversized chairs. And it's just, we're having a great
Trying to figure out exactly how we're going to interact with these giant arms that we're dealing with. Yeah.
Exactly.
Very comfortable though.
We're doing a great job. Yeah, I know. I feel safe. Right? You too? Yeah. So
at least from the sides.
Exactly.
Safe from the sides, yeah.
So I want to talk a little bit about your nonprofit.
Yeah.
You are the Power.
Yeah.
It's the nonprofit you founded to end state-run child trafficking and reunite kids with their innocent parents.
Yeah.
And you do this by pressuring politicians and getting charges against the wrongly accused, people dropped, and that sort of thing. So how do you do it?
Yeah. So we actually one of the biggest things that we do, in general, what we do is we find people who are having their lives completely upended and uprooted and destroyed by out of control local and statewide government officials. And we rally the public around not just railing against the abuses of the state, but actually contacting those specific city council people, CPS caseworkers, family court judges, zoning board members, or whoever's actually doing the harm to them, and en masse contacting them and saying, back off and do the right thing here. And they usually, 100% of the time, since 2024, we've had a 100% success rate. And that has resulted in, that has looked like some of those officials have backed off and just resigned. Some of them have backed off and done the right thing for political expediency. Some of them have actually recognized the error of their ways, contacted us privately and said, what are we supposed to be doing here? And we give them a laundry list of stuff to do, and then they do it. So we've had incredible success. And it's by what we do are focusing on, this is actually something Dr. Paul would often do. He would talk about how, he'd start with, when he talked about inflation, he'd start with how it was affecting families. He wouldn't start with like the high-minded, like this is how, quantitative easing and fractional reserve banking works. He'd start with the people affected, and that's what we do at You Are the Power. So what we have, what we've been able to do in such a short period of time has, in many ways, been influenced by the way that Dr. Paul often messaged things, which is people are being affected by this thing. And we add a little bit to it of saying, not just, here's who you should vote for, but actually saying, here's who you can email or phone or call on the phone or text and tell them to do the right thing. And nothing succeeds like success. We got people joining us left and right. We've gotten legislation passed in Georgia and other states to come, and just more and more incredible things are happening. And it's all centered on saying, these people sitting in this position of power in government need to do the right thing and treat the rest of us like human beings, just like they'd want to be treated. And we insist that they do so.
You really got me with this last year, because you were working with a family whose child may or may not have the same illness that my daughter has.
Yep.
My daughter has a 1 in a million bone disease where her immune system breaks her bones.
Yep.
And we had her diagnosed by a great rheumatologist, and she's in remission now, and she's been in remission. But it sounded like, because this is so rare, she was in the hospital for a week before they figured it out.
Yeah.
So it sounded like maybe she's got the same thing, this little girl, and she was taken from her parents because with accusations of being beaten because she kept breaking bones. And that was just like, that really struck me, because that my daughter broke bones all the time.
And this was happening despite the fact that every single medical expert was saying this child has one of a small handful of bone and or connective tissue disorders that cause this. There is no sign of trauma. There is no sign of abuse. That was the Hernandez family that we first found out about. But with the Clark family, with the Patterson family, with the Collins family, with so many other families that we've worked with, all but one of whom so far we've been able to reunite, it's been the same story. Their kid has an illness. Every medical professional recognizes it, but the state hired child abuse pediatrician who gets essentially paid to accuse people of abuse said that it was abuse. And the family court completely ignores all the medical evidence, and they get railroaded, and many people have lost their children. The ultimate reason for this is that the federal government, through Title 4D of the Social Security Act, they're subsidizing CPS, state-level CPS, but only for every time that they accuse someone of abuse. So if they don't accuse someone of abuse, so they've created a perverse incentive.
It's disgusting.
And so instead of starting with the perverse funding incentive, we start with the family, because most people don't understand perverse funding incentives. But if you can get them to empathize with this family and to call for this family court judge, this caseworker, this DA, this whatever, to back off and do the right thing, and then we tell them about another family that it happened to, and another family that it happened to, and another family, not only are we able to get those families reunited like we've done for the Hernandez family and so many others as well, not only do we end up being able to get legislation passed like we did in Georgia, the Collins family, their son Ridge Collins, it's named Ridge's Law after him. Wow. Not only are we able to do that, but we're working to build the critical mass eventually to change that funding mechanism at the federal level. Preferably, we'd like the federal government not to be funding state level stuff like that at all. But if they are, it shouldn't be tied to a specific outcome. They shouldn't be subsidizing abuse allegations. Tie it to just their caseload or something, not saying we'll only give you money if you accuse someone of abuse. That will lead to too many accusations of abuse, which is what's happening.
Yeah. It's brilliant work what you're doing. Now, how can people support you?
Go to youarethepower.net. You can sign up today. I don't know where the camera is. Go to youarethepower. Oh, it keeps
Right
changing.
there.
Go to youarethepower.net and become a member today. We'd love to have you be a part of it. You will be at the tip of the spear of whenever we find any case like this of people that are having their lives just completely ruined by completely unchecked and out of control government officials. We check them and get them under control. We have an incredible success rate. We'd love you to be a part of it. youarethepower.net.
Yes, and you can also follow you on X.
Oh yeah, I'm on all the different social media. I'm on X at Real Spike Cohen. I'm very loud and very easy to find. Any whatever social media platform you find, you use. You look for Spike Cohen. I'll be on there complaining about something. Actually, you'll see me on there talking about what we do at You Are the Power. So
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here with me today.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spaces with Josie. I'm your host, Josie, the Redheaded Libertarian, with Timcast Media, and we're coming to you live from the Ron Paul birthday barbecue, and I'm doing a series of mini interviews. And my next interview is with Tom Woods. Welcome, Tom.
Hey, Josie, good to see you again.
Good to see you. It's good to finally meet you.
In person.
Yeah,
yes.
it's been years.
Yeah.
It's been years, and we're finally doing this.
Yes.
And we both live in Florida, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
And we somehow haven't met, even though we both live in the same
Well, you're going to come to my Christmas party this year, I assume.
I would love to come to the Christmas party.
Good.
I think I was thinking of coming last year and ended with a migraine or something. I can't remember. Something came up, but would love to come. Again.
Yeah, and it's all the people you would want to see.
Oh, great.
And
It's
none
like
of the
me
people
here.
you don't.
It's like your Twitter comes to life.
It does.
I love that. So there's no haters there. It's all
That's
just
right, no haters.
Yes. Oh, I love that so much. So we're going to talk a little bit, since we're at Ron Paul's birthday barbecue, I figured we'd talk about Ron Paul and kind of your history with Ron Paul. I mean, my own history with Ron Paul is discovering him in 2012 and then just following him like in the shadows after that. Like I was just lurking in the shadows until I became the Redheaded Libertarian. And I mean, there was like a 5-year time period that went by in that time, but you were actually involved with his campaigns. I'd love to hear a story or two about some of your experiences.
Okay, well, I'll just say, first of all, he is exactly the same person off camera that he is on camera.
Oh, I love that.
You know, a lot of, like, you remember Amy Klobuchar? She's a Democrat senator.
Yeah.
And on TV, she tries to seem like a normal person, but then you find out that she's a horrible human being who abuses her staff and is nasty all the time. He's the opposite of that. You know, like he's the exact opposite of that. But there was one time, I cannot tell you this story. I'll tell you this at the Christmas party.
Okay.
You have to come to the Christmas
Great.
party.
Okay, I will.
There was one time he got angry at me. You don't ever want that to happen. Because can you imagine Ron Paul angry at something other than war?
Oh my God.
Yeah,
That would break my heart.
But
it's like my grandpa being angry with me.
But I'll say, for me, even in 2012, I was part of a super PAC, and we made some ads for Dr. Paul that I think were pretty effective.
Yep.
But one of the challenges of making an ad for him is I want to tell the whole story about how awesome he is, and I've got 1 minute. And how am I going to do it? So I could focus on he's really good on guns, but there are going to be other candidates who are kind of okay on guns.
Yeah.
So how are we going to do
How are
it?
you going to set them apart?
So we did it. You can find it on YouTube. You just type Ron Paul, Plastic Men, because I was saying that the other candidates were like plastic men. Rick Perry, Mitt Romney.
You were right.
So I did it. I wrote a 1 minute ad, and it took forever because I wrote it out and it was 8 minutes. And then I cut it as much as I could and it was 6 minutes. It has to be 1 minute. And in 1 minute, after I don't know how much time, I really think I conveyed why we love him in just that 1 minute. So that was one of my proudest achievements in that, in being part of Revolution PAC. But I do want to, I guess mentioned to you my involvement in helping get a book of his published.
Yes.
Yeah. So, because that's a big part of the story of the campaign also. And that is, in April of 2008, he has this book, and I had quite a few successful books at that point too. Some of Dr. Paul's books had been either published in-house or whatever, and so I had a literary agent. Let's see what we can do with Dr. Paul's book. But the consensus among publishers was nobody's going to care about Ron Paul in 2008 because the campaign's over and he's going to be forgotten. And to some extent, you can understand why they thought that, because nobody remembers John Huntsman.
Yeah.
He ran in 2012. Nobody even knows who he was, right? Nobody remembers who Duncan Hunter was. He ran with Ron Paul. But there was a publisher, Grand Central Publishing, who had a young editor who said, I think there's something different about this Ron Paul. And at Wiley Publishers, the young editors wanted to take on this project. The old stodgy people who didn't get it were saying, oh no, this book will sell 8,000 copies. And the young editors were saying, this book is going to sell 8,000 copies on the first day. But they didn't get it. The old fogies went out. So Grand Central Publishing decided to take a chance on it. And it ended up hitting #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. And that young editor got a massive promotion because he had rolled the dice on this. But yeah, so that was a case where I remember it came out. It was the #1 book. And I loved the idea that I could walk into a bookstore and there's Ron Paul's book on display. So I went into the local Books A Million, couldn't find the #1 selling book in the country, couldn't find it anywhere, and they explained to me they weren't planning to carry it. And I thought, how many #1 books do you not plan? I mean, you're so against him that you don't even want money. Like, that part of it is bizarre. Like, they don't even want the money.
I wonder who, do you think it was the bookstores?
I have no idea. Was it the
higher?
chain? Was it the store? I have absolutely no idea. But that was, in a way, a reflection of some of the things that happened to him in the campaign. Like, we've heard a couple of times today people talking about the specific thing that I have in mind is MSNBC has a chart on the screen, and it's listing the Republican candidates in order of fundraising success in the recent quarter. And I know because I knew the numbers, Dr. Paul was #2. They listed #1, #3, #4, #5. I mean, it was, I have a screenshot of it. You couldn't believe it. So it got to a point where the movement still to this day debates whether this was a good idea, but the movement raised money to fly a blimp over the country that said Google Ron Paul on it. Because we thought, if the media is going to shut him out, we have to somehow
Be bigger than the media.
get around. Yeah. And so maybe if we put a giant blimp in the sky, people will see that and Google him.
The giant blimp is equivalent to independent media now, pretty much.
Yes, it is, which we were on the cusp of getting that, but didn't quite have. And then, see, I remember I was at the Mises Institute during the 2008 campaign, so I lived in Auburn, Alabama.
Yep.
And there was this initiative called Paint the Town Ron. So if the media is going to suppress him, we have to do what we can to get the word out. So the idea was, under cover of night, you would go around your town. This wasn't confined to Auburn. And you would plaster Ron Paul signs everywhere. Who is Ron Paul? Google Ron Paul. Vote Ron Paul. So that the next morning people would wake up and they would feel like they were in an occupied territory.
Oh, my goodness.
And I know we probably should have distinguished between private and public property. We just put signs up.
You guys Boston Tea Partied it.
It was so fun because at that time, in 2008, I had 3 very little kids, so we had a minivan. So that meant we could use the minivan to get some of the local college students from Auburn. We could throw them all in the minivan, drive down the street, let them out, hang up signs, and then before the authorities could get there, they'd hop back in and we'd drive down the road. So that was going on all around the country. And then there were websites around Halloween in 2007. There was a website, of course it's defunct now, but it was, if you wanted to go as Ron Paul for Halloween, there was ronpaulmask.com. You could print out a mask of him. And if you wanted to, in addition to candy, hand out Ron Paul literature, you could go to ronpauloween.com. And they had some stuff you could burn on a CD-ROM and put it in there with the kids' candy and propagandize the parents. I mean, no one was doing this for anybody else. It wouldn't occur to anybody to do that for anybody else.
Yep. So the media blackout on Ron Paul, it's called the Ron Paul treatment now.
Yeah.
If it happens to any other candidate, like, oh, you're getting the Ron Paul treatment.
Yeah.
But that's how you conquered it. Without independent media, without new media, you were able to conquer it just on your own. And what I'd said earlier about Boston Tea Partying it, people might not know the origin of the Boston Tea Party. They didn't just all of a sudden walk onto the ships. There was a man named Rusticus, and you probably know this, you're a historian too. Rusticus, lost to history, nobody knows who he actually was, but every night at 12:30, you would have the night watchman call out, "Beware the East India Company," and this only happened because he went out and his people went out and the Sons of Liberty went out and they plastered signs all over. All over these pamphlets would come up and nobody could route them to where they came from.
Yeah.
That's what you did.
Yeah.
Boston Tea Party did.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it was tremendous fun. Like, we did all kinds of wild things like this. And so, yeah, we didn't win, but we still felt like in some way that we can't quite articulate, a turning point has occurred. You know, something has changed. Somebody broke through the stupid, pointless debates we have about nothing. You know, the debate between McCain and Romney about how many troops should be withdrawn from Iraq, exactly when, and should we have a timetable. I mean, how inane can you get? The whole thing was stupid and wrong, and we should take them all out. But our media pretends like this is an intense debate going on. Could you distinguish between Mitt Romney and John McCain? I can't.
No, not at all. Absolutely. What do you think? What do you think? Not you individually, but the mass of people that all saw Ron Paul for who he was. How do you think that happened? What do you think they all saw? What made him special?
He was unrehearsed, so therefore he's not blow dried with the rehearsed slogans and flattering the public, and he was telling them hard truths, and everyone knew that he would be less popular because he told these truths. And maybe I do want to support somebody who's willing to be less popular if that's what it takes to tell me the truth. I wish we had more people who would have the common sense to see it that way, but I think the people who did see that, that's what they were perceiving in him. And I think they also perceived that this is a wonderful grandfatherly man with kindly instincts, but extremely smart and nobody's fool.
Yep, I love that. Thank you so much for being here with me today, Tom.
A pleasure.
Absolutely. Where can people find you and help support your work?
I have my free non-PC U.S. history courses at woodshistory.com.
Excellent. And on X?
Thomas E. Woods.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again for being here with me today.
My pleasure.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I'm Nick Gillespie. This is a special live version of the Reason interview at the Ron Paul barbecue, and I'm joined by Fox News personality Kennedy,
Hello.
late of MTV, and the former and future representative of Michigan, I hope, Justin Amash.
Yeah, thanks, Nick.
All right, so let's start out by talking about Ron Paul, this so-called Dr. No. Justin, you served in Congress. You're a congressman, or you were a congressman like Ron Paul. How did Ron Paul change the game as far as you're concerned?
He gave us hope. When I was first starting out in politics, there was no one like him. Absolutely no one. We hadn't seen presidential candidates like that. We hadn't seen people in office like that. Someone who would just come out, speak the truth, talk about liberty, talk about the things that were really the hallmarks of America, like what made America genuinely great. Our beautiful Constitution, the way we held up in high regard our ability to make decisions for ourselves. And he just reminded us of these things, that these are things that make our country special, and we don't want to lose that. There's so much negativity in politics. There's more today than maybe ever before. And what I'm reminded of is how hopeful he was. And it wasn't really a focus on all the negative. He would speak the truth and say it, and said it with his particular kind of charm and charisma. And he didn't mind that people would make fun of him, criticize him. He stayed positive. He stayed on message. And for people like me, someone who was coming up in politics, to have that kind of role model, that made all the difference. It gave me the energy to go forward.
Yeah, and you were in the Michigan State House?
That's right, yeah.
And so, it is hard to recapture, obviously Ron Paul entered politics in the 70s, but then in the 2000s, during the George Bush years, it's kind of hard to recapture, there had been, the contested election, 9/11, bunch of weird stuff, the global war on terror. We were in 2 shooting wars, and then Ron Paul is saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't be all over the place.
Yeah, he was the right person with the right message at exactly the right time. And there were people who were open to that message right at that time. And I like to say, a lot of things in politics are the result of chance. You have to have not just the message, you have to be there when it's needed.
Right.
And he was there when it was needed, and it made a difference. And I think that you would have a whole generation of liberty advocates who would not be around right now if not for Ron Paul.
We actually talked to somebody else, myself and some Reason people were talking about how there's babies walking around that were conceived at Ron Paul events, and I was like, I don't know if I want to know about that, Kennedy.
Are they your babies?
I don't know. They're not my babies, or at least not. I can't claim them as tax exemptions. You were established as you came up at MTV and you were the resident Republican. You were a weird kind of iconoclast, like an anti-punk. So you were a certain kind of Republican. What did Ron Paul mean to you when he started showing up in the aughts?
The idea when I started learning about libertarianism was libertarians were very skeptical about the Republican Party, and a lot of that skepticism was justified after 9/11. And, one of the big philosophical debates was, do we try and branch off and make the Libertarian Party viable, which they, on the federal level, they have not been able to do. So there were people like Ron Paul that, was, remember O.J. Simpson?
I do remember O.J. Simpson.
He was asked about, why wasn't he out there protesting in favor of the civil rights movement? And he said, I'm not black, I'm O.J. And I feel the same way about Ron Paul. He was like, I'm not a Republican. I'm Ron Paul.
Yeah.
And
But
so,
don't bring up the civil rights stuff.
fair.
Okay.
Or white Broncos,
Yeah.
because he's very sensitive about both of those.
I can imagine.
Yes. But the point is, his ideas were more consistent and transcendent than whatever vessel the Republican Party offered. And he was fine being a part of the Republican Party and carving out his portion of it because he was never going to abandon his ideals.
Yeah.
It was like Robert E. Lee. He was never going to fight for the Union. He was never going to fight against Virginia. To bring it full circle.
I'll put Robert E. Lee was a traitor to the United States who fought in defense of slavery. Ron Paul is up here, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm no Robert E. Lee fan.
I don't know. You just introduced him into the conversation in a way.
Well, sometimes you have to draw these complicated metaphors, and our history is complicated.
It is.
But what Ron Paul did was refocus the Republican Party where it should have been in the first place. And it got so far away from itself after 9/11 that, it was very interesting to see people like Justin Mosh, and Thomas Massey, and Rand Paul very receptive of those ideas during the Tea Party movement, which was, a natural progression of where the party should have been and where it should be now.
Yeah, Justin, I mean, you got elected to Congress as part of the Tea Party wave. Describe what that was like, and where that energy clearly came from Ron Paul, right, from the 2008 campaign. How did you ride that? And again, I guess you were talking about politics is having the right ideas, but then also being in the right place at the right time. That seemed to be one of these moments, right?
Yeah, it was a combination of people being upset with the Obama administration. What they saw as massive overreach with Obamacare, with Obama generally.
Yeah.
And, you had the Ron Paul movement that was there, and then you had a bunch of conservatives who are not necessarily, deeply ingrained in the Ron Paul movement, but were adjacent to it.
Yeah.
And I think the messages came together, and it was that rare moment where a lot of the people who I think could form a very strong foundation for a party, a political party or a political movement, came together and were strong. You had constitutional conservatives with libertarians, with some more traditional conservatives, and these people were all anti-establishment. They were against what was going on in Washington, and they were really predominantly focused on liberty, limiting government. In many ways, I think it's quite different from the movements you see today, where with at least a large part of MAGA, at least at the political level, it's about consolidating power, extending power. How can we use power?
Using it for our ends.
Yes, how can we use the power for our end? And the Tea Party movement was about how can we reduce Washington's power? How can we reduce its grip?
What happened, and I've been thinking about this a lot lately, the Tea Party and the Occupy movement kind of rose up contemporaneously, and you had, it's all fascinating that you had Ron Paul kind of the titular head of one, and then Bernie Sanders. So you have these old guys who are like unbelievable, who are speaking to young people in a way they hadn't been spoken to in generations, and who are authentic and real. And it seemed like, circa 2010, 2012, Tea Party people were being elected. Nobody got elected from the Occupy movement. And now it's kind of like we're still talking about the 1% and nobody's talking about stopping spending. What happened to the Tea Party energy? Because it seemed like it was right there and it was building towards a libertarian moment. Everybody was interested in reducing the size, scope, and spending of government.
So I can speak from my perspective as someone who was elected in that Tea Party wave, served in Congress, and did see our influence grow in the first several years that I was in Congress. From 2011 to about 2015, I saw a group of people who got elected as Tea Party Republicans, Tea Party conservatives, or Tea Party libertarians in a sense, who were figuring out how to use the system that we had in Congress to assert themselves more.
We figured out how the leadership team worked. We figured out how the legislation passed through, and we started to use the levers that were there to exert our own influence on the process. And then my perspective is that the personality of Donald Trump really absorbed a lot of this. A lot of the people who were like populist in a large sense, you know, they were fighting the system. They got pulled into that movement. And while there's some overlap in some areas, they have largely different goals and approaches.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the energy that was then in the Tea Party movement, it just fizzled out. I remember a lot of my Tea Party supporters and friends from my district back home who would say, look, people aren't coming to the meetings anymore. They don't care as much about the Constitution. It's not really about limiting government anymore. It's more about how can we go after the left? How can we, use government to greater effect? And I think that just there was a gradual diversion, and eventually that Tea Party movement just didn't have enough people coming to the meetings anymore.
Yeah.
They just weren't showing up, and it's basically gone. And in Congress too, we saw a group of people like the House Freedom Caucus who came together. You know, I was one of the founders, built something pretty big and powerful.
And it was designed around, cutting government spending, regulation, and power.
Absolutely. I was the one who wrote the mission statement.
Yeah.
So, I know exactly what it was about. I think it might still be on their site. It's on their X page and everything. So, I wrote that, and it was all about making sure the people are represented, making sure that we limit government, that we expand liberty, and that all fizzled away. And now it's largely a rubber stamp for, what the Trump administration wants. To the extent they push back, it usually fizzles out within, a couple weeks.
This is like with the big, beautiful bill. They can put up a fight, but not.
Yeah, look, I'll give them some credit at times. They get this or that piece. They say, okay, we're going to push, and they'll get some piece added to the bill. But in this large scheme of things, we're talking about, taking it from, extremely bad to almost extremely bad.
Yeah.
It's a little bit better than it was before. Yeah. And, that's unfortunate.
So, Justin was talking a bit about Trump, maybe Trump didn't kill the Tea Party or that energy that, and there was a definite libertarian energy. I think, a big part of it was that Bush was disastrous. I remember whenever he left office, 2009, I got to write an Bush analysis for the Wall Street Journal. They asked me to say, from a libertarian point of view, why did George W. Bush suck? And part of it was, like I said, he discredited.
Did you write a 50,000 word
Yeah,
treatise?
I know. It's still, it's coming out a few words every week for the rest of the eternity. No, but it was like he really discredited even to big government conservatives. Like, oh man, we are just terrible at this, and everything we touch goes to hell. He left office, which were I think he had a lower approval rating than Nixon, when he left. I mean, it was just disastrous. And then you had Obama come in and immediately say, hey, I'm going to overhaul, there's a financial crisis going on. I'm going to keep bailing out companies that don't need it or don't deserve it with tax money that's not meant for them. And I'm going to overhaul government. People were like, okay, libertarianism is starting to sound pretty good. Trump kind of put the kibosh on that, right? From a cultural perspective, because you were working at Fox News, what's the energy of Trump? This is a guy who has it might be a negative charisma, but he's pretty incandescent.
He's very charismatic. I've met him several times.
Yeah.
And he's funny, and he's one of those politicians like Bill Clinton, because even Obama didn't have that. Obama was transformational, and Obama was a great speaker on big stages. but kind of prickly and really not the kind of person. He doesn't really like people.
Yeah.
And, that was kind of evident when he would do his White House press briefings because he was adversarial and he was always resentful that people would push back at all on his horrific ideas.
I hated his playlists. Do you remember he would do his iPod playlist and it was
he gave
always
one
like
to the Queen.
Yeah,
and it was
it's like, well, you know what? Like, I think anything that means the Queen is okay. But it was not a good gift.
Yeah.
But Trump,
Libertarians have not benefited from a transformational candidate since Ron Paul.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate because unfortunately you do need a transformational person to break through all of the noise because people aren't getting their messages the way they were 15, 20, 30 years ago. They're just not.
Yeah.
And you don't have to compromise the message, but the messengers have not been the kind of people who were able to.
It seems kind of like people don't want, Ron Paul's message, he was Dr. No because he voted no on every spending bill, et cetera.
Yeah, and Thomas Massey is the only one in Congress doing just that now. He's the only one, I'm pretty confident that Justin would have voted against the...
Well, there's a reason he's not in Congress anymore.
Or whatever the hell it's called.
Your one yes vote was to impeach Trump, right?
Yeah.
So that was kind of like, okay, I'm putting two bullets in the chamber while I'm playing Russian roulette.
Yes.
But, so Ron Paul was Dr. No in that he didn't vote for spending and stuff like that. But he was also Dr. No when he ran for president. He was saying, I don't want to run your life, and the government shouldn't run your life. The government shouldn't run the economy. America shouldn't run the world. No, I'm saying no. But
Trump had a lot of that as well.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that, he really took up the consistency with the charisma in a way that other Republicans hadn't, because we had been faced with multiple dynasties from the Clintons and the Bushes, and there was the threat of Jeb hanging over everyone in 2016, and Trump is one of those people who absolutely believed in the things that he believed in and was very uncompromising for whatever reason. And you can disagree with that, but he was the one saying everyone else in NATO has to pay a bunch of money. The trade surpluses are, that's the trade deficits that the United States are running. It is incredibly unfair to us and to American workers, and that kind of stuff did resonate because he didn't deviate from that because every other politician triangulates.
Right.
That's the whole Clintonian magic, is saying something to the base, but then changing your tune almost completely when you get to the general election. And Trump was never willing to do that. And I hope that there is a libertarian or libertarian Republican who is as unyielding and is as effective a communicator, because these are ideas that generate passion, and you can't just give up on them and say, well, no, these are theoretical concepts, so I'm going to be pretty chill about it.
Well, what I was going to ask though is do people not want control over their lives? Do they, because this is this part of the rejection of libertarian ideas or policies, at least at the federal level, and in a profound way. I think there are still many libertarian wins on things like criminal justice reform, drug legalization, a lot of economic regulation, things like not crypto, but Bitcoin is a libertarian project, and it is now firmly ensconced in the world economy. But, it seems to me like in 2010, people were like, hey, give me back my money and give me back my life. And now maybe people aren't quite so sure. They're like, give me somebody else's money and I'll do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think the world has changed a lot because of social media. I thought it would be transformational in a way that benefited libertarianism, and you talked about some libertarian wins, and I agree. I think libertarians are often too down on the progress we've made. I think there are ways in which we've made progress as libertarians. But when it comes to social media, I do think there's been a lot of downside in the sense that we are now seeing everything that everyone's doing. And people feel this compulsion to get into everyone's business now. You see something halfway across the country and you say, oh, that's my problem too now.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I talk about that problem. I want to make sure that I'm offering ideas about that problem that is in a city that I'll never visit.
Right.
And
I'm very concerned about that red light in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Like, why aren't they doing something about that?
Right, and that didn't used to be the case. It's put us into everyone's lives in a way that didn't happen before.
Yeah.
And I think that does have a tendency to create bigger government and more controlling government. And I do hear a lot of conservatives these days talking about how everything's, important. They used to be, hey, let people live and let live, and whatever happens somewhere else, that's not my business. I care about my community.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh no, this thing that happens halfway across the country, that impacts me. So I want to make sure.
Okay, but I'm from Portland, Oregon, and that city has absolutely gone to hell because
When is
you
the
would
last
think,
time you lived in Portland, Oregon?
I haven't lived there since
Yeah,
high school,
okay.
but I go there all the time. My entire
Okay.
family lives there. My parents live there. My brothers and their kids and their partners, they all
Okay.
live there. It's like my brother was in law enforcement for a long
Mm.
time. He's still a shooting instructor at the police academy.
Okay.
And, my sister-in-law works from home because downtown Portland is a shithole where people are scared to go out. And it's because they don't prosecute the bad people. And these are not libertarian ideals.
But that's
it's
not,
like,
that
it's
has
like
nothing
the
to do with social
Portugal-
media,
Okay,
right? Yeah.
yes, it does,
Okay.
because if you've got people in New York who are responding to things that are happening in Portland, it's because they don't want the things that are happening in Portland and San Francisco and these once good cities that were amazing and perhaps had libertarian philosophies and ideologies in the 70s. They don't want that infecting the rest of the country.
So that's why New York is about to elect a
That's-
Democratic
but-
Socialist.
Okay, but see,
right?
living in New
Yeah.
York City,
Yeah.
I've seen that stuff ruin
I
cities
see.
like
Okay.
parasites and consume them from the inside out. Those are not libertarian ideals.
No, of
These
course,
are
yeah.
statists running all of those things. And the fear is that brand of statism is going to infect everything at the local level. And what are you left with? You have no economic mobility. You have drug addicts who are not receiving treatment, but in places where there's drug decriminalization, not legalization, people are thrown on the
So-
street like pieces of human garbage.
Do people then move to Texas? I mean, we're in Texas. I don't know.
People do move.
Right.
People in Portland move to
Yeah.
Idaho because Idaho's a lot freer than Washington State or Oregon, unfortunately.
And you see like that's a positive outcome of social media, that we know better what's going on in other places.
And what can happen, and what can happen to your town if you're not vigilant, and if the good people don't run for office, then everything gets taken over like the Rajneeshis.
I think on average what it does is it creates more busybodies. What you end up with is a bunch of people sitting at home who don't really know that much about the particulars of that city or that situation. And I don't disagree. There's a lot of bad stuff that happens in cities all across the country. I'm as libertarian as anyone, and I'm sure I disagree and disapprove of all sorts of things. But I also remember one of the most important aspects of libertarianism that isn't talked about enough, which is humility. You have to appreciate that you don't have the knowledge of everyone else's situation. In the same way that I don't like someone coming to me in my life and telling me how I should improve my life when they know very little about it, I also think we have too many people now who are just pundits about every single issue across the country. They see a video, the video shows something going wrong, and they act like they know everything about that situation. And they just don't. And I think actually this is very harmful to libertarianism. It's harmful to the ideas that we believe in.
So we're like a nation of, and I am much older than either of you or both of you put together, but on Bewitched, there was a nosy neighbor named Gladys Kravitz who was constantly peeking in the curtain trying to catch Samantha, wiggling her nose and turning somebody into a goat or something. But we're a nation like that. What do we do with that, though, Justin? Because social media is not going away.
That's right.
So, okay, this is the world we live in. How do we use that to our advantage, or how do we minimize the negative of that?
I think that's the complicated part. You know, I don't disagree that is hard to resolve.
Yeah.
You're just going to have more and more social media.
Right.
There's no way around it. There's no turning back the clock and having us not know about what's going on across the country. So I think
Wouldn't it be beautiful if, and this is a late, and I'm sorry, I apologize for, this is a late boomer fantasy as an older parent. You know, I want to be, you know, that family scene where you all are fighting over the one TV and that's it. So you're together, you hate each other, and you're all forced, like if there's 5 of you, 4 of you are watching something you dislike, but isn't that so much better? It's a better America than where we're all watching like 90 different things at the same time.
No, I'm joking. Actually very optimistic for a younger generation of people because they are their own kind of libertarian.
Okay.
You know, it's not necessarily the Bob Poole libertarian who was there essentially at the ground floor when Reason started.
Right.
It's not the Tea Party, Justin Amash, constitutionalist, explain every vote on Facebook kind of libertarian. They see things in their own lives that they find unacceptable, and as parents, we have to constantly explain to them, like, the worst things that happen in society are because government is so intrusive.
So you have 2 daughters.
I do.
And are they constantly showing you stuff on like Instagram? And you're like, you know what, that's because of the government?
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. We do. We talk about like
The Yankees lost again? The government.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, probably the federal subsidies at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah. There shouldn't even be a stadium there.
Yeah, it should be just a dirt lot.
That's right.
With, you know, in Justin's America with some sticks and some discarded golf balls. You know, that's what we used to call baseball back before talkies.
Yeah.
But no, but kids are tactile. They are rediscovering things like that. They are rediscovering analog and record players.
Well,
and,
I mean,
like my older daughter came home from college and now she's obsessed with card games and Yahtzee. And you know, it's not just.
That sounds like she's going to be worshiping the devil in a couple weeks.
Hey man, as long as she can.
When she brings home that Ouija board.
3-card Monty in Times Square.
So let me ask, though, this is an interesting question that, you know, like one, you know, and not to get really simplistic about it, but one definition of libertarian is like, you know, people who are annoyed at being bossed around. Like, I want to be the boss of my own life. And obviously, you know, when you're 10, you don't have the same decision rights you have when you're 20 or, you know, whatever. But so, I mean, you're saying that like younger people in the social media context are like seeing all of the ways in which they're getting kind of forced to do stuff that they're not into, and that's kind of a proto-libertarian. That's going to spark a new type of libertarian reaction.
Absolutely. I have so much more faith in this generation than, you know, it's like they are painted with a broad brush as being lazy and entitled and stupid. And they're not. I mean, it's like a lot of the guys that I talk to, my daughter's guy friends, a lot of them don't want to go to college because, you know, college hates them. A lot of them don't want to be Democrats because they have been cornered as the misogynistic oppressors of society. And, you know, they will forge their own paths and, you know, they will find their ways to trade schools because of populists.
Yeah. Do you think there's something to that? I mean, sticking with this idea of social media as having, you know, in a way, I think I agree with you that we assumed like making more things transparent would just make things better. People would be able to express themselves, but maybe it's like they're getting more bossy. But do you like how do we change our attitude towards this stuff because it's not going away?
I think we have to develop, as libertarians, this appreciation for the idea of humility. I don't think we talk enough about it as libertarians. I agree that we're not going to stop seeing things that are going on across the country. And much of it is valuable to see and to hear about and to learn about. I mean, I think kids today know more than kids did in previous generations. I think that's a positive thing. I think they're more interested in a variety of things than previous generations. You know, I get excited when I see the things that my kids are interested in because I do think it's different from when we were kids. It's very different. They have a broader scope than we did as children. But we need to develop this idea in people, and I think it's important as parents. It's not a project of the government. This is important just as parents and churches and communities. This idea that hey, we don't know everything about everything. I mean, maybe some of this is like my Orthodox Christianity speaking out too. That we don't understand.
You don't even know the proper way to worship Christ.
We don't.
Right? Yeah, I mean, if you're a Protestant or a Catholic.
I'm also an Orthodox Christian.
Yeah, it's a big focus on mystery.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Okay. That's great.
Yeah. And so we don't necessarily know everything.
Yeah.
And so this doesn't mean we shouldn't have opinions about it. But we should.
And you have to act.
We just have to. But we should act with a certain level of humility about what we know and what we don't know. And this is the great message of like a Hayek, right? And who's been a big inspiration to me is that sense of humility.
Right.
And I don't think that's a big enough part of libertarianism today, and not enough a part of just ordinary families today. That's not enough of a message to children. Hey, that thing that you see, it looks bad. Maybe it is bad, but let's learn about it.
Right.
Let's try to understand what's going on. And I think that there's more of a rush to judgment these days.
How do you get there? How do you? I mean, you're obviously doing it. I mean, through your religious practice, but you're the way that you're raising your kids, the way you build your life. How do you scale that up to people who might not be believers, or just in a world of politics where, I'm thinking you're from Michigan. I believe Illinois is adjacent to Michigan. My geography is getting worse with every minute. But, the governor of Illinois just signed a bill and was touting it that, now all public school students are going to have mental health evaluations done at the school. And it's kind of like, well, this is kind of amazing, right? That you would be doing this. So
yes, unless it keeps you from at some point owning a firearm, because a government-controlled institution is giving you a government-created mental health survey that later be used to determine.
Oh no, I'm saying this is like monstrous, right? Yeah. You're talking about like, the public school teachers in Illinois, like a failed state, is going to now start dictating, what is mentally healthy or not on your kids. But like, so how do you scale out from what you're talking about, which I find interesting?
I mean, I don't think it requires religious belief or faith to have this attitude. I think it's just about telling your kids, or talking to your family about this generally, that we don't know everything about everything. You have to have a healthy sense of skepticism. You have to have a willingness to say the truth is more complex than we understand, and to slow down, to think about things, to learn to not trust everything that you see. That a lot of manipulation happens out there, so you can't necessarily trust everything. I see a lot of people these days who will see something on TV and they assume it's true, or they'll read something in an article and they assume it's true. And it switches. Sometimes it's conservatives falling for something. Sometimes it's progressive.
We all love motive. We love
told
stuff
me that Sydney Sweeney really is a Nazi, and I was surprised.
Oh,
at
really?
his take.
So she really does have good genes, GENES, right? So here's I guess this is related to a broad conversation about libertarianism, because for me, one of the selling points of libertarianism, from the time I started reading Reason in high school in like the late 70s, was the idea that not everything is political. Like politics matters. Like I don't think any of us are anarchists. There's going to be a realm where, you have to build a consensus, and, that's never good, but you squeeze it down to the smallest amount of your life possible so you can just get on with stuff. But, everything is political now, including like these, American Eagle ads, which who even knew American Eagle still existed, as a brand. But
that is, every action you do is
I like my
heavily
American
politicized.
Eagle when it's on a silver dollar.
There you go. Yeah, preferably minted by an underground dispensary or something backed by
Sounds like a
cannabis.
Fox News commercial.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Justin. Roslyn Capital.
Yeah.
Is what I keep in my safe.
Yeah, whatever G. Gordon Liddy was selling, I'm buying. But no, but like, how do we get to that point? This is related to this question of mystery or that we don't know, but also like where not everything you do is political. Like that some things are just outside the realm of, listening to, politicians talk about it.
Well, the problem is the idea of everything being political benefits a two-party system, and
Yeah.
it really benefits both sides who compete for hysteria and making people as anxious and obedient as possible. And you can't have a conversation over Thanksgiving dinner without it veering into politics if you have people who are looking for fights like that. And people are looking for fights as a distraction from their own problems and their own mental health crises, which oddly enough are oftentimes generated by politics. And then you've got politicians who are eager to solve them with, funding from the government where they can then later use that data to further control your life.
Yeah. Justin, are you going to, you were a 10-year congressman.
Yeah.
You did your time, but are you gonna get back into politics? You ran for the Republican Senate nomination in Michigan, lost to Mike Rogers, who then lost. Correct?
Yeah.
Am I remembering? Yeah, and
Mike lose again, but
yeah. Mike Rogers is a loser, I think. You go to the dictionary and he's there. But are you going to get back into politics?
I think I'll run again at some point. Probably not in the immediate future, but at some point I will. I mean, the one of the nice things about getting into politics early is that I'm still pretty young.
Yeah.
If I ran again for office in 10 years, I'd still be younger than the average politician in Washington. So.
And you are, just to be clear, you are 80 years old.
That's right. I just look very good for my age.
But you're 80, but that means you're on the low end
It's
of
the holy
congressional
unction that he rubs
yeah.
into his skin.
Yeah, I just look very good.
Yeah. So you think, but what will you do in the meantime then?
Well, I'm thinking about writing a book. I mean, about some of the things we talked about here. I mean, I think humility as a concept is important and not talked about enough, not written about enough. But yeah, I'm going to continue to give speeches. I'll continue to post things. I'll continue to write, and I will run for office when I think it's the right time to do so. And I think that in this environment, it is not the right time.
Would you ever run for president as a libertarian?
I wouldn't say no. That I never
would.
What
would be more attractive? Because you've talked about how much you hated being in Congress and how you have more power as a private individual than you ever did as a representative. So would you rather be a member of Congress again and be swallowed whole by all of the clowns?
Would you rather be 100 congressmen or one large duck?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I would say I have about the same power as a typical congressman.
Yeah.
When I'm outside of Congress. We both have the power to post on X. And that's about all the power that the average member of Congress has.
I mean, in a slim majority, if you are the no vote that can turf something, that's pretty powerful.
Well, he was, though. I mean, he was the no vote.
I was that for 10 years.
Yeah.
And things got progressively worse in Congress. I mean, they continued to consolidate power at the top. I do think that I felt the impact I had more acutely after I left Congress, because I would just be out at Costco, for example, which is like apparently the place where everyone comes up to me to talk, and people would tell me how much they appreciated that I was explaining the votes, that I was willing to cross the aisle to do the right thing on a whole host of issues, including civil liberties and some of the war issues out there. So people appreciated that, and I think there is that marginal benefit to at least my community, that they are able to see that, and to people across the country who might follow what I'm doing. There's also the possibility of maybe someday I can trick enough of them to choose me as Speaker of the House.
Right,
You know,
without
and-
being in Congress.
And-
Because you don't have to be a member
And
of
if you-
Congress to be Speaker.
If you, I think it's a lot easier to do it if you're in Congress.
Yeah.
They're highly unlikely to do it outside of Congress. But the
but you
point
don't
is,
technically you don't have to be a member of Congress.
you don't
right?
technically have to be.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's the opposite of the power hungry. I want
Yeah.
to devolve power from the speakership. The only way you're going to do
Right.
that is to get someone in the speakership
Yeah.
who will say, I'm not going to exert this power. I'm not going to force you to do this. I would open up the House. Let people do what they believe in.
Yeah.
Put things on the floor with no expectation that my preferred outcome is going to win. It would be a very different sort of speakership, and I think it would be very good for the institution. It would be great for representative government, and it would also decrease the influence of the presidency. The reason the president right now has so much influence over Congress is because he knows he only has to negotiate with two guys. If he goes to talk to Mike Johnson and John Thune, that's it, game over.
Yeah.
If the president knows that he has to talk to 435 members in the House and 100 members in the Senate, that's an uphill battle for the president. Because then he says to Mike Johnson, hey, Mike, I want this. And Mike's like, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. My hands are tied. I'll put things on the floor, but I don't know what these guys are going to do. And, Mike Johnson's not going to do that. He's not going to cross Trump.
Yeah.
But I would be willing to say, hey, Mr. President, I'll put it on the floor, but I can't guarantee any outcomes.
Yeah.
And that weakens the presidency. So I think not enough people understand the interaction between the legislative branch and the executive branch is a big part. It's not just that Congress isn't exerting its power. It's the system itself that it's become so concentrated in the power of the Speaker and the Senate Majority Leader has actually empowered the president because he doesn't have to negotiate with that.
Who was your favorite House Speaker?
Oh, man. It has to be before the time I was born, probably.
Maybe Nancy Pelosi, right?
So
she probably Nancy Pelosi probably treated you better than anybody.
Pelosi was one of the worst speakers.
But I mean, as bad as John Boehner, like she never accosted you in a cloakroom.
In the time that I was there, John Boehner was probably the best speaker.
Wow.
And I tried.
Better than Paul Ryan?
Oh, yeah, much better. And I tried to oust John Boehner multiple times. And he was probably the best. I would say maybe not even by a small margin that he might have been the best speaker. Because John Boehner, as much as he would swear at me and do all that stuff, he would allow me to put amendments on the floor. He would make some compromises. He would allow us to vote on a variety of things.
Right.
He would invite us into the office to have a conversation.
When
Paul Ryan got in there, it was like, okay, I don't need you guys.
Was that, I mean, is that an individual problem or like, it's just you need somebody who's not a complete power monger?
I think for someone like Paul Ryan, there was such a belief in his own ideas, his own policies getting enacted, that he needed to grab control. Nancy Pelosi also always brags about, I won't put anything on the floor unless I know it's going to pass, which I think is a terrible way to operate as Speaker of the House. John Boehner was a little more old school, a little more willing to let things go. And my value, like as a person, is in the principle related to the process.
Right.
Okay, I would put that above any of the outcomes or positions I have. I believe strongly in the process. I believe in America, and I believe the process can produce good libertarian outcomes.
And the process is not tangential. The process is the point, right?
The process is everything. People don't think enough about this, but what separates America from the other countries in the world is the process. We have abundant resources, but there are other countries with abundant resources. What is different about this country, there's a cultural difference, of course, but there is a process difference in our government. We operate by a set of rules. We don't operate on arbitrary whims.
Let me, because both of you are optimistic and that belief in, maybe not in the process, but of like putting stuff out there, and the optimism that you both exude brings us back to Ron Paul, whose birthday we're celebrating. Kennedy, I'm moved by like how, optimistic you are about your kids or the world your kids are growing up in. Can you talk about, is there anything out there that you worry about that's going to screw up the world? Like what's your biggest fear for them?
Unfunded debt.
Yeah.
Our debt worries me more than anything.
Really?
And I know there are people that truly believe in modern monetary theory.
Yeah.
I'm not one of them. I've
tried to live by it personally, and it doesn't work.
It's
great.
I wish that were the case. I wish you could just make money and magically pay all of your own bills.
Yeah.
That and OnlyFans.
Okay, so but that's your big thing. What about you, Justin? As what worries you? What would turn you into a non-Ron Paul pessimist?
Oh well, I don't know about that, but I think the single biggest risk is AI.
Yeah, and you're for it or against it? God, this is a French goodbye question.
I don't think there's any way to avoid it. It's kind of like what we talked about with social media.
Right, okay.
Social media is going to increase. We're going to know more about each other's lives. There's no going back. AI is going to happen whether we like it or not.
Right.
I think the outcome is a little bit out of our hands. I'm not sure that there's a way to make it work, and it might work and it might not. And I don't know what the outcome will be. And I do think, as a libertarian, I say this, and a lot of libertarians are very pro AI and for no regulation on it, et cetera.
It's because they want sex robots.
Yeah, sure.
I understand where they're coming from, but not about that part.
Yeah.
But
and by the way, we just call those robots. You don't have to say sex robots.
Yeah.
All robots are sex robots.
That's very kind of you.
Yeah.
I understand where they're coming from as a general matter.
Yeah.
But there is a high risk here with AI. It's the kind of thing we're not really prepared for. I don't think that those who are in positions of power right now, and I mean not just people in government, but people who run these companies, have prepared the American people and the people of the world enough for the kind of change it will bring about, and the potential for altering human existence in a way that is so profound that we might not even think of each other as humans in the same way.
Wow. Okay, that's a great note to end on.
Sorry, that's such a dark note.
No, not at all. But I want to thank Kennedy and Justin Amash for talking on this special live edition of The Reason interview with Nick Gillespie. I, of course, am Nick Gillespie, and we are at the Ron Paul barbecue and 90th birthday party. Happy birthday, Dr. No, and we'll see you at your 180th birthday as well.
Happy birthday.
Unless the AI turns out not to be
Let's hope it's peaceful AI.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much.
Why, hello. Where's my camera? Hello, everybody. This is evidently part of the problem. I don't know. We just, it's an amazing thing you can do with podcasts. You just put a different person in this chair, run a different name underneath them, and now it's a whole different thing. But this is a very special, live part of the problem from Ron Paul's 90th birthday party, which we've all been having a great time at. And I got two of my favorite people from the Libertarian Institute to talk to. Of course, if people listen to Part of the Problem, they know who both of them are. But we got Keith Knight and Scott Horton. How are you, fellas?
We're doing good. You got to hang out with Ron Paul for half an hour?
I did. I think you got to talk into your microphone, right? They didn't.
I should have remembered to do that. I know about microphones.
Is this, that's on? It's all coming through good? There you go.
Hey man, you got to hang out with Ron Paul for half an hour earlier?
I did, yes. It was great. It was very nice. Right after I gave my talk, his granddaughter and some of the one of the other people grabbed me. They were like, "Dr. Paul wants to see you. Dr. Paul wants to see you. You go, you follow whoever. If you ever want, if you want to assassinate me, the way to lure me to whatever place is to go, Dr. Paul wants to talk to you, and I'll just follow, and I'll go, okay, where is it? But it was great. He gave me, it was, it's as he always is. He asked me the Ron Paul question, right away. He goes, so Dave, are you more optimistic or pessimistic about the crowd? And this is like the fourth time I've gotten that question, so I was like, I'm gonna nail this one. And I came out so hard. I am optimistic, Dr. Paul. He's just the greatest, most grandfatherly, just like amazing figure. You're just like, it was incredible.
I'm sorry I missed your thing because I was told it was really good, man.
I don't know. I mean, I just talked about, it's nothing that me and you haven't said to each other a million times before. I just talked about how great Ron Paul was on all the issues and how important the issues he talked about were, and then just that he was such a decent human being and that he was like the best, the most like exemplary like Christian you could imagine, the one who's not browbeating you with that, not telling you what a morally superior person they are, just living that life and giving all of us something to look up to. And then I said something about how me personally and a lot of my guys are kind of known for being wild boys and maybe being a little bit hostile and taking things too far. But the fact is that because Ron Paul's our hero, that does make us better. Then we'll never be as good as him, but we're better than we otherwise would have been if we weren't always trying to look up to this guy and kind of, carry on with his legacy. So that was the theme of the speech, but the crowd seems to like it.
In mine, I remembered, I didn't Joe Biden brain and forget, and I got to crack my joke about Ron telling me what he likes about me is how I'm never angry, I never say bad words or attack anyone and all that stuff. And the crowd laughed their ass off at that.
That's great.
They got it. My good laugh line.
That is a funny thing to say about Scott. He's just so positive.
Well, it's really nice that you respect me so much, but I wonder if you have me confused with somebody else or something. But anyway, but no, that was really cool. And then, but of course, then that got to be my closer. But that is, of course, what we all love about him.
Yeah.
We all want to try to live up to somehow or another. So. Yeah, this is great, man. This is the coolest thing ever.
Well, it's been great because one of the things too is I just haven't, I haven't been able to do as many libertarian events lately. I haven't been to Pork Fest or Freedom Fest in a few years, and really since we stopped really being involved in the Mises Caucus Libertarian thing, I just haven't been as focused on that. I've been doing other stuff. And it's cool, hanging out with you two guys, and then just so many people I've seen here tonight are like, oh yeah, dude, I haven't seen you in forever, or this and that. So it's been a lot of that. What's been your highlights or lowlights of the day?
It has been so cool to get back in the Lovolution vibe that I was introduced to in 2012. As I know I've told you guys this. In 2012, I thought, well, I don't love Barack Obama, so that means I love Mitt Romney, and I'm going to support him. And in Arizona, we went to the debates. We got there early, not early enough. We ended up watching it outside on a projector. All of the candidates were asked a question. I want to say John King from CNN was hosting the debate, and he said, candidates, describe yourself in one word. Newt Gingrich hilariously says, cheerful. Crowd goes crazy. Ron Paul said the word consistent, and that stuck with me. Describe yourself in one word, consistent. I said, well, the implication being he is consistent where these other people are not consistent.
Right.
I watched an interview with Ron Paul in the next debate with 60 Minutes. And he said, there is one book people need to read. It's called The Law by Frederick Bastiat. It was written in 1850 in France, but it's vitally important. And this is the key to why Ron Paul is referenced today when Mitt Romney, the Republican presidential candidate, is not mentioned. John McCain, the presidential candidate of 2008, is not only not mentioned, he's seen as an absolute traitor by all the supporters of the current Republican president, Donald Trump, because of his consistency. So what does he say? Monopolies are bad. Well, since monopolies are bad, surely there shouldn't be a state monopolizing the currency or compulsory education or the right to conscript or the right to monopolize law and order within a geographical area. Ron Paul says that human beings are self-interested, not just people in the private sector, but if you give them a job as a politician, say, director of national intelligence, they're still going to be self-interested. And in that capacity, they don't have to answer to consumers who can voluntarily disassociate with them. In the voluntary sector, the private sector, you can't get a penny out of my pocket or a second of my time unless I give it to you voluntarily, unless you create value. But in the coercive sector, in the state, they can take money, they can print money, they can coerce you and conscript you, they can engage in compulsory education, and that is the ultimate evil that I think Ron Paul really exposed. So it was the consistency that Ron Paul mentioned in his 2012 debate that I think is so vitally important. What happens is that attracts a certain personality who is willing to be not liked for the sake of believing in something true. That is what I'm seeing here today. And that has been my highlight, just being around the Lovolution crew. I was not around in 2008. I never saw the Rudy Giuliani moment when it happened, so I'm very jealous. But that was my 2012 Ron Paul moment, and that's been the best part of today.
Yeah, 2012 was still pretty awesome, man. 2008 was special, though. It was a little bit different, but 2012 was still cool. And I know what you mean. I know, I feel like it's one of the things that's kind of been weighing on me a bit today, like particularly for me, and I don't know, I'm sure both of you guys feel this to some degree too, but you do, you question yourself sometimes in life and you're kind of like, I don't know, like, did I handle that last thing the right way? Me and Scott talk all the time about this. I should have done this like this, or I should have done this like this. Nah, you were right to do it like that, and you kind of don't know, but then like, it is almost like you come visit, like, it's like you feel like you climbed a mountain and spoke to the wise man on the hill. You go, oh, that's the right way. Just keep doing this. And that's that'll be right. I did have a bit of a weird moment just now. I know you've referenced, of all the positions you could have picked, the director of national intelligence. But so we did just bump into Tulsi Gabbard briefly, who I guess has given her speech in the other room here. Is a little bit strange. Just that typically it wouldn't have been strange last year, the year before if she was here. She's always come out to the Ron Paul Institute. They've always done things together and had a lot of mutual respect. And I guess, so she noticed me. She came over and gave me a hug, which I was very nice. And then, she very quickly went inside. And I had told you before, because I'm a little angry at Tulsi. I'm particularly angry over the fact that she Colin Powelled herself right after Israel bombed Iran and then contradicted her annual threat assessment to say, oh yes, actually the intelligence is that they're weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. Something, by the way, that nobody believes. This is as bad a lie as WMDs or anything. Even Netanyahu, 3 days earlier or something like that, was in an interview with Brett Baer, and Netanyahu, the professional liar about how Iran's about to have a nuclear weapon, said maybe a year. No one said weeks. They could kick the inspections regime out and develop a bomb within weeks. So anyway, I'm upset with her about that. But then this is where I get conflicted. I also go, she's coming to Ron Paul's birthday. The director of national intelligence is coming here to talk to a Ron Paul audience and going, hey, Dave Smith, and coming over and giving me a hug. And this is the dirty thing about politics, right? Is that you go, well, that's better than not that. So maybe she could still do the next good thing. I don't know.
Well, and right now she's in the middle of declassifying things that
we really want her to declassify, yeah.
To see, never thought we'd get to see, and even the slightest chance of justice for the Russiagate perpetrators. And it's not really a crime against the people in the way that a lot of these crimes are, but still, it was really bad what they did in framing Donald Trump that way. And really, it's just something that he is pissed off enough about. And after all, they did try to put him in prison a few times. So, like, they're the ones crossing that line already. And, like, is there a slight chance that Tulsi Gabbard could help to put Jim Comey and John Brennan in prison? Wow, like, I hate to get carried away believing in things or anything, but that would be so exciting. And just knowing that they are afraid right now that even could happen at all, that's great.
Obama put out a statement
Brennan
about
is
it.
afraid.
Just to know that Obama
should be afraid.
Obama put out a statement saying, like, you know, whatever, something. But he had to put out a statement about how the director of national intelligence just claimed that she has proof that he's guilty of treason, and I've sent that proof over to the Justice Department with a referral for prosecution. That in itself is
fun times.
Yes, that is historic. That's not normal times shit.
And so deserved. So deserved by them, too. The Russiagate thing is, it's unbelievable that they would dare. And I said this then, that if they'd done it to Bernie Sanders or even Hillary Clinton or whatever, I'd have said the same thing. You just cannot have national security state stepping to the elected president in that way. They're supposed to recognize good and well that he is way out of their league.
Yes.
They had this, you know, I think I talked about this recently with Daryl on the show, how John McLaughlin, who had been the acting head of the CIA, was on a panel at a think tank, and someone asked him about Donald Trump blames all this Russiagate stuff on the deep state. And McLaughlin says, well, thank God for the deep state. And he says, because they're doing the right thing here. And he goes, let me tell you something. The problem's not here at the J. Edgar Hoover Building in Washington. It's not at Langley, and it's not at Fort Meade. The problem is at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So, like, okay, well, if he wasn't lying, and it was true that Donald Trump was a Russian agent, I'm like, boy, good thing the FBI is here and the NSA and CIA to stand up for us and protect us from all enemies, foreign and domestic and all that. But it wasn't true. Instead, they were framing him, and they were committing the highest act of sedition or whatever you call it exactly. It wasn't treason. They weren't acting on behalf of a foreign power. But unless you just consider the Democratic Party to be one, which I kind of do, but I don't think that would probably stand up in court. But just overall, the fact that they would dare to even come at a major party presidential candidate like that when he was sure to be the nominee by the time they started framing him, and then after he's nominated, and then after he's elected, and then after he's sworn in, and they keep going for another 2 years, nah, man, somebody needs to be taken out and at least flogged, if not shot, for that.
Yeah. Well, it is. Look, the moment that you're talking about where McLaughlin's on stage where he says, thank God for the deep state and all that, it was another one of those moments. It kind of reminded me of, the moment when Chuck Schumer said to Rachel Maddow that, oh, hey, you crossed the what is the president-elect thinks he is allowed to criticize the CIA on Twitter? Whew, he's done. And it's just so crazy that, like, the follow-up...
You talked about them? They're going to destroy you, Mr. President-elect.
But it's crazy that, like, the follow-up question to that wasn't, Mr. Senate Majority Leader, you just confirmed that we don't live in a democracy, and we, in fact, live in a secret oligarchy of sorts. Elaborate on that. You know, like there wasn't like any follow-up question to go, wait, so you just admitted that the intelligence agencies are actually far more powerful than the democratically elected president of the United States of America? And then said the follow-up question from Rachel Maddow was like, wow, neat.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Neat that you said that. It was just so bizarre, so freaking crazy. Anyway, Keith tried to hit Tulsi with a hot question.
What'd you ask her?
I asked her, Miss Gabbard, at what point did you realize Iran had the nuclear capabilities to develop a nuclear bomb? And she looked at me with her eyes open and said, this is not the place for that, or this is not the time for that.
And then she said something like, this isn't the time for that. And then she goes, but there's a lot more there than you think. Something like that. Oh, there's a lot more there. There's a lot more to that. There's a lot more to it. Yeah, there's a lot more to it. I had to lie my ass off for the administration. That's the information you're missing.
You see, sometimes I forget and believe that it's a complete lie when they say, we work for you. We're your employees. We're public servants. I thought, stupid me, I thought I was talking to one of my employees when I saw Miss Gabbard. Stupid me.
You were. She's
the one calling the shots.
Yeah, she's
obviously.
busy doing some tasks for some of her other employers.
I was on Piers Morgan, and they stopped the panel to interview Nancy Mace for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And
by the way, I
it's just-
hate when they do that on the show.
I know, it's so weird.
The worst way to run a show.
And
I
this
love
is-
Piers Morgan, all the people. Thank you for having me and Scott on so much.
Wait, what was I talking about again? No.
Nancy Mace. Yeah.
Nancy Mace.
But that was a joke about how I can't keep my train of thought because I got what Biden's got. Self-inflicted, but it is what it is. But so Piers Morgan says to Nancy Mace, but look, I mean, American intelligence says that they're not making nukes. And she goes, listen, I know that they are. I went to Israel and they told me. It's like, oh, shit, wow, okay. Like, everybody heard that, right? That was, no, she couldn't get anyone at CIA to come to Congress and sit at the table and tell her that. But hey, she went to Israel and they were like, hey, lady, you'll believe anything, right? Come here. See this piece of paper? Well, in a language you can't read, it says all this scary stuff.
Yeah,
She
it is
went for it. That easy.
Well, you know, me and you, Scott, we were talking about this the other day, our last episode from a week ago or so. But it does feel to me, and I've been, I think, pretty good over the years at feeling out these moments that we're living through. That, you know, not that I'm perfect, but you try your best to figure them out. But it does seem to me like right now there's some type of like critical mass that's been hit, where there's just like no putting this toothpaste back in the tube. And you see even, I mean, I don't know if you said, did I send this to you, Scott? I meant to. But there was a Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk were on together. And they were, well, the topic was somewhat about me. But they were both talking about the wild amount of backlash that Charlie Kirk got for the latest Turning Points event. Now, it wasn't just about me. It was
Tucker's speech.
Tucker was like kind of the biggest one, but also Megyn Kelly said, she didn't say like definitively, but they said, someone said to her like, hey, if you had to guess who Jeffrey Epstein was working for, who would you guess? And she went, well, Mossad is the most likely, candidate. And so it was that, but I do think he got a lot of shit from me. And in a way, I think, because they mentioned me, and I do think he actually got more shit for having me there than even Tucker or Megyn Kelly, just simply for the fact that Tucker and Megyn Kelly are huge. And so you can't, if you're doing a right-wing event and you have Tucker Carlson, no one could really be like, why did you choose to have Tucker Carlson? Because he's the biggest right-winger in America. That's why you have him there. Whereas I am really a choice. Like, you don't have to have me at a Turning Point event. You chose to have me there. But the whole time they're talking about how insane it is that they got all this heat for having me on, and Megyn Kelly, which was, I did not expect, it was much nicer than I would have imagined what she said was, is she went, hey, Dave Smith has a right to criticize Israel, and he has a right to go present his arguments. And then Charlie goes, I was moderating a debate, I wasn't even like saying I love that. And then they both just sit there and talk about how they've been the most pro-Israel people their entire careers, and now you're coming at me and calling me an anti-Semite for this, which is, of course, they're not even taking the right position. It's like, and I said this when I was talking about it the other day, but it's like, this reminds me of, you remember when cancel culture was like at its height, like 2018, 2019, and then sometimes a liberal would get canceled, and then the liberal would go, but I'm a liberal. You shouldn't ruin my life. I'm with you, and you're like, no, actually the answer is you shouldn't ruin anyone's life. You know what I mean? It's not just like, It's like, hey, I've supported Israel my whole life, so you shouldn't smear me as being a bigot. It's like, well, you shouldn't smear anyone as being a bigot unless they're a bigot. But anyway, the point is,
even then,
right?
Nobody likes a tattletale.
Well, so even then, maybe they have a good point. But I think the point is that you just watch it when Charlie Kirk and Megyn Kelly are sitting there being like, you guys are so full of, it's just like, well, then come on. I mean, the game's over, dude.
Especially when, I did send you this. I don't know if you read it. There's an article in the American Conservative magazine called Charlie Kirk's Limited Hangout.
Yes.
Where he exposed how this was like a deliberate plot by him that like, well, what we'll do is we'll bring in Dave, so to speak, and we'll like have anti-Israel voices just to show how fair we are on this issue, so with the ultimate goal of trying to bring the conservative movement back toward Israel, and that's the plot in the first place. They're trying to use you as their limited hangout. Problem is, you're pretty clear about your intention and what you have to say on the issue, and the audience, I think, was very much with you. I don't think they're coming back.
I read the article. I understand where they're coming from. I got to be honest, I don't really buy it. I just don't, and maybe this is me having an inflated sense of myself or something like that, but look, he brought me in there to debate a guy who I had already smacked in a debate. Who there was no, like that's not.
Although he still thought like this is the best he's going to get. Like who's he going to get better than Josh Hammer?
Yeah, but the point is that just bringing me in to do a debate in front of an audience, in front of that I don't think that was set up to like be like, oh, let Dave come in and take the fall or something like that.
No, not like that. But just so
even
he if you mop the floor with him, just show that he's honest enough
to have the debate,
to include the
right,
thing,
yeah,
but with the ultimate goal of like, come on, Turning Point is a Zionist organization. It's essentially all this anti-woke stuff is a limited hangout to just. We talked about this before. It's in that documentary on the Israel lobby, Kittens and Donuts. Right. They have that Facebook page. It's all about kittens and donuts. It's for housewives. And oh, look, a little kitten. And look, everybody likes little sprinkles on their donuts. And they do this. And then every 6 weeks, they have a post that says, "Stand with Israel." And that's what the whole thing is for. It was never about the kittens and donuts, right? It's the same thing here. As Charlie Kirk goes, oh, what's the definition of a woman or whatever. That's not what it's about. It's about getting people who understand what the definition of a woman is to be Zionists by marrying Zionism to these other things that we know you also think.
Yeah.
That's always been what it is. And he's a nice guy. He's been nice to me and a little bit in the past. We interacted a little on Twitter or whatever, like nothing personally against him, but I think the article was right about his intention, and it didn't necessitate you being a jabroni.
Right.
And taking a fall and getting whooped by Josh Hammer of all things, which you're right was not going to happen, of course. But it was to say that, like, oh, yeah, here at Turning Point, we're very open to these perspectives when ultimately, no, we're not. But we're trying to essentially keep you here so that later on we can bring you back and keep you on the plantation.
Did you hear the struggle session, like, focus group that he did with all the young people? At Turning Point, as he's going in there, it's just him talking to all these young Turning Point people, you know? And they're all like, hey, like, we don't believe in fighting wars of choice, and we don't believe in other countries being on welfare, and we don't believe... And then we get called an anti-Semite for just criticizing what Israel's doing to Gaza and why we should be funding it. And then Charlie's, the whole time, Charlie's like, I hear you. And I think what I'm hearing is that you do support Israel. You do, like what I'm hearing is you do support Israel, but you don't want to be called an anti-Semite. And I get that. You know, but the thing is, the point is, look, I think it's more than, there's a simpler explanation than that. And I don't think it's a limit. I think it's as simple as it's ironically or perfectly, the market is actually what's at work here. And the bottom line is I could feel it from that crowd. Charlie Kirk, this is how it often is, right? People who do what we do, okay? When you have a podcast or you write a book, you have an institute, you have the relationship is essentially between you and your audience. Now you at the institute, you have a little bit of this that I don't have, where you also have people who donate to the Institute. But the thing is that you've staked yourself way out here as being the most principled, radical, anti-war guy, that the only type of investors you're getting are people who like what you do to begin with, right? It's a different thing when you do what Charlie Kirk does. Charlie Kirk, as I said earlier on Clint's show, if Charlie Kirk were to come out and say what I say about Israel, Turning Point doesn't exist anymore. That's just a fact. Right. Turning Point USA is over if he comes out and says that. So he can't do that. But then at the same time, he also has his audience. That's also another fact. He also can't lose all of them, because then he's not Turning Point anymore either. And so the audience is demanding so much that someone represent the other side of this view. And so the only thing he could do is, well, let me at least do a debate where I have, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it's like as much a limited hangout as it is like, well, what else can we do? You can't at this point pretend that we don't exist.
Right.
That, you know.
No, I think that's all consistent with the point. It's like, yeah, they have to give in.
Yeah, I guess you're
for
right.
their
I
own
guess you're right.
legitimacy when the end goal is still the same. And it was after that debate he went and interviewed the rabbi about there's no one starving in Gaza, which goes to show what he's really about is
that's
serving
true.
evil. Like that's pure evil to do that, dude. That's
It is literally, and I mean, I don't mean to be hyperbolic or go to like low-hanging fruit, but it is like, this is Holocaust denial level shit, dude. This is, you're literally looking at pictures of starving babies, a ton of reports about mass starvation, and going, nah, it's fake. Anyway, Keith, I'm sorry, you were going to say something there.
I'd have to ask Alex Berenson if it's really Holocaust denial or not. I'm not able to judge. I don't work for Yad Vashem.
He is the expert on that. He's been to the museum.
One of the great things that the Turning Point USA people suffer from, unfortunately, is they have a false dichotomy, I think. They say, am I pro or anti-Israel? You can ask that question, false dichotomy, or you could extract another lesson from Ron Paul, which is to say, there are concentrated benefits and dispersed costs when engaging in any interaction. So why would America go to war in Vietnam and Afghanistan and Iraq if these weren't justified things? Why would America do that? Well, America didn't do it. A microscopic amount of the population coerced the rest of the population into doing something that benefited this small number of people. This is exactly what Dwight D. Eisenhower said, not exactly an isolationist libertarian. It's an understanding that when a policy is pursued, it's not that all, 10 million people in Israel had a say and then they went through with it. Not all 350 million Americans had a say and they went through it. These policies are decided by the iron law of oligarchy. It is too costly to get every single person's opinion equally. So they delegate their opinions, and a very few amount of people end up being part of those who implement any situation. Yeah. So they act in their self-interest and come up with things that the population at large never would have. So when TPUSA says, am I pro or anti-Israel? This will determine whether I support the assault on Gaza or not. It's not pro-Israel, pro-10 million people. The pro-Netanyahu position is the assault on Gaza, the blockade, the ethnic cleansing operation that he recently bragged about on Fox News. Yes, we're going to have a monopoly on force on the area, but to keep people safe, just to make sure that Hamas doesn't come to power. So if you embrace
they have
Ron
been doing
Paul's
a great job of keeping people safe in Gaza so far.
Yeah, they can't even control the perimeter on October 7th.
No, but it's a really important point, and I think one that really only libertarians are equipped to make. But I got a lot of shit on this from because I don't know, whatever, I get. I get way too many people praising me and way too many people attacking me and all that stuff. So whatever, but there is like a sliver of people on the the anti-Israel side who criticize me for like not going far enough or not being not defending Hamas or not whatever. There's always a group. But I remember I had one post where someone said, I forget what exactly it was, but someone said, Dave's the guy who hates Israel. And I said, I don't hate Israel. I'm not anti-Israel. I'm anti what the government of Israel is doing to the Palestinian people. I'm anti what the government of Israel is doing with my government to my people and all this. But it is a fair point that everybody can recognize that in the United States of America. You could hate Joe Biden more than anything, and no one thinks that makes you anti-America. And I will say, one of the things that gets kind of buried in all of this, and look, it is tragic. The state of where Israeli public opinion is right now is shameful, really horrible. And look, you could compare it to the state of American opinion, post 9/11. Although, look, we get a little bit of an excuse that they don't have. This isn't a concentration camp right next door to us that we're looking at every single day. Iraq is a little bit further over there, and Afghanistan is But I remember there was one, it's in your article that you wrote with Connor Friedman, Netanyahu's support for Hamas backfires, where there's the quote from Ehud Barak, and then there's one more quote from a right-winger. It might have been Omar. But definitely in the Ehud Barak quote, where they're talking about how, specifically, Benjamin Netanyahu's policy of propping up Hamas in Gaza was not just, as others mentioned, for the international community and the Americans and the Congress and the presidency, but he's saying for the liberal Jews in Israel.
That's right.
That literally, this was a huge part of it, is that there was a huge portion of the Israeli citizenry, and by the way, also a huge portion of, like, say, Jews in New York and stuff, that I know much better, a huge portion of them
in Europe too,
who were all for Oslo. When Oslo first came up, they went, yes, this is exactly what we've always wanted. All we've ever wanted is peace with our Arab neighbors. Let's all live in peace. And they want, and so the fact is that part of the reason why they wanted to keep Hamas in power, or whatever exactly, in custodial, whatever you want to call it, part of that was because they knew if it was the Palestinian Authority sitting there saying, let's make a deal, that there'd be a huge portion of Israeli Jews who would go, yeah, but dude, war is inherently, like, unpopular. War costs a lot. We all know this, right? If the three of us just go out to a bar later today, there's some people who we really don't like, we're not just like, hey, let's go fight all of them, because it's like, I don't know, dude, one of us might end up in the hospital, one of us might get arrested. Like, there's
costly.
Yeah, there's costs associated with this. People will, like, choose peace. And so it is just important in this environment where, there is this critical mass and everyone's waking up to the horrors of these policies, that it is like, look, like, it's like what you always say, Scott. It's what was the biggest fuck up of Alex Jones' career was the Sandy Hook thing. And why was it? Because the target wasn't the FBI or the ATF or the CIA. The target were parents who just lost their little babies. And you should always, it's one of the things that, just being here with Ron Paul just reminds me. It's like, always keep your target as, like, the evil, corrupt, powerful people. And anytime you start just trying to blame the people of any country, you're just going down the wrong path. Regular people are manipulated, and that doesn't mean that they're evil.
Hey, if you go back to the turn of the century, all the polls showed the Israelis wanted a two-state solution.
Mm-hmm.
But if they can't have one, then they want Ariel Sharon, because he's a hard ass and he'll protect them from the bad guys, that he's making them the bad guys. But if that's what the position we're in, then yes, build the wall. If you're not going to give them a state, then build the wall.
Well, but that isn't it? Even you said earlier today when we were talking about Tulsi Gabbard being here, what was the thing that you said about Tulsi?
I don't remember.
That you told me that you go, I really do. You go, I'm glad she's in there because I think she will keep her eye on Al Qaeda. And this is coming from Scott Horton, of all people, right?
Yeah, and I don't want her to wage war overseas, but I am terrified about their blowback, especially blowback from Israel's war in Gaza now coming here. And I think I want her and Joe Kent just keeping those guys the hell off of my continent, 100%.
Because even someone like Scott, even Scott Horton, who literally wrote the book on the subject and knows that it was this policy that turned these killers against us, right? Still, we're us. And at the end of the day, it's like, well, don't just let them kill us now because you did that. Yeah. That's not the answer. And so any reasonable person, right? Like, no matter what, even if it was the war that I was just breaking down and explaining how this is going to lead to someone coming and trying to kill my family, once they're trying to kill them, it's like, well, take them out. Because that's the most important priority. Tulsi must be doing something good. She cleared out this room pretty good. But anyway, so yes, I think that is an important thing to, and it's one of the things about the original, to tie this back to the reason we're all here, but one of the things about the original Ron Paul, Giuliani moment, which is what pulled me into this whole life that I'm living now, is that I did in a weird way, and I never felt like this made me like a leftist. Like, it didn't make me an egalitarian or a relativist or anything like that. I know that there's differences between different groups of people. There's differences between different cultures. There's differences between religions and all of this. But the thing was, like, you were like, oh, this weirdly is something that unites all of us. Like, this is a human characteristic. It's like, oh yeah, remember when we got hit on 9/11 and then our first immediate reaction was, we're gonna go blow something up.
Howard Stern said he wanted to completely eliminate the Middle East.
Nuke the Middle East, right? It's like, oh, okay, so they had that same attitude too, right? And they had that, and then you just realize, like, even, and this is why Daryl Cooper's, whole series is so good, is you realize that actually, like, oh, this is a cycle that both the Israelis and Palestinians are participating in. And in the same way that you see, where they'll go, they're rallying around Hamas ever since we started bombing, the
Children
refugee
near
shelters
Hamas,
or
yeah.
whatever. Yeah, like, okay, oh, they're rallying around Hamas. It's like, yeah, they are. And what are the Israelis doing? They're rallying around Netanyahu after October 7th.
The Americans gave George Bush Jr. a 91% approval rating
Can you believe it?
after 9/11, after he didn't do his one duty of keeping the American people safe. And when I look back on this, I think, who really cared about those dead people on 9/11? Was it President Bush, who on September 20th of 2001 came to Congress and said, people are asking why they hate us. They hate us because we're a democracy. Their leaders are self-appointed. They hate our freedom to worship and our freedom to disagree. Is that a guy who cares so much about the death that he wants to avoid it in the future, that he wants to get to the truth of it? Or is it someone like Ron Paul who says, so in order to find out why they hate us, what I did was I read the documents that these people have written, and I judged whether or not they had an incentive to lie or tell the truth. And it turns out it's bases in Mecca and Medina, Saudi Arabia. It's the deadly sanctions on Iraq. By the way, if China has sanctions or a blockade on Taiwan, the U.S. threatens nuclear war against China. So that's how serious sanctions and blockades are on countries. Yeah. And then the third reason, of course, being the support for the Israeli mass murder campaign that's been going on for Jesus knows how long. So it's because Ron Paul cared so much that he was willing to tell an unpopular truth that was so beneficial.
Yeah.
And that's what motivated me to tell Tulsi Gabbard an unpopular truth
listen, I don't...
that she didn't want to hear because I knew it would be better
good.
for her in the long run. You're welcome, Director of National Intelligence.
That was good. The kid's good. All right, he spun that all together. You know what I was thinking about? And
managing director there.
That's right. Well, this is why we support the
managing
Libertarian.
editor.
This is why we support the Libertarian Institute. You know, there was something I was thinking of the other day that I don't think I said this to you, Scott. I think I said this earlier on Clint's podcast, but it was before you came in. But like, isn't it crazy, you know, of what me and you have both been in the position of defending our good buddy Darryl Cooper, which we're both happy to do, but of his most controversial, you know, point ever, which was really talking about hunger, you know, blockades and what that ends up doing, and like, what even is the logic of this here? And it's funny, in a really dark sense, funny, because like, even when you're on one side of a conflict or critical of one government, you never want to forget there's human beings. So like, I was actually horrified to see that picture of the Israeli prisoner in Gaza who's like starving to death.
Yeah.
Totally, I mean, really, look, you see a before picture and what he looks like now, it's horrible. He was an IDF soldier, but whatever, you know, he's still a human being. Even, you know, even being part of an aggressive army doesn't mean like there's no humanity left there. But it's so funny, I got tagged, because I'm like famous for being an Israel critic now, I got tagged like all day on Twitter of people sending me this picture and being like, what are you going to say about Hamas now, Dave Blow? And you're like...
You should have negotiated with him a year and a half ago?
Well, like, but it is... Well, look, obviously, like, it's not saying Hamas doesn't have any guilt in this or anything like that, but you go like, what was the logic in having a fucking starvation blockade when you got hostages in there? Like, where on the list of...
Damn
exactly.
about them.
Well, that's exactly
and
right,
in fact,
right?
They know that other people do, and so it'll generate sympathy, so they'll starve them just for the talking point.
Exactly. Because
like, that's why we have the Hannibal directive.
Well, look, well, right. But, you know, when you think, and this was kind of the point that I think Darryl was making, was like, okay, so you cut off all food from Nazi Germany. Well, who do you think is going to get the short end of that stick? Within Nazi Germany, do you think that Adolf Hitler won't eat? Do you think that his military won't eat? Or do you think maybe it's the gypsies and the Jews and the Slavic, you know, like, come on. I mean, just like, be honest here. You're going to starve. You got Smotrich, your finance minister, bragging for 3 months that not 1 ounce of grain will get in. Well, who do you think is going to be hit by that? The Hamas militants, first and foremost. And, you know, there's been like some reporting back and forth, and they make these claims that they never really back up with that Hamas is stealing the food or doing this. But like,
it's a bunch of crap.
But like,
totally debunked.
Yeah. Like they never do. And there's instances where they can show, but that's true in any society, you know, with any type of resource.
They're definitely not going hungry, but they're not stealing it all the way that they...
But the thing is that even if that were true, if it were true that Hamas is stealing 100% of the food, then what's the purpose? Then the purpose of the blockade is just against the civilian population. Like, so what the fuck is that? Okay, so you're saying, hey, we can cut off all of this food, but Hamas will still steal all of it and mark it. Like, okay. Well, so then it's pure evil to cut it off.
Well, and to Daryl Cooper's point, the estimates for German civilian deaths in the First World War, which is the blockade he's referring to, when Churchill was First Lord of the Admiralty from 1911 to 1918. Martin Gilbert, the Churchill historian who had exclusive access to the archives, says 760,000 deaths took place in Germany as a causal result between 1914 and 1919, when the blockade was fully lifted. Even though Armistice Day was 11/11/1918, they still held it until the Germans signed the Treaty of Versailles. That's what Daryl Cooper's talking about. Daryl Cooper is not sympathizing with Kaiser Wilhelm, who lived his life in the Netherlands till 1941. He's not sympathizing with Adolf Hitler. It is the German civilian population, because Daryl Cooper looks at them and sees himself in the innocent people. That's why I love Daryl.
Although you're right, but not about what he was talking about, because he was talking about the hunger blockade during World War II, where Britain put another blockade on all trade. With
I think he's talked about both at different points, but But on Tucker, he was talking about the World War II.
He was talking about World War II and how much more difficult that made it. And just like you were saying, where of course the fighters are the ones who get the food, and the civilians starve. And they wouldn't even let the Quakers in. They had, like he said, the Swedes had a plan to distribute the food, and Churchill would never allow any of it. He wouldn't allow any refugees out of the continent either.
I'm sorry if I mistook that, but I know that Martin Gilbert was referring to the First World War, and that's what Daryl Cooper has originally referenced.
Yeah, he has referenced that at certain points too.
And the whole thing is that when Churchill's atrocities are justified, it's because he's fighting the evil Nazis. Daryl Cooper says, well, let's look at Churchill's actions when he was not fighting the Nazis.
Right.
What else did he do?
Yeah.
I don't know where I heard that originally.
What got him in trouble on Tucker was people thought that he was saying that was all the Holocaust amounted to, was they didn't feed their prisoners well. Nothing else happened beyond that, which he never said.
Which he never said. Yeah,
that's what people thought that he was saying. And so that was
that's right. No, but I would just say one.
You see the clock there?
Yeah. Okay, I'll wrap up. I'm sorry.
I gotta go because I gotta introduce Tom.
Okay. We'll wrap up on this, but I will just the final thought before this is that it is one through line I've been thinking about a lot lately, and Daryl covers in his Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem how there was the mass starvation in Syria, and then how that's just like in the backdrop of like the Israel like creation in the Palestinian conflict. And you think about like the worst of the Holocaust happening in Ukraine. It's 10 years after the Holodomor. It's right after there was mass starvation there. You think about in Germany, like the starvation that you were just talking about in World War. Like you starve a population, like they may start acting crazy and doing really evil, crazy things. And like it's amazing that no one even thinks about like the implications of that. Just like what
why are there Nazis in Ukraine to this day? They're all the sons of the Holodomor.
Exactly. You starved their family, and they side with who's against you. All right, Scott Horton, Keith Knight, Libertarian Institute. Thank you guys so much. You're the best. What a great day. Thank you guys for everything.
Donate to the Ron Paul Institute.
Ron Paul, donate. Come on, more. All right, good job, Garrett. Thanks, Snoop Dogg.
Oh, look at all the names coming in. Hey, Karen Katowski just gave $50. American hero right there.
I'm starting to think that wasn't the real Snoop Dogg.
That might have been
$50? Step it up, Snoop Dogg. Okay. Thanks, guys.
much. Thank you very much. Where are we at on the money bomb? Anyone know? What's our number? 185. I said I'd match anything over 177, so that's $8,000, right? All right, let me log into my crypto wallet here. A little accountability. Send a transaction for, oh, it just jumped. 13,000. 13,000. So here we go. I got 15,532 USDC in this wallet. Let's send it all to a great cause. Thank you so much. Crypto's easy, it's fast, it's borderless, it's permissionless, and it took me the better part of 13 years to realize what I was missing. And it's really great, and I encourage everybody here to check it out as well. So there you go, another 15,000 on top. I don't know if that will update anytime soon, but let's dig deep, guys. Come on, we have an opportunity to finance the next chapters of freedom and liberty, all the seeds that were planted by Dr. Paul in the hearts of me and my friends here. You know, this thing has gotten legs. It's gone in 1,000 different directions. And now this is our opportunity to keep it moving forward into our bright future. So real quick origin story for me with Dr. Paul. 2008, like so many of you, my friend Gary over there, I first had the opportunity to virtually meet Ron Paul through the movie America, Freedom to Fascism. And it was just mind-blowing for me to see in this film a congressman that's got a sign on his desk that says, "Don't steal, the government hates competition," right? And I said, that's a man that I can get behind and really admire. And the integrity that he showed was really what gave me the passion to get started with my mission, which is, of course, honest money. I saw the problems that we were facing in our country, and I set out to do something about the root cause of all of that, which I believe is dishonest money. And I started the American Open Currency Standard in 2008 so that communities all across the country could barter with gold and silver and copper medallions. And it was very successful. I made my first Ron Paul coin and gave it to him at Freedom Fest in 2009. And that was my first opportunity to actually meet him there in person. I made millions of coins over the years. I had a lot of fun making them for all kinds of causes, from political candidates, Adam Kokesh and Mises Institute. Had my little run-in with G. Edward Griffin there at Jekyll Island one time, stealing a flag, if you guys remember that story. And so I've had a lot of fun, but I thought that this was largely going unnoticed by Dr. Paul, right? I'm really kicking butt for our cause, and I'm just not getting the phone call. And then finally, all of a sudden, after I was ready to consider he forgot all about me, Dr. Paul invited me to come out and testify at his very last U.S. Domestic Monetary Policy Subcommittee hearing regarding parallel currencies, the roadmap to monetary freedom. And I was the last person to speak and testify at that event. And it was my opportunity to tell the people in government really what I thought about them and encourage them to leave our money alone. Back then, we were thinking about legalizing gold and silver. And I said, leave it alone. It doesn't belong to you, and it never will. And so that was my 5 minutes of fame back in the day. And since then, I've had a lot of fun as well. Went on to realize the error of my ways with gold and silver. Not that they're not incredibly valuable, not that they're great money, but that they don't work as a currency in today's digital economy. And so it took me, like I said, 13 years to figure out what I had missed out on the Bitcoin and crypto conversation. And some of you know that in 2012, I created that original Bitcoin coin, the one with the B in the middle of it, that's become maybe the most famous coin in the world today. So fast forward, I finally saw the writing on the wall, realized that young people weren't buying gold and silver coins, and I decided to take all of my knowledge and passion for honest money and start Texit Coin, which I believe to be the future of money here in Texas and, of course, around the world as well. And the project's been an incredible success. By show of hands, who's seen a billboard or an advertisement in an airport? Take a look around. Look at all the hands going up. I think we have the most exciting thing today in the cryptocurrency space because it's real. And this is what happens when you take a great financial technology like crypto and pair it up with something as important as honest money. People see that, it's magnetic, it's attractive, and it's been driving our success for the last year and a half. And we'd love you to reach into the gift bag that you got here today. You'll find a little Texit coin in there. By the time you wake up tomorrow, we'll have 5 TXC loaded on each one of those coins. laugh about it all you want, but if somebody gave you 5 Bitcoin 10, 12 years ago, you'd be looking through landfills for that coin today, right? And so when I heard about the barbecue, I said, this is my opportunity to say thank you. This is my opportunity to give back. And I'm absolutely certain that I would not be on this stage in front of you here today if it wasn't for that one moment in time back in 2012 when Dr. Paul acknowledged me and the work that I was doing and invited me to come out and speak my words of truth to power in Congress back then. And so I will forever be grateful. I owe so much of a debt of gratitude to Dr. Paul for that moment in time that has allowed me to take that mission of honest money all the way into the digital future and lead the way in the cryptocurrency conversation. So thank you to everybody for coming out today. Thank you very much for allowing me to be up here and share my story with you. And happy birthday, Dr. Paul.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bobby, for being a champion for liberty and for sound money. Hang tight. We will continue with the programming very shortly. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. Justin, roll some cool videos.
How can you call for something that I think is un-American, the legalization?
Unbelievable. From then on, the kids would hear about the campaign on the internet and look at the videos and get their parents involved.
This is of a piece of a sort of 230-year-old American tradition of, you know, rugged individualism and independence and reverence for liberty. And I think Ron Paul speaks for a lot of people who still uphold those ideas.
You set the record. In the history of American politics, nobody has ever raised more money on a single day than you.
Gosh.
And yet, this is happening without your campaign people coordinating it. This is completely about grassroots, and it's completely about you just saying what you believe in.
Oh, no, you can't have a government like this without an income tax, but we don't want a government like this. This is not the kind of government that was designed by our founders of the country. It's not what was written in the Constitution. We've only had an income tax since 1913. But if you want a welfare state, and if you want to police the world and pay for the defense of Japan and Germany, send foreign aid to the Soviet Union, you not only need the income tax, you need the Federal Reserve to print up the money when the deficit is accumulated. So we think the government should be much smaller. The income tax is unnecessary. Again, something happened in the 20th century where the American people decided that there would be...
The 16th Amendment happened, yeah.
Something happened where we have changed our attitude about what we want from our government. We've ushered in this overwhelming runaway welfare state that we cannot afford, and we've also became an American empire where we have troops around the world and we pay for the defense of Japan and Germany and everybody else. But at the same time, you had to have two ways of financing this. One we decided we'd have an income tax that we would start subtly and small that would escalate to the point that it really is the biggest ripoff in the country, along with a Federal Reserve System that allows us to monetize
that happened
debt.
65 years ago.
Well, I know, but since 65 years, we have seen the deterioration of this society that we love.
I'm Ron Paul. I'm a congressman from Texas, serving in my 10th term. I am the champion of the Constitution.
On a chilly Saturday in November, a few thousand people have flocked to Philadelphia to see their man, Ron Paul, the Texas congressman who's running for president. He may not be the first name on the Republican ticket that pops into your head, but he's got an army of avid...
As we approach the 250th birthday of our country, to the day when Benjamin Franklin was asked what sort of nation the American Constitution had created, his response, "A republic if you can keep it." And it's that response that I think of when I think about the cause that Ron Paul has dedicated his life to, and how he has inspired an entire movement that continues to grow all across this country, focused on those foundational principles that are in our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. He has experienced firsthand on the front lines fighting for our democratic republic. As I look back and was watching some of these videos, and his demeanor is always one of a joyful warrior, whether he's talking about the Fed or he's talking about ending these disastrous regime change wars and standing up for peace and prosperity and freedom for all people. No matter how hard he is attacked, he carries what we in Hawaii call is the aloha spirit with him wherever he goes. And what that really means, what that aloha spirit really is that genuine love and care and respect for everyone. Our republic continues to be under assault. Over and over again, we see examples and are confronted. The truth is being exposed of those who believe that they are not, those in our government, those in positions of power who don't believe that they must follow the Constitution, the one that they all swear an oath to support and defend. And so the decisions that they make are more about defending their own power or their own interests, and are in direct defiance of the Constitution and therefore undermining our republic. So the work that Ron Paul has done and continues to do is more critical now, as it always has been, because I believe we are at a turning point where the voices of the people must continue to be heard, always looking back to the objectives and the intentions behind our nation's founders, the vision that they had for us. A republic, if you can keep it, speaking to every single one of us as Americans and to the responsibility that we have to defend it. I'm grateful I had a chance to spend a little bit of time here before coming out on the stage with Ron and got to meet a lot of his kids and grandkids. It's incredibly inspiring to see, even after all that he has been through, all that he has faced, his character, his groundedness in the principles that he has dedicated his life to defending, and his humility. And I hope he won't mind me sharing this, but about 5 minutes ago, he said, you know, people come up to me all the time and they tell me, Dr. Paul, you changed my life. You've inspired me and you've moved me. And he's like, I'm just talking about monetary policy. Like, what's the big deal here? I'm talking about ending the Fed. You think I changed your life? I'm talking about the Fed. And what I told him was he has and continues to impact countless people and change people's lives because he inspires hope. He inspires hope in a country that has increasingly over time become so distrustful of those in government who are supposed to be working for them but are working for other interests. People have lost hope that those in government, that we have a government of, by, and for the people, and that they're speaking for them, distrustful of the decisions that are being made. And so I shared this with him knowing that, you know, I've experienced it, I've felt it, I've seen it. And with the humility that he embodies, he just said, I'll have to remember that. Thank you for saying that. You've heard a lot of people talking about how Dr. Paul has impacted their lives. I've had the the good fortune of being able to go to a lot of the gatherings and conventions of young people and college students across the country who are standing up and fighting for liberty. I'm just grateful to be one amongst all of you and many others who wish they could be here today to really celebrate this man who has dedicated his life to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I know I won't speak for him, but I can imagine the best way to honor his life and his legacy is for each of us to continue to carry on that cause. Thank you all so much. Have a great night. Aloha. Thank you.
Keep it going for Tulsi Gabbard, everybody. Thank you, Director. Appreciate you. Up next is the person who will be introducing our next speaker. You know him. You love him. It's Scott Horton back to the stage, everybody. Come on, Scott.
All right, happy birthday again, Mark. I'm just here real quick to introduce our next guy. It's my honor to introduce to you today, Tom Woods. Tom Woods is a great libertarian author, historian, polemicist, podcaster, and speaker, and also a great promoter of entrepreneurship and prosperity for the members of our movement as well. Sign up for his newsletter. And I am very grateful for Tom because you're all familiar with the Liberty Classroom. It's a great example of him working hard to help make the rest of us prosperous. He's built me my own Liberty Classroom. It's called the Scott Horton Academy for Foreign Policy and Freedom. Should be going online, I hope, by the end of the month, maybe early next month. ScottHortonAcademy.com. But this isn't just a commercial for that, but I just want to say how grateful I am to Tom for all the effort that he's put into helping make this thing a success for me. And with that, the great Tom Woods.
Thank you. That is a very nice welcome. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all very much. To contextualize my very brief remarks, it is important for me to point out that I am joined tonight by my wife and by two of the 5 Woods daughters. We have Veronica, who's 20, and Sarah, who's only 11. Woohoo! Now, I point this out to you because Sarah, being born in 2014, was not around when the name of Ron Paul was being bandied about the household during the presidential campaigns. So she didn't hear this name as often as the other Woods children did. So when we made our way here, I wanted to explain to her, why does this man matter? Like, why did we fly all the way from Florida to wish him a happy birthday? So Sarah, here is my answer. And it comes in a number of parts. Now, I hope you will all indulge me, because today has been a series of tributes to Dr. Paul, but allow the old man here to take a crack at it also. And one of the points that a lot of people have made is that he told the truth when it would have been a lot easier to just repeat the lies everyone else was telling. That's the first thing. And that's very important. If I'm explaining to my 11-year-old why this man matters, that's right at the top of the list. Secondly, on matters of principle, you could not twist his arm. If he didn't believe in something, you could not twist his arm to change his mind. Ronald Reagan himself could not twist Ron Paul's arm. He's a tough guy when it comes to defending our principles. My favorite email I ever received from Ron Paul was only 5 words long. He forwarded me an especially nasty article about homeschooling with the note, "This needs to be smashed." then also because he stood up for causes and ideas that had rarely, if ever, had a true champion in public life. And by the way, you could tell he was onto something by the way the media attempted to conceal him from you. It was especially bad in 2008, but they still tried doing it again in 2012. When I was down here just a few months ago speaking for the Ron Paul Institute, I had a slide up on the screen. This was a screenshot taken in 2012, or it may have been, it was a 2012 campaign, may have been taken in 2011, from MSNBC. And they had listed on the screen 4 GOP presidential candidates in order of how successful they'd been in fundraising in the most recent quarter. Now, because I'm a nerd who follows these things very closely, I knew Dr. Paul was number 2 on that list. On their list, we had number 1, number 3, number 4, and number 5. There was no number 2. That's not normal. Even Jon Stewart, who I would not describe as a friend of ours, was honest enough to ask the question on The Daily Show, when did Ron Paul become the 13th floor of a hotel? We weren't the only ones picking up on this. So you'll notice around the room we have these inflatable blimps. Now, some of you youngsters won't remember this. The movement is still divided to this day as to whether this was a good expenditure of funds, but I will hear no spoil sports today. Today we celebrate the blimp. We came to the conclusion the media is going to conceal this man from everyone, so what if we fly a blimp over the country that says, Google Ron Paul? You got to admire the gumption. You just have to. And they didn't like that he blasted through the stupid non-debates we have. Now, we've heard today about the Giuliani moment in that 2007 debate, but I want to remind you about a debate we've probably all forgotten, and for good reason. In January 2008, the last of the GOP presidential debates, it was down to 4 candidates, McCain, Romney, Huckabee, and Ron Paul. And most of the debate was McCain and Romney inanely arguing about whether there should be a timetable on withdrawing troops from Iraq and who would withdraw how many troops when. And finally, Ron Paul pointed out, this whole debate is mind-numbingly ridiculous because the problem is not how many, when, and under what conditions. It's the whole thing was stupid and evil, and we should take all the troops out now. Why are we obsessed with minutia? Well, just this morning in my hotel room, I looked up, how did Politico cover that debate? Now, a normal country with a normal media would say, one candidate finally exposed the limited nature of our debates in this country, that the debate is between 2 kinds of interventionists, and you can't, I mean, come on, today, who can tell the difference between Mitt Romney and John McCain? You know, come on, I defy you to tell me the difference between these 2, but it was the argument they were having that was the important thing. That's exactly how Politico handled it. Well, there was a big debate between McCain and Romney. No mention of Ron Paul puncturing the whole thing. Not even there. He could predict the future. You know, I almost hate to make fun of poor Bill Kristol because it's so easy to do, you know? The poor guy has been beaten senseless by our friend Scott Horton. You can see that online. That was his own fault. Why would you agree to debate Scott Horton on anything? And boy, did he get kicked around by Scott on that debate stage. Oh my goodness, terrible. But life and death is at stake here, so I am going to make a little fun of Bill Kristol. Bill Kristol said things that you think now nobody really said, that these must be caricatures of what people said. But he did say that the war in Iraq would last 2 months. He did say that we would be vindicated when we discovered huge stockpiles of weapons of mass destruction. He did say American forces would be greeted as liberators. And he did say that the whole region would be transformed in our image. Now, that's all false fantasy world stuff. Dr. Paul predicted exactly what wound up happening, which was something like the opposite of everything I just said. So I was a little lazy this morning, so I asked Grok. I said, Grok, I'm on a first-name basis with old Grok. Tell me a little bit about the differences between Bill Kristol and Ron Paul in their predictions about the war in Iraq. But I want to take these two passages and share them with you. Quote, Kristol faced criticism for his inaccurate predictions, but maintained influence in media and policy circles with no significant professional repercussions. Paul's opposition, while prescient, marginalized him in mainstream media as no major U.S. outlet hired prominent war opponents like him. And then this, Bill Kristol's predictions for the 2003 Iraq War were overly optimistic, envisioning a quick victory, WMD discovery, and regional transformation that never materialized. Ron Paul's warnings of prolonged conflict, economic costs, and blowback proved more accurate, reflecting the war's actual outcomes. Yeah, how about that? And yet, for some reason, the guy who's living in fantasy world is still on TV, and he still keeps getting invited, and he keeps showing up at the cocktail parties. That's not normal. But we had a guy who started to chip away at that foundation. In 2007, he started to chip away at it because he wouldn't play by the rules. You're either McCain or you're Romney. You know, I think the world is a little bit broader than just the 2 millimeters separating John McCain and Mitt Romney. And then in 2001, he said on the House floor that the Fed was trying to blunt the dot-com crash by inflating a housing bubble. Well, that is exactly what happened. Exactly. But Herman Cain, who was also a GOP presidential candidate, what he said about a week before Fannie and Freddie went under, he said there's nothing wrong with the U.S. economy, and anybody who says there is just a liberal who hates George W. Bush. That was the level of economic analysis Dr. Paul was competing against. And finally, he's one of the few politicians who isn't an ego case. I years ago proposed to Dr. Paul that he write his autobiography because I think that would be a fascinating story. Not just his life in politics, but his whole life. What formed him? How did he become Ron Paul? I think we'd all love to hear that story. But he declined because he genuinely couldn't believe anybody could really be interested. The Ron Paul Institute is called the Ron Paul Institute for Peace and Prosperity, but Dr. Paul calls it simply the Institute for Peace and Prosperity because he's not an ego case obsessed with himself, and his point is that what matters are the ideas, not him as a person. I remember one time I asked his wife, Carol, I said, now we all remember Dr. Paul had a stroke one day during the recording of the Liberty Report. Oh, I beg your pardon. Even I did it just there. The Ron Paul Liberty Report, excuse me. And he got a picture taken of himself in the hospital with his thumbs up. I'm sure did not want to do this, but the world wants to know if you're okay, Dr. Paul. You know, let us know. So he had this picture of himself in the hospital with the thumbs up, and Donald Trump retweeted that with the word "great!" exclamation mark. So I asked Carol, well, what did you think about, the president wishing your husband well, when he was in the hospital? And she said, he did? Ron hadn't even bothered to tell her. Now, if the president wished me well, you better believe my wife would hear about that 100 times in the first hour. But that's not what he's about. He's a man who believes in freedom, in peace, in smashing war propaganda, and telling the public unpopular truths they need to hear. Now, no matter how many elections we have, so many awful things just keep happening, like with a dreary predictability. But the example of Ron Paul seared into our brains that a better world is possible if we want it. So those, my dear Sarah, those are some of the reasons this man matters. And they also happen to be the reasons we love him. So happy birthday, Ron, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Tom Woods. Keep it going for the great Tom Woods, everybody. Don't forget, folks, if you're here in Lake Jackson or if you're watching on the stream, if you haven't chipped in yet to ronpaulmoneybomb.org, please consider doing so. We take fiat, we take credit card, we take crypto, we take almost anything. It's a great way to give a birthday present to Dr. Paul and further the mission of the Ron Paul Institute. Now, as we all know, Dr. Paul is not the only Paul to have made it to Washington and made an incredible impact. In fact, there's another Dr. Paul who's in Washington right now, fighting the Uniparty and for fiscal sanity every chance he can get. Now, he is not here tonight, but I would like to announce the video address from the great Senator Rand Paul to our audience tonight. Justin, let's roll the clip.
Hey, everybody. Glad y'all came to Texas for my dad's 90th birthday. I'll be there in a few weeks for our family birthday party. When I think back about my father's amazing career, it's also the story of my childhood and really my whole life. He first ran in 1974 and I was only 11. It was a terrible year for the Republicans. Nixon had resigned because of Watergate and Republicans were crushed at the ballot box. It was actually opposition to Nixon's wage and price controls and Nixon's closing of the gold window that motivated my father to run. My dad got less than 30% of the vote that year, but that defeat turned into victory 2 years later when the longtime Democrat incumbent resigned and a special election was called. I remember going door to door distributing campaign flyers and learning that not everybody loved my dad or the Constitution. The family camper had a big, fat Uncle Sam pasted on the side with the message, "Put Uncle Sam on a diet." The family drove that camper to the GOP National Convention in Kansas City in 1976, when my dad was one of only a handful of elected congressmen to endorse Ronald Reagan over Ford. My dad served for 8 years and became known as a champion of limited constitutional government. I volunteered as an intern in high school. My dad would invite all the interns on Capitol Hill to hear free market speakers. I got to meet Walter Williams, Hans Sennholz, and Murray Rothbard. I've continued that tradition each year by inviting interns from Republican and Democrat offices alike to hear defenders of the Constitution. When my dad ran for the U.S. Senate in 1984, I took a semester off from college to help out. When that campaign was unsuccessful, I began my medical studies and my father went back to practicing obstetrics and gynecology for the next 12 years. In 1996, my dad won, against all odds, one of the greatest upsets in congressional elections. His opponent was a Democrat incumbent who switched parties to become a Republican. GOP leadership convinced over 100 congressmen to contribute to my dad's opponent. Our family, 5 kids and dozens of grandkids, walked door to door all over coastal Texas and waved Ron Paul signs on the street corners. Everybody had a blast. My wife, Kelly, led the grandkids in the cheer, "Hey y'all, vote for Ron Paul." My dad became famous opposing unconstitutional government spending, but he became even more famous opposing unconstitutional foreign wars. During the Bush years, my dad opposed expanding the Department of Education, opposed expanding Medicare, and with a few other Republicans voted against the Iraq War. My father's 2 runs for the presidency as a Republican spawned a liberty wave of young people, many of whom proclaimed that Ron Paul cured their apathy. When my dad explained that for every military intervention in the Middle East came blowback, unintended consequences that cost us thousands of lives and trillions of dollars, the party elites booed him. But to everyone's astonishment, his grassroots campaign organized money bombs to set one-day records for online fundraising. These famous stands caused the swamp to hate him, but ignited a movement that eventually became the Tea Party movement. Likely no other figure in the national political discourse deserves as much credit as my father for rejuvenating the dream of our founders. My father was there in 2010 when I upset the establishment to win my primary. I'll never forget one interview we did together on Fox. Neil Cavuto asked my dad, "How does it feel to have your son elected to the upper chamber?" My dad didn't miss a beat. He responded, "Well, if he keeps applying himself, maybe someday he could be elected to the House." Dad, here's wishing you a happy 90th birthday and to many more. Kelly and I send our love.
All right. Thank you, Senator Paul, for the video address. All right, folks, stay tight, hang tight, don't move, and we'll get to our next speaker in just a moment. Justin, roll some cool video.
Unbelievable from then on. The kids would hear about the campaign on the internet and look at the videos and get their parents involved.
This is of a piece of a sort of 230-year-old American tradition of, you know, rugged individualism and independence and reverence for liberty. And I think Ron Paul speaks for a lot of people who still uphold those ideas.
You set the record. In the history of American politics, nobody has ever raised more money on a single day than you.
Gosh.
And yet, this is happening without your campaign people coordinating. This is completely about grassroots, and it's completely about you just saying what you believe in.
Oh, no, you can't have a government like this without an income tax, but we don't want a government like this. This is not the kind of government that was designed by our founders of the country. It's not what was written in the Constitution. We've only had an income tax since 1913. But if you want a welfare state, and if you want to police the world and pay for the defense of Japan and Germany, send foreign aid to the Soviet Union, you not only need the income tax, you need the Federal Reserve to print up the money when the deficit is accumulated. So we think the government should be much smaller. The income tax is unnecessary. Again, something happened in the 20th century where the American people decided that there would be...
The 16th Amendment happened, yeah.
Something happened where we...
Dad's going to have a mic on his shirt. Somebody told me he was going to have a mic on his shirt.
Has he not been lapelled yet?
I don't know. No, he has not.
Okay, then we'll get him lapelled.
But you can just hand me that when you're done.
Yeah, you
okay.
bet. Sure thing. All right, folks. I want to call up the next speaker of the stage, someone who has been instrumental for putting this event together. Without him, there is no Ron Paul 90th birthday barbecue. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Ronnie Paul.
Hello, hello. It's on. Thank you all. It's really, my dad's been thoroughly impressed all day watching all this, and I just can't thank you all enough for coming. I'll talk about some other things for a second. One of the questions I've gotten through the years is, what is it like to grow up in a house with Ron Paul? So I got 2 points. So you know when I get done with the second point, I'm done. The first point is, our household was a constitutional republic. We had a constitution written by my mother. She was the judge. The amendment process was controlled by my mother. And she had the final say. But you know, it was simple. We had rules. And if you broke the rules, you got in trouble. You get in trouble at school, you got in twice as much trouble at home. It was a pretty simple process. But without it, our family would not have made it. So I want everybody to give my mother a big hand. She is sitting over here tonight, and thank her for our family. That's one point. Second point, my dad was not in the middle of our business. He didn't give us a lot of details of do this, do that. It was more on the high level. So he kind of said, you know, get an education, learn a skill, get a job. You know, it's not real complicated. You know, so how'd we do on that? We have somewhere around 60, 65 immediate people in our family. Kids, grandkids, spouses. And we have teachers, we have business owners, we have doctors, engineers, we even have a veterinarian. We have no lawyers. So I think we listened to his advice, get a job, produce something. But anyway, y'all didn't come here to listen to me talk. And, he's our father, statesman to y'all, but he's everybody's hero, Ron Paul.
So it's over and done with. We can retire. Quite too early for that. But where did all these people come from? How did you get them in this building? Did you have to bribe them or what? Oh, wonderful, wonderful. This is wonderful. Boy, I'll tell you, I was thinking about introducing my family, but I understand we did get an introduction to the family. And but I wanted a list. I asked the staff for a list of everybody who has helped me and supported me and worked for me and all. So I have that list, so I'm going to read that list off and make sure everybody was personally thanked. But that list got pretty long. And one of the frustrations I've always had in campaigning and working and in getting so much support, and I always felt a little guilty or neglectful that I never thanked you all enough. And because, yes, I'm a figurehead and I have a message, but there's no message without you. There is none. So thank you all very much. So this has been a wonderful day here today. And to see so many people. And to start off, it's not all that easy. But you've talked about my career, if that's what it is, or my activities, or my attempts at trying to change a few things. And it's something that has been around. So there's not a whole lot of new things I can tell you. You already know that one big issue that motivated me over the years was to get a sound monetary system, and you had to get rid of the Fed in order to do that. So I was thinking about the first time I heard that slogan, and I didn't invent it. I mean, I talk like we ought to end the Fed, but I remember being on a liberal college campus, and I was giving a speech, and all of a sudden, I guess I could name the school. I think it was up in Michigan someplace, and we considered it liberal. But all of a sudden, there was a crowd. Maybe there were only a dozen Ron Paul supporters, but we heard from them. They got up, and when we started talking about money, they started burning Federal Reserve notes. That's against the law, Just sit back. Somebody else is going to burn the value of it, and that's where our real problem is. So they did that. But then they started chanting, and the Fed, it turned out that when I wrote the book on the Fed, I used that term. I thought it was pretty elite, and it was sharp, and you can't get confused with. You know what we stand for? We stand for sound money. You can't have sound money unless you investigate, understand, and realize the power that is wielded by a system of government where you have fiat money. Well, can't you audit them and find out what's going on and participate in it? Oh, sure. It's when they talk about independence, no, we can't let anybody audit and know about what's going on because the Fed wants independence. There's one word that you can use. Anybody ever tells you that, well, don't you think they ought to be independent? The word they use for independent is secrecy. That's what they want. But I was always, and some people, I've had a criticism, why don't you just talk only about ending the Fed, none of this audit stuff? And I said, yeah, but the audit's a step. And if we ever got a true audit, what would the people in this country do? They would end the Fed if they knew what was going on. But even before 1913, there were people, talking about establishing the Fed, and they had academic resistance to it, and they still passed the Fed, and. But there's always been a group of people who talked about the Fed. But, in recent decades, I think prior to the 1970s, when the Fed really messed up our money, and we had our first step toward ultimate bankruptcy, and that was August 15th, 1971, when we reneged. We cheated. We printed so much money, paper money, the currency, and also that we fooled the people into accepting that as the reserve currency of the world. And there was some logic to it. We were very wealthy. We had natural wealth, and we benefited tremendously by not suffering as other countries did from the war. And so we were able to do that and end it. But August 15th changed a lot. And I remember the day very, very clearly. It was Sunday night, and our president was going to give a special speech, and I think his name was Nixon. and he gave a speech, and I really was startled, and I thought, wow, this is a big deal. And it turned out a big deal. And if you were trying to measure how big a deal it was, one of the best measurement of the purchasing power of the dollar, gold gives you an idea. If the price of gold goes up, it's an indication there's some problem. What was the initial reaction to the closing of the gold window? I remember I was a member of the Chamber of Commerce at the time, and on Monday mornings we always had a meeting, and we talked about legislation. It was pretty boring, and we talked about that. But I was even startled more because the Chamber of Commerce, they're free enterprise, aren't they? They're for all this. They're not crony capitalists. So they came out strongly in favor of that monstrous bill that changed the world on monetary policy. There were tariffs on it, all kinds of stuff. And I said, this is ushering in a bad situation. The decade, many here probably remembers the 70s, but the 70s were very, very tough economically. And to end it, Volcker got there, and interest rates had to go to 21%. And what do we have today? We have two people, thinking they know what interest rates ought to be. And they're arguing, and that's the big argument over fiat money. What should the interest be? Should it be 1% or 3.5%? As if they know. They don't know, and it's just this distraction. They're not talking about monetary policy, but they have their reasons, because some people benefit from lower interest rates. Some people benefit from higher interest rates. So it was all a game they play, but it serves the interests of the people who believe in big government. And who are those people? Well, there are some people who believe in pure democracy. The founders hated it, but pure democracy and interventionism is what we have today. And that means that it encourages everybody to have a PAC, and be lobbyists. to go to Congress and, get up 51%. So you get a bunch of people in different PACs and put them together, then go to the government. And then they respond by, just spending more money. But that really feeds into it, especially, you can think about that as individuals or families. They might be very, very wealthy and they might spoil their kids or something. Well, we were a spoiled nation because we had a gold standard prior, for a while. We had a lot of natural wealth, and we survived some terrible wars. And that was, gave us this position where we were able to do whatever the people wanted. And they were true Democrats in the negative sense. Democracy. I happen to be annoyed by the word democracy. That is just nothing more than a dictatorship of the majority. You get the majority together and demand. So you can expect what would happen. Well, adjusting was a tremendous thing in the 70s because gold was theoretically $35 an ounce. Before the decade was over, it was over $800 for a while. It was just this tremendous adjustment. And there were times when I anticipated, that this is going to get bad if they don't correct it, and they haven't corrected it. But where are we now? I thought, even though I prepared myself psychologically and academically that things are going to get bad, it's still hard for me to say, what was the price of gold this morning? $3,600, going up. And the tragedy for us, the tragedy for the peace and prosperity is it hasn't gone very far yet. It is just, if it doubled, tripled, quadrupled in the 70s, it could do that again. I mean, I can remember when it did hit $500 in the 70s. And I thought, wow, this is unreal. And there was a period where the people were lulled to sleep, and the gold indicator, went to sleep. And at the beginning of this century, gold was $270 an ounce, and that's the way markets work. But the believers in inflation by printing too much money and special interests getting control, and to do this, they have to undermine our liberties. They don't enhance our liberties with a system like this. They encourage, the people to just become, much more attuned to manipulating the government. So what does it do to our system? Well, what the system does is, there's been a few warmongers in the 20th century and the 21st century, and they were mainly Americans because we've been involved in, a few wars here and there. But by far, we have been involved in way too many wars for over 100 years, and that has to stop if we want our liberties back. Our slogan for the organization we have now is for peace and prosperity. And peace, it looks like we have a few good peaceniks in here for the right reason. But that encourages a whole business in itself. If you had that type of system that I just mentioned, guess what it would do? It would undermine if we couldn't print the money and we had to live within our means. All of a sudden, guess what? The military-industrial complex would be wiped out. They couldn't exist. And I think the world would be a lot more peaceful. I know there's been some good words said in the last, year or two. Maybe people are getting serious about cutting back. But so far, the promises that we heard about in the last 6 months, I can't come and say, well, good news are here. They said they were going to cut, and they cut the budget this year by $10 trillion or 10 million or 10 cents. Not 1 cent has been cut. And so things are in a momentum. There's no way under today's circumstances that we can break the spending. Well, first, look at the interest on the payments. That's just out of control. Now, Donald Trump wants lower interest rates to help the government, but they're not going to go down. They're more likely to end up where they did in 1970 and 79 and 80. They hit 21%. So the conditions we have will force interest rates up, and as soon as the Congress made a good effort and would like to have cut, and there were some good people trying to do that, but they didn't get anything cut. The people, really rebelled. There was too much, and the Congress backed down. So we're on autopilot, whether it's interest rates or the spending or the warmongering. So what we have to have is a change of attitude about the role of government and our responsibilities. Because I don't believe in pure democracy and the dictatorship of the majority. But I really strongly believe in the concept of a prevailing attitude. And what I'm talking about there is, if you look at what happened with COVID, a total disaster, created by our government. It could have been prevented, but, and the government was on the wrong side of this, and a lot of people suffered, and they're still suffering from that. And it could have been solved and prevented by just saying, where in thunder did the government get the authority to manage our health care, and they're not doing a good job? Horrible. So the spending will continue, and we have to be prepared, and the prevailing attitudes have to change. The prevailing attitudes right now have been cooked up by a conspiracy of bad education in our universities that we paid for, So if you look at the economic policies they taught in most of the universities, the bigger they were, the better they were known, and the richer they were, the more they were in cahoots with big government. So that is the big problem is changing that result, because the result is there. I think one example of the pervasive result of that type of education is in our judicial system. The judicial system has one thing for sure, it has very little to do with justice. So, but I think in the judicial system and those ideas with Tulsi around, we might get a break and get some help up there one of these days. But prevailing attitudes come from education. That is it. And it isn't going to come from the progressive universities. That's not where it's going to come from. But, a lot of stuff, I could go on with more negatives and how bad things are. But we can also think about some of the good things that are happening, because there is a sincere effort to change and alter the prevailing attitude that government has to do this. People say, well, who would provide me safety? Well, the Second Amendment should provide your safety. But the prevailing attitude will come, and I think the COVID was a good example. The universities didn't change the attitude of the parent-teachers associations when the parents finally finally woke up to what was going on, and they started attending these meetings and firing some of those people that were doing these terrible things. And it's, I think people, their attitude changed not with the help of the government. It was in spite of the government that people will wake up. And I think it was parental control over their children that was really a blessing to this. And guess what? Maybe in a free society, who has the ultimate responsibility for their children? That's the parents. That's why we have a breaking out and more all the time during COVID. I have a little homeschooling program. The number of people wanting homeschooling went way up, and that is good. So, and the attitudes changed when necessary. We still have enough freedom to do this. We don't have a lot of enough freedom to do all the things we'd like to do because we're still asking our government for too much permission. And the other one thing, I think we've been enslaved, and the thing that I use to defend that position is the fact that they keep the registration for the military draft on the books. That shouldn't even be there. Now, the big argument is, should we draft the women too? Or what are we going to do? How are we going to solve these problems? Well, you just don't draft people. Their lives don't belong to you. And there's another little rule that we have here that we adapt to too readily. And that is what they do with us on taxation. There's two taxes. The income tax. The income tax is based on the assumption that the government owns everything. And you get paid $10,000. That's not your money. You only can keep what the government gives you permission to keep. And so those two things means that the sovereignty is with our government, and we lose our own sovereignty and making our own decisions. And that is where the answers are, and that is what we have to signal. But people get frightened. You mean we wouldn't have troops overseas? How are we going to police the world and how are we going to bring about peace around the world? And maybe there would be a lot more people paying attention if we could do that. But I'll tell you what, I still think that things are changing. Things are changing a lot electronically and technically. I'm not real good on the technology, some of the computers and all, but I do recognize the good part of it. The information is much better. They even allow me to get on the internet once in a while and reach people. So that is so the technology, I think, gives us danger. Because you could use the comparison of nuclear energy. Nuclear energy can destroy the world, and nuclear energy can provide probably the cheapest, cleanest energy ever, but that's prohibited from it. So that needs education, and we should allow the people to make these decisions, and there would be a far safer world. The word that I use for that on trying to decide what you could do is voluntarism as compared to authoritarianism. And there are too many authoritarians because they just delight in telling other people what to do. They don't know what to do with their own lives, but they think they're smart enough to tell you what you could do with your life. So authoritarianism. But voluntarism, just think if everything you did, whether it was personal, whether it's religious, whether it's sexual, how about buying and selling? There's still some voluntarism there, but less and less because there's all kinds of regulations and everything. But voluntarism, if everybody followed that in all those categories, guess what we would have? We'd have peace breaking out everywhere if everything was voluntary. But you know, this argument about the authoritarians and the voluntarists has been around for a long time. I happen to have a strong belief in natural law. And I think natural law tells us that without any government teaching history and civilization, you're not supposed to lie, cheat, steal, or kill. And all civilization, all the way back to primitive times, when they first had the first writing, that they knew and understood this. And then as the civilization advanced, it was incorporated. Like the founders knew something about natural law, but natural law tells you you're not supposed to be aggressive and going killing people. And yet, who are the biggest aggressors? Government. Just think of our own government. How many people, when we go and get into these places, how many innocent people killed? Oh no, we don't do it. We didn't lose any soldiers last week. Well, but did any of our bombs that we built and paid for, were there any killings? And so it's this obsession with empire. And people love it. The militarists just think this is really a lot of fun. And it is so bad. But they see this as the way to keep people in line because they don't trust people. They don't trust liberty. And yet I see two groups of people in Washington, the people I've been introduced to. And that is, there's several, even though they might not be libertarian per se, but they are seeking and trying to find the truth. They have a sincere effort to find the truth. And then there's another group called nihilists. I think nihilism has won many battles here after a while, but they believe that you can't know truth. You can't even define it. And you have to tell fibs. They're telling lies, but what they're doing, all those things when we have to have some spin on this next issue because it's controversial. But they're saying we want to lie about it. So the lying. What would happen if governments all of a sudden quit lying? I would think it would be a tremendous help to it. But if you eliminated all the deaths caused by governments, that would be a healthy thing. But I really do believe that in spite of all this, that we live in a better society than past. I really got interested in monetary policies in the 60s, and even in the 80s, people would ask, what are you talking about? Why are you worried about the Federal Reserve? But a lot of people now, one of the biggest arguments right now is a silly argument, but the argument there is over monetary policy. What should the interest rates be? And they don't admit, well, we don't have the vaguest idea what they should be, but we want to argue and fight about it. And so they'll spend a lot of time on that. And that's hard for some people to accept. But the market is really very, very powerful in deciding things. And manipulation of the monetary system is the creation of a business cycle, and that is well known, and it makes a big difference. And somebody would ask me something, how did you know we were going to have a slump and a depression or a recession? And I said, well, you don't know it when it starts. You know it when they print all the money. When you inflate the currency, you have to have payback, and they do pay. You have to pay back all that debt. That $36 trillion of debt has to be liquidated under these circumstances. And look how fast it's growing. So I think we're moving rapidly toward, the situation where it's a complete blow-off, the whole thing crashes. And we have an obligation. And the people in this room have a tremendous obligation. Because as far as I'm concerned, you're further ahead than all the professors out there. And but you're already participating. You're involved. You come to events. And this message has to be spread. but it has to be outside the government. The government is, you can't wait until you get enough good professors. And it's good to finding the better congressman and getting them in, that should be the case. But you got to be realistic. That is not going to change things. It has to be a prevailing attitude that people change. Vietnam was an eye-opener for me. I was drafted in the 70s, 60s, and they were busy. But they were trying to solve the problems, just by fighting these wars, and they would refuse to negotiate. It was just horrible of what was going on. So I see the problem as being so much government, out of control. But in many ways, I see so many improvements. I was influenced a whole lot by Leonard Reed at the Fee Foundation, and also by Murray Rothbard and libertarians and the professors. So that was the influence. It was academics, and I found it fascinating. I thought, this is interesting, and that's one thing that we have to do. We all have an obligation. If you come to this conclusion that I have, in a miscellaneous way, tried to pronounce about what freedom is all about, if you believe it and you believe that things are bad, I believe that you have a moral responsibility to spread that message one way or the other. And I think a lot of people do that all the time, but everybody has different talents. And my daydream, my nightmare is, I'd like to spread the message if I was a great singer and I could sing this song, but I'm not. So I have to do what I do. It's just express myself. But I think that. Looking at this, it's very, very exciting. It should be a lot of fun. That's the other thing. When you get together like a group like this with like-minded, you're supposed to have a lot of fun with like-minded people, and all those are serious problems. I think we can get by better if you're having fun. It seems to me, and I'll ask you the question, have you been having fun at this meeting? Well, anyway, I don't consider things complex. When they talked about bringing troops home and how many troops could you bring home at a time and like this, and they were agitating over the details that made no sense to me. And I tried to simplify. I said, this was probably in the Middle East. I said, we just marched in, we can just march out. So it isn't complicated. One phrase, I guess I'm just lazy, because some of my best phrases are very short. Though I would say, freedom is popular. Okay. Well, okay. So, it's been a blessing for me to be able to participate. And some people would ask me, why did you get frustrated? How could you live with those people up there? They're a bunch of creeps. I said, it never bothered me. My attitude was make the best of it and talk to people and get along with them. And I left Congress 3 different times. After the second time, I wrote a little booklet, about leaving Congress. And that was back when we had, they still do it. They have a Republican Democratic baseball game. And I was always a frustrated baseball player, and I got to put a uniform on. I never did as a kid. So I wrote in my book, I said, the one thing was in sports that the Democrats and the other side and the Republicans, we never talked politics out there, and you remember the friendship. Oh, you were a baseball player back there. So I'm a strong believer that countries ought to do more of that too, because in a way that's what Nixon did with China, and yet people turn that around too. But I do think sports are just great for individuals and communities and everything. But it's wonderful. But I think it's to hone in on the one issue is give people their liberty, and they will take good care of themselves, and they will take good care of protecting liberty. And we can do that, and we are doing it. And I think I'm just convinced when I look at a crowd like this, I say, and they're even clapping for what I'm saying? Wow. You know, I think there's a lot. So there's more people out there. So I end up saying there's a lot more good people than bad people. But I say the bad people are in the government, and that is what we have to deal with. But I want to close by saying I really appreciate very much your willingness to support our efforts and what we do. And the one thing that you don't know is because I know that if you're interested in the issue of liberty, you talk about it. You probably have newsletters list. A lot of you do more like that. You may be professionals spreading this message. And I talk to young people who have their own podcasts and radio stations, that they did just recently, and I would be on their program. I said, you don't have any idea how much good you're doing. They said, well, we just have a small station. But but you don't know where the message goes. And just remember that a message whose time has come cannot be stopped by bullets or any force. And I believe the time has come to spread the message of liberty. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Oh.
Keep it going for the great Dr. Paul, everybody. Thank you for everything. This has been an unprecedented day. All the biggest names in the liberty movement together in one place. We laughed, we cried, and we celebrated the man who cured our apathy, Dr. Ron Paul. It has been so good to be with you. And while our programming for the night may have concluded, the Ron Paul revolution continues. And you heard what he just told us. We need to spread the message. And I trust everyone in this room will continue to do that when they leave today and for the rest of the year and for the rest of time until we have true liberty in this country. So here's what we're going to do. We have a social out in the foyer that runs until 10 p.m. We'd love for all of you to join. These doors are going to lock when you leave. So you will not be able to come back into this ballroom. Take everything, all your belongings, out of the ballroom and don't expect to come back in. After social in that foyer, this has been one amazing day. Thank you so much all for being here and supporting the great Dr. Ron Paul. Thank you so much, everybody. Give me this back. There we go. And be sure to stop by the booths while you're out there. We're going to have a silent auction with some great Ron Paul memorabilia that benefits the Money Bomb. We got Scott Horton selling some books. We got so many great booths to stop by and see out there. So go out and meet those sponsors. And we are at $210,000 for the Money Bomb, everybody. Let's get that up to $250. Chip in. Oh,